Chapter 1: Cause of Death. I wanted to be a novelist. It must have been too big a dream. On Christmas Eve of the year I turned 22, Santa Claus gifted me with lymphatic cancer. P1: Cause of Death. Prisoner, Moon Insiep. Sentence: death penalty. Method of execution: lymphatic cancer. This is how I read my hospital diagnosis. The lymphoma that struck me at 22 was more of a sentence than a diagnosis. It felt like some grand, transcendental being was pointing right at me, declaring, "Your fate is sealed." This wasn't the first time I'd felt such a sensation. Like when I realized that the kind woman who lovingly cared for me during my childhood was not my mother, but a teacher at the orphanage. Or when I found out that my parents, whom I thought were dead, had actually divorced and neither had claimed custody of me. Or when the parents of the woman I loved told me, "You are not of the same class as our family." And so on. Thus, this world often hurls unbearable trials at feeble beings like me. Life is. With these thoughts, I returned to my LH long-term rental apartment, holding the hospital diagnosis. If there's one good thing about growing up in an orphanage, it's having an advantage in applying for youth rental housing. The downside is coming home at 22 with a diagnosis of lymphatic cancer and having no one to embrace me. I'm home. The house was, as always, quiet and dark. Click, I pressed the switch. The house lit up but remained silent. I couldn't shake the feeling that my perfectly lit home somehow felt dark. Was it because it's night or winter or because of the cancer? I wasn't sure. I tried talking to myself to dispel the silence. Life. As usual, to save on heating costs, I draped a blanket over my shoulders instead of turning on the boiler. And as always, to ease my painful heart, I sat down in front of a manuscript paper to write. It's a long-standing habit of mine. Whenever the world torments me, I calmly write down my feelings. Then the sorrow leaves my heart and settles into the manuscript paper as refined words. That's how I've always overcome my sadness. But today, unusually, I can't seem to write anything. Why is that? The answer came quickly. It seems the sorrow in my heart has now accumulated to a point where it can't be expressed in words. The moment I realized this, tears suddenly fell. Drip, drip. Watching my tears drop one by one onto the manuscript, I thought, what sin did I commit to deserve this? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What kind of introduction is this for a novel? Why? What's wrong with it? It doesn't fit with the current trends at all. Beck Seol, a new employee in the Publishing Management Task Force team at Bikehack Entertainment, put down the manuscript with harsh criticism, perhaps because she's the granddaughter of the second son of the group's chairman. Her words were a bit rough for a new employee. Who would read a novel that starts off so depressingly? Sniffle, sniffle, my situation is too pitiful. This novel is just a cheap knockoff of most of Osamu Dazai's works. In contrast, team leader Lim Yongwook casually picked up the discarded manuscript. He then wiped his smooth scalp with a handkerchief, chuckling sardonically. Well, I actually liked this novel. I can tell without looking. Despite having cancer, reflecting on one's existence and past, bravely facing death, something like that, right? It's not bad, but it's too common a theme. No, he decides to commit suicide. What? But right before committing suicide, he thinks like this. I'm not killing myself because of the cancer, but because of the bastards who discriminated against me for being an orphan. He chooses death over the courage to fight cancer, thinking it's not his fault that he lost the will to live, but the fault of those who tormented him. Then, as he's about to go out with a kitchen knife to seek revenge on a few enemies he can think of, it happens to be Christmas Eve and local evangelists are singing carols in the streets. And then, listening to those carols and not exactly sure why, he feels something's not right, so he quietly commits suicide. That's the end of this novel. Beck Seol was silent for a long time. Why did he die? Why didn't he kill? More importantly, is it okay to commit suicide if you're a poor orphan who gets cancer at a young age? No, first of all, is there ever a justifiable reason for someone to commit suicide? Does death need a reason? Suddenly, Beck Seol, as if entranced, checked the title of the novel on the front page of the manuscript. Cause of Death. The Reason for Death. Ah, crap. Normally, people would have picked up the novel again, but she was a genuine editor. So Beck Seal quickly got up, put on her coat, grabbed her briefcase, and prepared to leave. Team manager Lim Yong-wook chuckled. "Where are you going, Beck Seal SSI?" "To meet the author and sign a contract." "Don't." "I've already signed the contract and returned." "Why are you telling me this only now?" "He's a primary school student." "What is?" "The author." Chapter 2, Cause of Death. There is a novel called Metamorphosis. One day, waking up from an uncomfortable sleep, a man finds himself transformed into a giant insect, and the story narrates his subsequent apology, struggles, and eventual death. An individual, who becomes an insect for no apparent reason, gradually becomes alienated from the world, society, and his family, ultimately leading to his death. This book, which teaches that a person, who can no longer earn money or speak, and looks like an insect, will be treated and discarded like one, even if they retain their human essence, was not a favorite of mine. Because suffering and dying after being harshly thrust into the world is enough of a reality. Anyway, the reason this novel suddenly came to mind is simple. I too have transformed. I have transformed into my 12-year-old self. After waking up from a very long and uncomfortable dream. P1 Cause of Death. The mornings at New Light Spring Orphanage are impeccably organized. Due to the strict rule of waking up at 7 a.m., making the bed, eating, and quickly going to school, everything operates like clockwork. Those who dare to break these sacrosanct rules are educated, quite harshly, by the enforcers responsible for maintaining discipline in the orphanage. So, acting like a spoiled child from a typical family, begging for just 5 more minutes of sleep is simply not an option. One reason being there's no one to indulge such whims. But this morning was a bit unusual. What year is it? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Just answer me quickly. One of the roommates in the 4-person room seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, causing a commotion since the morning, asking what year it is, or even asking the names of his roommates. Hey, I'm asking what year it is. However, in an orphanage as vast as this, with many crazy individuals, one more doesn't make much of a difference. Surprisingly, none of the other 3 roommates could give a proper answer to the question of what year it was. I don't know. Just make your bed. I don't want to. Won't tell you. What can you even do about it? Other than getting annoyed, what can you do? Huh? You're just an annoying nuisance. Meanwhile, one person was getting increasingly anxious as he observed his friend's reactions. These unlucky guys were definitely the ones from his old memories. Why are these guys who used to share a room with me here? Can a dream be this realistic? The boy extended his trembling hand. Phone someone, give me a phone quickly. Where would we have phones? All right. New Light Spring Orphanage does not provide things like smartphones, which are considered a source of harmful electromagnetic waves and stupidity, in order to cultivate proper character in children. It's definitely not because there's no money to pay for the phone bills. What year is it? What year is it really? The answer was closer than he thought. The calendar on the wall told him. Oh my gosh, you are in a time 10 years ago, and today is Christmas. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Christmas at New Light Spring Orphanage is special. It's not necessarily about singing praises for the Lord's grace. Contrary to common belief, the orphanage is not a public institution but a private facility. It's funded by the government, but that's about it. Naturally, welfare budgets are not abundantly distributed to every orphanage. Therefore, the orphanage operates on private donations, most of which come from religious organizations, predominantly Christian. It's not that Buddhist monks are less generous, but when you combine Protestants and Catholics, they naturally make up the majority. Anyway, Christmas at New Light Spring Orphanage is special. Since most of the major donors attend churches or cathedrals, they contribute more during Christmas. Therefore, the orphanage organizes events for them. This year was no different. New Light Spring Orphanage had prepared a grand Christmas party, even renting a nearby school gymnasium. Plaques of appreciation were made for the high-value donors, and the children had diligently prepared for a talent show. That's when the trouble started. What did you say? Bang Jong-ah, a life guidance teacher at New Light Spring Orphanage, was shocked. Insip, you've forgotten the entire choreography. Teacher, I really can't remember. What do you mean by that? We've all been practicing together for weeks. How can you not remember? Bang Jong-ah thought logically. Instead of considering that the child in front of her had returned from the future 10 years later, she concluded that this little guy, now in the 5th grade of primary school, must have hit puberty. So, Bang Jong-ah knelt down with a forced smile to meet the child's eyes. Insip, you're 12 now, so it might feel a bit embarrassing to do cute choreography to a Christmas carol. Teacher, it's not that I find the choreography embarrassing. I really can't remember, but all the people coming today are our sponsors who have supported us. Wouldn't it be nice to show them a good performance as a way of expressing our gratitude? It's not like you're doing it alone, we're all in this together. But no matter how gently she coaxed, this stubborn kid kept insisting, I can't remember. If this were a less reputable orphanage, there might have been swearing and violence by now. But New Light Spring Orphanage is a Christian orphanage filled with faith, hope, and love. Instead of disciplining the rebellious with corporal punishment and threats, they embrace them with warm love from seniors to juniors. Bang Jong-ah called for Ma Ki-hoon, a high school sophomore and fitness prodigy, who was in charge of discipline among the residents. She explained the situation and quickly left the scene. Ma Ki-hoon smiled. Do you want to die, you little shit? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The great grace of the Lord. I love you dash. I am a child of faith, a child of hope, a child of love dash. Children dressed as Santa and Rudolph danced adorably on stage. Moon In-seop was among them, his eyes lacking focus. Bang Jong-ah, watching the stage, murmured, What's this? He's dancing just fine. He remembered the choreography once I talked to him nicely. Didn't he? Teenagers are really tiring, I tell you. Meanwhile, Moon In-seop, dressed as Rudolph, glanced at the person in front and was desperately trying to follow the choreography. How did this happen? I've returned to the past. What am I doing? Dancing to the song with awkward movements. How did I end up like this? I died. Why have I traveled back in time? I don't know. Am I dreaming? No. Oh my gosh. Moon In-seop knew the answer, but it was hard to believe the truth. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. New Light Spring Orphanage is a Christian orphanage. It's hard to say whether it's more Catholic or Protestant. The director flits between the two, garnering support from both sides. Anyway, thanks to the director's connections, the orphanage's finances were abundant, and there was a well-grown Zelkova tree planted in the large yard attached to the facility. I was sitting leaning against that tree. Sigh. Looking up, I saw the pale winter sky. White clouds drifted by, and as the wind blew, the snowflakes resting on the tree branches gently cascaded down. Birds spread their wings and followed the wind, and this planet I stood on was also orbiting in its path. Nature flows according to set rules, yet here I was, having traveled back against the flow of time. 10 years. I have traveled back in time by 10 years. A 22-year-old suicide victim has now become a 12-year-old primary school student. It's somewhat understandable to have traveled back in time. How could humans, living as mere specks of dust in this vast universe, possibly comprehend all the mysteries of this grand world? The universe is filled with truths and laws yet to be discovered by science, some of which might even belong to the realm of theology, not science. However, 10 years is a kind of unit. This unit was created by humans. People collectively agreed to call the time it takes for the Earth to orbit the Sun once 1 year. Even this is not an exact calculation. Therefore, the concept of 1 year is more of a legal concept than a scientific one. It's a result of human intellect, not a natural law. For this reason, the fact that I have traveled back precisely 10 years suggests the intervention of someone with an understanding of human intellect. Who could that be? Who is the transcendent being that made a failed suicide victim on Christmas Eve wake up on a Christmas 10 years prior? Santa? Jesus? Buddha? Allah? Santa originates from the legend of Saint Nicholas, a bishop. Jesus is a saint from the Roman era. Siddhartha Gautama was an Indian prince. and Allah or Yahweh represents the monotheistic faith that emerged in ancient Middle East, displacing polytheism. Who is he? Is he a god? Does God even exist? As I pondered these questions, someone asked me, "Hey Moon Insiap, aren't you going to eat?" I'm not really in the mood to eat. If you don't eat, Ki-hoon Hyung will scold you, you know? He'll go. Even as I had dinner in the cafeteria, the tangled web of thoughts in my mind did not easily unravel. Could this be the life flashing before my eyes just before death? Was the 22 years I experienced a nightmare dreamt by my 12-year-old self? Could I be just a squishy pink brain inside a vat? The deeper my thoughts, the less I could control my young body. My mouth muscles relaxed, and I drooled the soybean paste soup. Blah. Hey, how old are you to be spilling food like this? I'm sorry. I couldn't easily shake off my worries. After all, anyone who suddenly goes back 10 years would have all sorts of thoughts. But when I returned to my room and saw the bookshelf, my worries flew away. What replaced my worries was joy. The joy of encountering the bright memories of my childhood. This is Magical Chinese Characters, Survival Series, Greek and Roman Mythology. Why? Les Miserables Comic Maple Story. With each title filled with memories, the pure dreams of my younger self came to mind. No, they were too simple to be called dreams. Just desires. I loved books. I loved writing. I loved reading. Adding anything more to this would be an exaggeration. That was all I initially thought. I just liked it. Simply liked it. It was a dream that shone like a candle. And as I grew older, logs were added to this fire. I won a student essay competition and received numerous praises. This made me want to write even better. I was bullied for being an orphan. I decided to become someone greater than those who tormented me. I learned that my parents, whom I thought were dead, were actually alive and had left me in the orphanage. I coped with the heart-wrenching pain by pouring it into my manuscripts. I naturally learned how difficult it is to succeed as a writer. So what? I will leave an undeniable masterpiece. I realized that unless born as a chaebol son, in a capitalist society, humans are just parts of the system. I don't care. True beauty lies within. These resolutions gradually built up. So the candle was slowly added to by logs, and it finally blazed into a huge dream. Born insignificant, but wanting to create some kind of beauty. I wanted to have an immortal fame that even those with money and power couldn't possess. I wanted to resonate with the souls of the wounded. I wanted to rise from the lowest place and shine like a star. I wanted to create wonders so extraordinary that they couldn't be merely described as beautiful, making the whole world marvel. I dreamed of such things. I wanted to become such a novelist. But the world told me to wake up from my dream. I was born with genes that would make me succumb to lymphatic cancer at 22. Damn it. I cursed like a madman and paced around the room. Biting my lips and tearing at my fingernails, I circled the same spot like a goldfish trapped in a bowl. Then suddenly, I looked in the mirror, and I froze. There was a 12-year-old boy, a young child, unblemished by the world, was looking at me. I stared blankly at that boy for a long time. Then I placed my hand on the mirror. The boy was very beautiful. This emotion was more vivid and wondrous than the fondness felt when finding an old graduation album in a corner one day and looking at my young and innocent self. The 12-year-old me held the very beauty that my 22-year-old self had struggled desperately to attain. To confirm that this body was mine, I pinched my cheek. The boy in the mirror pinched his cheek too. My cheek was unbelievably soft and delicate. This sensation could be described as pure. There were no dark circles from overworking, no reddish skin damaged by alcohol, and no lips constantly picked at until they bled. Only the lifeless, dull eyes remained the same. Only those eyes proved who was controlling this body. Even when I changed my expression in various ways, I couldn't muster a childlike innocent smile. The boy in the mirror could never smile in a way befitting his age again. At that moment, I realized the sin I had committed. Who had abused such a pure child, gradually destroying him with alcohol, cigarettes, and depression, and finally killing him? It was me. No, it's not. No, who am I? I never killed myself. Like all suicide victims, I suppose. I just found it harder to muster the courage to live than the courage to die. And it wasn't me who made me this way, it was this damned world. This world pushed me to this. Paper, paper. With trembling hands, I searched for writing materials in a corner of the room. A pencil case fell over, spilling out a plastic ruler and erasers, but that didn't matter now. I pulled out some scrap paper from the bookshelf, and lying on the floor, I began to write down the names of those who had killed me, like a prisoner in an interrogation room listing his accomplices. I pointed out numerous accomplices to shift the blame from myself. It wasn't some great, insurmountable villain who killed me, but the many sorrows embedded in everyday life. The child who locked my glasses with a padlock and wouldn't unlock them, the one who stole my indoor shoes and never returned them. The teachers who arbitrarily called those kids my friends and forced me to get along with them. The teaching assistant at university who carelessly revealed my orphanage background. The immature freshman who still tormented orphans at that age. The critic who harshly reviewed my writing. The elusive literary awards, poverty, deprivation, and loneliness. The professor who thought of me as his favorite student but wouldn't allow me to marry his daughter. The resentment towards my parents who divorced and abandoned me. The longing for them, and the disgust at myself for feeling both. The bus driver who carelessly splashed me with water on a rainy day. The orphanage's life guidance teacher who seemed affectionate but coldly enforced rules. The thugs in high school who locked me in a bathroom and beat me up. The convenience store owner who didn't pay me what he owed with nonsensical excuses. The downstairs neighbor who would rush up at the slightest noise and complain. And even my past lover who said they loved me but eventually left me. All these things slowly killed me. I didn't commit suicide after being diagnosed with lymphatic cancer. I was gradually worn down by the accumulated sorrows and pains since birth and eventually collapsed from exhaustion. That's right. I wasn't the culprit. I was just one among many accomplices. Haha. When I came to my senses, I was sweating coldly. Drip, drip, the falling sweat drops soaked the paper. The paper was now blackened with my messy, frantic handwriting. Swoosh. As always, I carefully lifted the paper as if I were holding a newborn baby. Refining and polishing the words written here would give birth to another novel. Yes, that's enough. Haha. For the first time since returning to the past, I laughed. And I realized something. I realized what I don't know. I don't know why I was thrown into this flow of time. Perhaps I will never know, unless one day, a revelation from an angel magically appears before my eyes. But there's something I do know. I know that I am a novelist. Then all I have to do is write. Life. Nothing has changed. Before I traveled back in time, did I know why I was born into this world? Did I understand why I had to endure the pains of life? Even then, I knew nothing. Everyone born into this world lives like that. Humans and insects don't know why they were born. Neither do cats nor sunflowers. But unlike insects, humans can dream. Even if we don't know why we were born, we can choose our reason to live. And my dream is to be a novelist. Then all I have to do is write. If I live to write, it no longer matters whether I am 12 or 22. Both ages share the same dream. Life. I may not know why I was born. I may not understand why I traveled back in time. But I can decide for myself the reason to continue living. So I staked my life on writing. Now even death cannot defeat me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Damn it, I want to quit acting. A girl shouted while looking into the mirror in the waiting room. Then she slumped wearily into a chair. Life. Child actor Kim Byle, 15 years old, has no separate dreams. And even her name isn't her real one. Her real name is different, but Kim Byle was chosen for her acting career as it was deemed more advantageous. In her view, her stage name sounded much more old-fashioned than her real name, but she had no choice. Becoming a child actor and changing her name were all decisions made by her mother. She was like a marionette controlled by strings, just standing in front of the camera. It had been like that since she was young. Why live? Child actor Kim Byle, 15 years old. an age when life felt overwhelmingly complicated. Chapter 3, Cause of Death. Morning dawned again at the New Light Spring Orphanage. The children woke up at 7 a.m., swiftly folded their blankets, gathered in the dining hall to quickly eat their meals, and briskly dressed in their school uniforms, ready to head to school. It was the start of another peaceful day. There was a bit of a commotion last night due to a surprise inspection in the high school section, where a few students were caught with condoms and cell phones, but this was still considered relatively peaceful. What's a condom? I don't know. Moon In Sip, a 5th grader in primary school, didn't know about such things. The P1 cause of death. Moon In Sip, a 5th grader, went to school. Right upon arriving, it was the winter vacation ceremony. It made sense, being the day after Christmas. Adapting to school life seemed difficult, but luckily I managed. I couldn't even remember where my seat was. Fortunately, thanks to the notes my friends kindly left on my desk, I quickly found my place. The notes read, Mom in America, MD. Siep Siep misses you. Miss Siep Siep. Alright. I was bullied. TL note. Above is basically, Mom in America, MD. Disappointment misses you. Miss Disappointment. Also, if you wondering, MD here is Mother Death aka Motherless. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mun Chung Jae, the director of New Light Spring Orphanage, held the ideology of raising the children as his own. Therefore, he bestowed the Mun family surname and generational name to those children he could name. The problem was that the generational name was Siep. Siep was a word too old-fashioned for the MZ generation. Thus, at school I became known as Siep Siep. I don't even want to think about how I was treated when the catchphrase feeling Siep Siep from a famous drama became popular. TL. Siep Siep is a slang to express disappointment or sadness. Of course, the real reason those kids bullied me wasn't my name, but the fact that I was from an orphanage. Anyway, I intensely disliked the character Siep. It's winter vacation now. Is Siep Siep going to be sad that he won't be seeing us anymore? Are you happy that you won't see us? It would be hilarious if we end up in the same class next year. A child without parents is unprotected. The unprotected are weak, and the weak are despised. It's a law of nature known even to beasts. Humans, being animals, have followed this for thousands of years. However, this traditional perception isn't the sole reason orphans are ostracized. Children from the orphanage know they are likely to be victims of bullying. They also know from experience that adults won't take their side. Therefore, orphans protect themselves, whether it's themselves or others. Their means is usually violence. This is why most parents advise their children to not associate with that child. Anyway, if a kid from the same orphanage gets insulted and beaten up, rushing over in a group to beat the offender was considered a code of honor among fellow orphans. This was our social safety net. But I was a child outside that safety net. If you boil it down, I was just incredibly unlucky. When drawing lots for primary school assignments, I was the only one unlucky enough to end up at a distant school. I could have asked for help, which might have improved the situation, but as a natural loner with a slightly sensitive disposition, I lacked the confidence to actively seek help from adults. I was embarrassed about being bullied and, after being rejected once when I finally mustered the courage to ask for help, I never spoke up again. Also, being introverted instead of confronting and asking why are you bullying me? This is wrong. I spent my childhood saying I'm so pitiful, so lonely. In fact, the problem could have been easily resolved with the help of the education authorities or human rights groups. School police officers are friends with the teachers, so they can't be trusted. But an opportunity to correct that mistake came. I decided to take action immediately. The padded jacket-wearing bullies ABC were my target. Guys, it's not good to bully people like this. I have feelings too. Won't you stop these mean pranks? To my firm reprimand, the trio of bullies in padded jackets were taken aback and fell silent. The leader of the group, wearing a red padded jacket, pondered for a moment before replying. Who cares? What? Who cares your mom? Seeing my dumbfounded expression, the kids in blue and white padded jackets, who seemed to be his left and right-hand men, burst into laughter. Ha 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 dash. Hey, crazy. Don't make mother jokes about someone who doesn't have one. What are you talking about? He said, who cares TV? Oh, then it's cool. Agreed? Yeah, agreed. The three kids, dressed in red, blue, and white jackets, repeated who cares your mom, pronouncing it so quickly that it sounded like who cares TV. TL. TV is a Korean slang and using in settings like above. Who cares your mom? Who cares your mom? Who cares your mom? Overwhelmed by their chant, I lost my mind. School violence in middle school is brutal, in high school it's dark, but in primary school it's overtly blatant due to lack of social experience. Not knowing how to respond, I stood there stunned, and the kid in the red jacket cackled at me. Is Siap feeling upset? He's sulking. He's sulking. Is Siap sulking? Sulking? And then, a punch suddenly flew in and struck me in the solar plexus. Ugh! Is Siap upset? Don't pretend it hurts. Idiot! As I lay on the ground, clutching my stomach and writhing like a caterpillar, they surrounded me and laughed. That's when I realized that no matter what I said, these kids wouldn't listen. Luckily, it was still before the first period. The homeroom teacher should be in the staff room. I quickly ran from the classroom to the staff room. I immediately spotted the homeroom teacher, looking tired and tapping on a computer keyboard. I had forgotten his name, but I vaguely remembered his face. I think he was the English teacher. Teacher. In SIP? What is it? I got beaten up by some kids in my class. The homeroom teacher looked more like a government official who had received a complicated complaint rather than being shocked. It was more of a feeling of inconvenience than annoyance. He sighed my name. Insiap. Yes, teacher. Well, they'll talk about it during the morning assembly. For now, go back to class. Yes? Well, have a counseling session after school. Let's see. The homeroom teacher had proposed a concrete solution to the complaint. He decided to announce a ban on school violence in a school-wide notice and offered to counsel me later. Had I been younger, I would have accepted his words and returned to class. What would follow was predictable. First, the homeroom teacher will sternly admonish during the morning assembly, saying, I heard there's been school violence in the class recently. If anyone is caught, they will be severely reprimanded, so everyone should get along well. After that, he will leave to teach another class, and I will probably be called names like snitcher and getting beaten until the end of school today. And after school, the teacher, claiming to be suddenly busy, would postpone the counseling session until after the winter break. And if he dragged it out a bit longer, the students would become sixth graders, and the teacher would be free of any responsibility. Good heavens! What kind of hell was South Korea 10 years ago? Teacher, it wasn't just a light hit among kids. I was seriously beaten. I was also verbally abused. You know about my family situation. Yes, Insiap. I understand. They'll talk to them sternly. Are you not going to convene the school violence committee? What? The committee? Let's talk about that after our counseling session. Now I understand the homeroom teacher's mindset. I know the teachers in South Korea have it tough, with the declining authority and the stress it brings. But I have rights too. If they keep ignoring my rights, I have no choice but to become a bully myself. Homeroom teacher dash. What? With a roar that erupted in the staff room, all eyes were on me. Seeing the homeroom teacher startled, and not just the nearby teachers but even the vice principal in the far corner watching, I raised my voice in protest. I may be an orphan and live in an orphanage, but that doesn't mean I should be subjected to being called motherless by my peers. Hey, who do you think you are, raising your voice like this? Can't you be quiet? I just got beaten up badly enough to get bruises, and you're not going to do anything about it? If a student hits another student, shouldn't there be some kind of action taken? All right already. Let's talk outside the staff room. Okay? Then please be clear about it. You should convene the school violence committee, understand the whole situation, and proceed to formal punishment. You, get out now. Amidst the murmuring of the surrounding teachers and the overwhelming attention, the homeroom teacher, feeling pressed, forcibly dragged me out of the staff room. He pulled me into an empty corridor, grinding his teeth and bursting with anger. Once we were out of earshot of others, the homeroom teacher shouted at me. What kind of way is that to talk to an adult? From experience, I knew that arguing back now would only mean the louder person wins. The teacher was certainly an adult, but not a perfect one. He was blinded by anger. I decided to listen. This is what you think of a teacher. I'm gonna call the orphanage and tell them everything that happened. Kids these days are really scary. Where did you learn such behavior? I can't believe this. Really? After about 2 minutes, the teacher, who was heated from head to toe, started to calm down. He seemed to realize that he had gone a bit too far in his verbal attack against a 5th grader and started to restrain himself. Now was my moment. I'm not going back to class. What? I'll stay in the staff room, do whatever you think is best. I walked back to the staff room. The teacher tried to physically stop me, but as I pushed forward with all my might, he was dragged along. Even though an adult man is stronger than a primary school student, it's extremely difficult to muster the courage to fully restrain someone in your workplace. As his anger subsided, the teacher began to feel intimidated by me. You, Insip, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Hit me if you dare. What? If I go back to class now, I will be beaten up. I will continue to be beaten up until school ends. Rather than that, it's better for me to get hit by you now and call the police. It's the lesser evil. The teacher, although often indifferent to students, seemed a bit shocked by my words. He hesitated for a moment, then offered a compromise. All right, I understand how tough it is for you right now. I'm sorry. I'll speak to the nurse, and you can stay in the infirmary until the end of the holiday ceremony today. No, teacher. I was also rude. Let's forget about the school violence committee. They'll change classes after the winter break, so I just need to get through today. That's what you want. Yes, no need for counseling. Thank you, that's all. The homeroom teacher, returning to the staff room, was sweating profusely. This must have been one of the more memorable experiences of his teaching career. I went into the infirmary, asked the nurse for permission, and sat on a bed, pulling the curtain closed. While my mind was calm, my young body was in shock, my heart pounding heavily. My hands and feet were trembling slightly. I collapsed onto the bed. As the tension released, tears streamed down my face, but my expression remained blank. A worn-out soul was controlling a pure body. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The holiday ceremony had ended. I left my school bag and indoor shoes in the classroom and started my way home. Well, not home, since the New Light Spring Orphanage isn't my home, so maybe it's more accurate to call it the way back to boarding school. Anyway, after what had just happened, I felt I would never be able to adapt to school life. Maybe I should consider a correspondence course or the GED. That's when it happened. Hey Dash! The trio in padded jackets was waiting for me at the school gate. They rushed towards me as soon as they saw me, seemingly furious. Hey, Moon Insiep! Stop right there. You bastard. Crazy guys. I never thought I'd be involved in a chase scene at an primary school. I ran with the thought that if I were caught, it would be the end. But there was no way I, who spent all my time in the library to avoid others, could outrun boys who were obsessed with soccer all day. I was caught. You went and told the teacher everything? Well, make you pay. To the training room. They grabbed me and dragged me to a secluded playground. The trio in padded jackets seemed both angry and somewhat enjoying this situation. To them, this was all a game. Perhaps the idea of catching a coward and punishing him was exciting. Proof of this was that, even while they were hitting me, it didn't hurt that much. They were too young to know how to hit properly. Real education. Real education. Self-defense. Self-defense. Oh no. But these bastards suddenly started pulling my hair. Ouch. Kids who don't know how to hit properly don't hesitate to strike where they shouldn't. At one point, a punch deep in my solar plexus almost made me vomit. 10 seconds. For 10 seconds, I couldn't breathe and rolled on the dirt floor. Ugh. Huff. You wuck. Ah. Stop pretending it hurts. You bastard. Yeah, right. We got in big trouble because of you. Shit. We're going to get punished at home too. The homeroom teacher must have called their parents, telling them that their kids had beaten up another student. To be more careful. I appreciate that, but it seemed like these guys were enraged after getting scolded by their parents over the phone. These evil kids kept muttering strange things and rationalizing their actions while I was rolling on the ground. Shit. Why did you have to escalate things? We got punished, so you have to get punished by us. That's only fair. We were the only ones who played with you, and you betrayed us? You deserve to be beaten up. The kids in padded jackets kept muttering phrases they thought were cool from YouTube as they continued to beat me up. Typical MZ generation bullies with subpar dialogue. TL. Millennials plus Gen Z equals MZ. Just as they were about to start beating me up again. Ah shit, you bastard sons of bitches. When the trio in padded jackets turned around, there stood a fearsome, muscular high school student, glaring at them. His name was Ma Ki-hoon, 18 years old. The disciplinary head of the New Light Spring Orphanage. *****. The position of the disciplinary head at the New Light Spring Orphanage is more political than one might think. Surviving through violence and contempt, the orphanage's internal society had become harsh and tough. In that environment, it's not common for one orphanage resident to give orders to another. The disciplinary head, with the teacher's endorsement, can discipline other residents, gather their opinions and confront the teachers, and, with the teacher's tacit consent, can do things that are not usually permitted. The position is not officially elected but is more of an implicit consensus among everyone that this person represents us, which in some ways makes it the most democratically chosen role. Therefore, the disciplinary head is usually a person who excels in morals, intellect, and physique. They need to be good at studies, kind-hearted, and skilled in sports or fighting. But Ma Ki-hoon is terrible at studies, smokes cigarettes, and only excels in sports. There's a reason why Ma Ki-hoon, since middle school, has been able to take control of the New Light Spring Orphanage and maintain his reign for so long. It wasn't because Ma Ki-hoon was extraordinarily good at fighting. Reality is not a webtoon. When it comes to fights among middle and high school students, they're all similar. The real reason Ma Ki-hoon became the leader of the orphanage. He might have lacked wisdom and virtue, but he had high-up, cooperation or alliance. These brats messing with our kid? Who are you? Think wearing a padded jacket will hurt less when you get hit? Ma Ki-hoon was a man who showed his chivalry through actions, not words. He believed in doing what is right and just. With such firm convictions, one could even cut down a Buddha or a Zen master if they met them on the road. So, he hit a primary school student upon encountering one. Snap dash. That was the sound of Ma Ki-hoon's hand meeting the cheek of the kid in the red padded jacket. Instinctively identifying the leader among the trio, Ma Ki-hoon had sprinted and smacked him hard. Wah dash! The kid in the red padded jacket fell to the ground and burst into tears. The other two ran away at the sound of his siren-like wailing, but escaping from someone who used his part-time job money not on a phone but a gym membership was impossible. Let go. I'll call the police. Ah! Mommy! Mommy! Ma Ki-hoon dragged the blue and white padded jacket kids back to the still-crying red one. And when snap sounds were heard twice more, the trio lay side by side on the ground, crying. What the? By my own perception, and not the world's general view, I was a 22-year-old adult man until just the day before yesterday. So, it was shocking to see 3 fifth graders, about to be in 6th grade, getting slapped by a second-year high school student, regardless of them having beaten me up. I felt dizzy. Ma Ki-hoon looked at me, frozen like ice, then smirked and helped me up. Let's go, Inseop. Yes, Hyung. Hyung my ass. What are we, gangsters? No, Hyung. *****. Ma Ki-hoon took me, drained of energy, to a park where a cool breeze was blowing. He sat me down on a park bench. Just sit here for a bit. Yes, Hyung. Damn it, if you call me Hyung one more time. I want Hyung. Ma Ki-hoon left me alone in the park and went somewhere. He returned with 2 BB Big ice creams. TL? BB Big ice cream. Here. You should have brought Hodomaru. TL. Hodomaru ice cream. Damn it. Ma Ki-hoon chuckled and hit the back of my head. I unwrapped the BB Big and put it in my mouth. Felt somewhat refreshing. Did you get hit a lot? No, not really. Looks like you did though? How much can you get hurt in a fight among primary school kids? Fight? You were just getting beaten up one-sidedly. You should exercise more, kid. The sky was slowly turning crimson. A few pigeons in the park soared up towards the red sunset. And then they disappeared into the sunset-soaked clouds. The old streetlights in the downtown area flickered on. How did you come to know? The orphanage called. Said you got beaten up at school. Really? Room teacher said your homeroom teacher thinks you seem emotionally unstable. So you came to meet me because of that? Not just that. I had a hunch. Felt like you stirred up some trouble at school today. Trouble, huh? If trouble means a situation that deviates from what's intended, then I certainly caused a big one. My plan for today was to use the brilliant intellect of a 22-year-old adult man to effortlessly deflect any issues with fifth graders and foster a positive academic atmosphere. But returning to my school life turned out to be harder than I expected. The unrefined malice of children was harsher than I thought, and the refined conscience of adults was duller than I expected. How did the past me endure such a life? Couldn't help but say, wow, kids these days are harsher than I thought. Hearing this, Ma Ki-hoon burst into insane laughter. Ha ha ha. You saying that? Kids these days, shit. A kid from these days talking about kids from these days. Ha ha. Ma Ki-hoon laughed heartily for a while before calming down. Then he looked at me with a pitying gaze. I'm sorry, my brother. For what? For yesterday. When you forgot the Christmas dance routine, I scolded you without asking if you were all right or if something was bothering you. Oh, that? Yeah. I didn't realize it when I was younger, but Ma Ki-hoon seemed to have a stronger sense of responsibility than I thought. It's remarkable for a mere high school sophomore to take such care of other kids who aren't even his blood relatives. Kids these days really grow up fast. Well, it's fine. It's not your fault. It's hard to pinpoint who's responsible when orphans are getting beaten up. It's just the world that's a bit weird. Damn, kid, you're good with words. Are you in liberal arts? Don't think too much. You have your own life to live. If I were in your shoes, I think it would have been tough for me too. What? Life? Yeah, right. Ma Ki-hoon suddenly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. Then he placed it in his mouth and lit it with a lighter he took out as well. I watched him, a bit taken aback. Aren't you going to ask if it's okay to smoke? Phew. Life. Shit. Seeing me awkwardly looking at his cigarette, Ma Ki-hoon laughed and patted me on the back. Then he looked up at the sunset-filled sky and yelled, "Ah shit! Moon Inseop! Inseop! What? Inseop! The one who ate his poop in diapers. I told you I don't remember any of that. It happened when I was a baby. Wow, our Inseop has grown into an old soul, able to converse with me like this." Ma Ki-hoon's cigarette smoke spiraled up towards the sunset. He lamented as he watched the day's sunset. It was as if he was afraid of the passing of each day, like a child scared of the coming of tomorrow. Ah, shit. Time feels like it's going too fast. Why? The newborn who used to munch on diaper poop is now old enough to talk about life with me. I've grown up too. Life. Damn life. Soon, in a couple of years, I'll have to leave the orphanage and start living my own life. It seemed that life was a scary concept for Ma Ki-hoon, a high school sophomore. Ah shit. What should I do? What am I going to do after graduation, damn it? He muttered to himself for a long time, as if entranced by the word life. Unintentionally stirring up the trauma of a young man, I, as a 22-year-old adult with 10 years more experience, offered some advice, sprinkling in a bit of knowledge from my time-traveling experience. I saw on the internet, there's talk about changing the law, so that you can stay in the orphanage until you're 24. Really? It looks like that change will happen soon. Also, orphans leaving the orphanage get preferential treatment for public housing applications, so make sure to look into that and find a place. If you can't get that, you'll have no choice but to go to a gazuwan. TL. Gazuwan are single room for rent mostly rented by students in South Korea. What's an application? Oh boy. I'll explain it, so listen carefully. We spent a long time in the park, talking about various things. By the time we decided to leave, the sunset had faded, and the sky had turned dark. Ma Ki-hoon's cigarette had almost completely burned down. "Brrr, it's cold. Let's go in." Ma Ki-hoon stood up, shivering in the night air, but I still had something nagging at me. "Young, what about the kids you hit? What are you going to do? What about them? Don't you have to do something?" Shit, it's fine. He'll handle it." "How are you going to handle it?" "There are ways. Don't worry about it." Ma Ki-hoon seemed to be saying anything to change the subject. He offered me the last bit of his cigarette. "Do you want a puff?" "What?" Just kidding, just kidding." But I wasn't planning to let it end as a joke. Like a cat pouncing on its prey, I quickly snatched the cigarette. Puff. Whoa. Shit. Cough. Cough. "Hey, you crazy kid. Wait, just one more puff. You're nuts. Give that back right now." And that's how we went back home. Although when I think about it, it wasn't really home. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Non-interference pact between government and martial arts. An old rule stating that the government and the martial arts world do not interfere in each other's affairs. How could mere minions disrupt the hidden pacts of the martial arts world and interfere with the actions of a swordsman? But in an era where righteousness and duty have fallen by the wayside, the old rules no longer held any meaning. Where is student Ma Ki-hoon? Call him here right now. Teacher, please calm down. Calm down? How can I be calm at a time like this? The officials had begun to chase after the martial artists. Chapter 4, Cause of Death. When primary school students, without parents, beat up another primary school student, it's not considered a serious incident, just kids' mischief. However, when high school students beat up a primary student, and 3 of them at that, it becomes a very serious matter. The primary school I attended, and even Ma Ki-hoon's high school, were turned upside down. Who caused this uproar? Naturally, it was the parents. Bring that guy Ma Ki-hoon or whatever the hell his name is. Right now, my child's cheeks were so swollen when he came home. The fury of the parents, learning about their beloved children being assaulted, was indeed terrifying. Since 3 students had been educated by Ma Ki-hoon, there were 3 sets of parents involved. Thus, a total of 6 parents formed an anti-Ma Ki-hoon alliance and started hunting for him. But Ma Ki-hoon, a professional troublemaker well-versed in schoolyard brawls and even cigarette smuggling within the school, demonstrated his slick response. "He's not here? Yes, he hasn't been to school for several days now. Run. A faster escape than anyone else." Ma Ki-hoon slipped through the net with agile movements, vanishing somewhere into the neighborhood. The P1 cause of death. "I'm sorry. I have no idea." The 6 parents, failing to catch Ma Ki-hoon at his high school, went as far as New Light Spring Orphanage. But the director, Mun Chung-jae, could only shake his head and sigh. In fact, even if a resident suddenly disappears like this, we don't have a way to find them. How can you say that? Right now. I'm sorry. I'm going crazy. Are you hiding the perpetrator of the assault? Aren't you operating with our taxes? And you're saying this is okay? I'm really sorry. The orphanage director kept repeating that he had no idea where Ma Ki-hoon was, while the parents suspected him and demanded that he hand over Ma Ki-hoon. Indeed, judging by the circumstances, it wasn't strange to suspect the director of hiding Ma Ki-hoon. However, they couldn't just grab and pressurize the orphanage director. The parents resorted to the most effective threat in modern society. "Do you think you can get away with this? My friend is a lawyer. A lawyer. Let's see how it goes if we handle this legally." But from my perspective, it was a futile effort. Because if we go by the law, the director's words were true. Orphanages typically can't find children who run away. To be precise, they don't have to. Children who leave the orphanage before reaching the age limit are termed children discontinued from care, and the reasons include returning to their original families, transfer to another orphanage, foster care, adoption, etc. And those who run away or go missing are categorized as others. Even if a child disappears from an orphanage one day, they are simply marked as other reasons on paper. No one goes looking for them, and the orphanage is not even obligated to report them missing. That's the law. How can you find a determined runaway orphan in a world that operates like this? It takes a loving childcare worker, a duty-bound police officer, and an orphanage director who spares no time and money to maybe find one runaway. Ma Ki-hoon knew this. Fortunately, I was able to find out Ma Ki-hoon's whereabouts through rumors secretly circulating among the residents at that time. He's staying with a gang near the billiard hall. A runaway home? Aren't those kids really dangerous? The gang leader, Sung Joon, was close with Ki-hoon Hyung in the past. He should be safe there, and the director seems to know a bit about it. This has happened a few times before. The director will handle it somehow and he'll come back. Finally, I was able to let go of my worries, wondering if Ma Ki-hoon had ruined his life because of me. Thanks to the residents keeping their mouths shut about this matter, the parents were unable to find Ma Ki-hoon. Now, I just needed to get through this myself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Is this the child? Yes. The homeroom teacher served instant coffee to the parents, filling the school's reception room. On the sofa of the primary school reception room sat or stood the 6 parents. Opposite them were, of course, me and my childcare worker, Bang Jong-ah. After searching high and low, through mountains and fields, and scouring the high school and the orphanage, the parents had finally arrived at my primary school. At first, I didn't understand why they had come. Were they here to apologize to me? But it turned out to be quite the opposite. So you're saying our kids beat you up? Yes. Do you have any proof? Proof? You complained to the teacher without any proof, and even told your orphanage gang to beat them up? Me? If you keep lying like this, you'll end up bad like your brother. Ah, I see. That's when I realized why this meeting was set up. The parents, unable to catch Ma Ki-hoon, wanted to completely erase their children's record of school violence as a substitute for their target. They wanted to label me as a liar. Among the 6 parents, some seemed uncomfortable with the situation, but the parent in front of me was resolute in demanding an apology from me. If you apologize for lying, well, pretend this never happened. It felt like a cliché line from a drama, making me feel like a tragic protagonist. According to the cliché, I would stand up, refusing to apologize. The one who should be apologizing is you. But the childcare worker next to me would hold me back. She would press down on my head, forcing me to apologize. She would apologize too, saying it was our fault. I'm sorry. Our child was wrong. Then I would return to the orphanage with a sullen face, questioning why I was forced to apologize. Isn't this wrong? I hate you, teacher. Then, instead of giving a pitiful explanation, the teacher would just hold the crying child. I'm sorry. It's the adults who are sorry. And N years later, the student confesses to the teacher, saying, now I am an adult too. This is wrong. I'm the teacher and you are. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Aren't you going to apologize? The drama in my head ended. Sometimes my creativity, a byproduct of my occupation, is hard to control. Anyway, in front of me was a letter of reflection, and behind it were the 6 parents, hoping for my false apology. Fortunately, I was not an immature child. I was an adult who knew life gets easier when you submit to irrational power. Ha! Even now, you want to apologize? You're really going to face a big problem. Ah yes, I should apologize. I'll do it right now. I picked up the pen and slowly wrote the letter of reflection aloud. I lied that my classmates hit me in the solar plexus and called me an orphan without a mother, even though they didn't. And the kids never dragged me to the playground to beat me up. I'm sorry. The end. The reception room instantly fell silent. The 6 parents, the homeroom teacher, and my childcare worker, Bang Jong-ah, all remained silent, seemingly at a loss for words. I left my seat nonchalantly. This incident was regrettable for both sides. Since the letter of reflection has been written without any issues, I hope we don't meet again under such circumstances. Goodbye. There's something called nonverbal communication. Even I could tell that there was no hint of apology in my voice. I wasn't overly sarcastic, but I was just indifferent. I simply finished speaking and stood up. Of course, they would feel uncomfortable. But what can be done about it? Were they going to hold me back and force another apology? An unjustified, baseless apology? It seemed best for both sides to just let it go at this point. I believed they had the common sense to understand that my expectation was betrayed. What kind of attitude is that? Honey. The parent who had been leading the charge and demanding an apology from me couldn't contain their anger and abruptly stood up. Although the person who appeared to be their spouse tried to calm them, the parent, red-faced, waved their arms around wildly. Is that an apology? After what you did to someone else's child? Huh. Please calm down, parents. Let go of me. You orphan brat with no home training. You disrespectful little. The parent was so enraged that they couldn't maintain proper sentence structure. I wasn't particularly upset by this. After all, making them angry meant I had control over their emotions. Why would I be upset about someone who was in the palm of my hand? Hey! But then the parent shifted their target. It was my trembling childcare worker, Bang Jong-ah, who became the scapegoat. Are you his guardian? How did you raise him to talk back like that? Well, apologize in his stead. You apologize for him. The parent, who had been yelling, picked up a cup of instant coffee distributed earlier by the homeroom teacher. I flinched, thinking they might throw hot coffee, but fortunately, it seemed they had finished it. Instead, they crumpled the empty paper cup and threw it at Bang Jong-ah. The crumpled cup hit Bang Jong-ah's head and bounced off. A few drops of leftover coffee splashed onto Bang Jong-ah's face. At that moment, I recalled a few memories about my childcare worker, Bang Jong-ah. Bang Jong-ah, a childcare worker, 25 years old, high school graduate, failed to enter college due to financial difficulties and went straight to work. She taught math to the children, always smiling and using formal language during lessons. Insip, you know this is a secret from the other kids, right? Teacher Bang Jong-ah always bought me manuscript paper. It wasn't an expensive item, but in an orphanage where everything given to the children had to be equal, buying something for just one child could lead to serious trouble. Of course, I didn't know whether she whispered this is a secret from the others, okay? To other children while giving them individual gifts. But I remember the joy I felt when I received manuscript paper from her as a child. I also remember being scolded for saying I wanted to go to an arts high school. How dare you think of art school? And I remember Bang Jong-ah crying because she couldn't afford to send me there. That was the kind of person Bang Jong-ah was. And now, that person had just been hit in the head with a crumpled paper cup in front of me. Yet, she was so scared that her face turned pale, and she kept nodding her head. After all, at 25, you're an adult but not quite grown up. Now I understand. Sigh. I picked up a cup of coffee left by the teacher. It had cooled down to lukewarm from being blown on. Luckily, the coffee next to it was still steaming. I grabbed it and threw it straight at the parent. Splash dash. F. The parent who had been ranting like a madman. The other 5 parents trying to intervene, the homeroom teacher, and Bang Jong-ah all looked at me in shock. Before the parent drenched in coffee could confront me, I took the initiative. What are you doing? Chapter 5, Cause of Death. You uneducated. The parent, drenched in coffee, writhed as if about to hit me. Both the homeroom teacher and the other parents united to stop it. But I approached the writhing parent without any hesitation, arms wide open. Go ahead. Try hitting me. Insiep. Bang Jong-ah was really worried I might get hit, but when I actually approached, the parent stopped writhing. I looked up at the 6 parents and the homeroom teacher with a smile. You can't hit me. Can you? What is this? Why do you think? I suddenly quizzed them. They all fell silent. I didn't drag it on and gave the answer, because if an adult hits a minor, the situation becomes very serious, right? Legally, it's a more severe punishment. It might be different if we were alone, but in such a public place, you can't hide it. You seem quite angry. But you know what I'm saying. If you hit me now, your life could be ruined in an instant. Everyone fell silent. This is the law which prevents people from hitting each other. But your children hit me, and our orphanage high school students retaliated. That's why things have escalated to this point. Look, we've both broken the law, and legally both sides should be punished. is a loss for both. That's why we've gathered here, to pretend it never happened. Because if it gets recorded that your kids hit me, it will affect their middle and high school admissions, right? What I'm saying isn't anything remarkable, just a more refined version of what we all know. Isn't that right? The adults nodded, looking dumbfounded. I too nodded, satisfied with my own smile. So we just pretend it never happened and part ways. But if you make a scene like this, cursing and screaming, throwing paper cups at our orphanage teachers, then I don't feel like agreeing to it. The homeroom teacher, having already experienced a smooth settlement with me, quickly intervened to rectify the situation, sensing that things were going south. Now, everyone here were too agitated to have a proper conversation. Teacher, it's 7 years. Just keep quiet, will you? He'll be a year older next week, so in 7 years, he'll be an adult. Do you think you can continue your job if I start filing complaints and meeting with the educational office officials? Do you think he'll forget about this incident? You seem too young to retire in 7 years, so make your decision wisely. The homeroom teacher sat down, lamenting the decline of teachers' authority in South Korea. No, I can file a complaint even now. There are 6 of you parents here, so you could probably hire a decent lawyer, but do you think we have no backing because we're orphans? Our director, Mun Chung-jae, is an elder at a megachurch and also has a baptismal name. Do you think he's been living his social life in vain? And if I start stirring things up with the Children's Rights Center, the education office, a congressman's office, local broadcasting stations, and all around the neighborhood, who do you think will be screwed? I want B. It's your kids and your social reputation that will be screwed. After finishing my tirade, my throat was dry, so I gulped down the cold coffee left by the teacher. Phew. Now, everyone in the room was looking at me as if they were seeing a real monster. If I were them, I'd probably scream and run away if a 5th grader in primary school did this. If you all understand the situation, let's part ways without any further discussion. I'd like to tell you to apologize to teacher Bang Jong-ah for throwing a paper cup at her, but since you probably won't, he'll just leave. I won't apologize for pouring coffee either, so don't bother with any petty complaints. I dragged teacher Bang Jong-ah, whose focus had already faded from her eyes, out of the room. Thus, the incident was resolved through a mutual agreement between both parties. P1 the cause of death. I'm reminded of the past. It was a given for students from arts middle and high schools to win literary awards at writing competitions. For a general humanities student from a regular school to win at such competitions was something special. I was that special middle school student. I traveled around the country, collecting youth literary awards as if I were breaking records. But every time I received such special treatment, I wondered what the point was of attending an arts middle school. And every time I saw some bastard, obviously less talented than me, winning the grand prize just because they attended an arts middle or high school, I admit, I was a bit rough in my middle school days. I gradually began to understand the answer to this strange question. The students from art schools were not necessarily more creative or immensely talented than others. They simply knew the style, format, and thematic consciousness that the literary world demanded and favored. This was taught by professionals currently active in the literary world. The judges of these literary awards were also from the literary field. From these few facts, certain conclusions emerged. After all, there's the face of writer Kim to consider. Can't not give the award to his disciple. They clearly know I'm judging this competition. Just by the writing, you can tell which school they attend. There's a fundamental quality in the writing. It's not messy. What about this one? They should stick to writing web novels. Why crawl into this arena? Shouldn't the awards go to those who will be active in the literary field, not just humanities students who treat writing competitions as a hobby? Of course, no one openly discussed these things. But the significant glances exchanged between the judges and students, the gradually awkward atmosphere when it was revealed I didn't attend an arts middle school, and the atmosphere of the competition halls filled with arts school uniforms spoke volumes. They were already a group unto themselves in the literary world. So, me, a mere humanities student trying to become a writer by frequenting writing competitions, was a clear outsider. That was why I said I wanted to go to an arts high school. No, that was teacher Bang Jong-h's response. I do feel sorry that I can't fully support your dream, but it's impossible to pay millions of won in tuition per semester just for you. It's not fair to the other kids. I said I would attend on a scholarship. What about the tuition? I said I would save up by doing part-time jobs. In SIP, let's not make things so complicated. Still, I said I wanted to go to an arts high school. Why are you being so selfish? I didn't expect this from you. Do you think the other kids don't want ample tuition? Why do you want special treatment? Our orphanage might not have provided you with an abundant environment, but we did what we could. Wanting to go to an arts high school is just excessive greed. I don't want to discuss this anymore. Go back and reflect on your behavior. Money, money, money. That damned money. Money, money. Is it my fault for being born without money and without parents? Unable to contain my rising anger, I retorted sharply. I insulted her in a literary manner, befitting someone aspiring to be a novelist. Teacher Bang Jong-ah used to call the children by their future dreams during preschool classes. So, in our classroom, there were 6 doctors and countless celebrities. Naturally, I was Writer Moon from that time. I sharply criticized that this was wrong. I told her it was wrong to plant dreams in children. You don't have parents or wealth, so you probably won't go to college. So prepare to enter a factory when you turn 18. This is how you should have educated them. That's what I said. And the woman who had lovingly cared for me since my very young days, whom I once mistook for my mother, burst into tears. She cried sorrowfully and apologized to me. I can't forget that expression. And now, that scene was being replayed before my eyes.
I'm sorry, Inseop.
Right after leaving the primary school, Bang Jong-ah grabbed my hand and burst into tears. She kept apologizing to me in a muffled voice.
I'm sorry, Tiacha.
For what? For everything, just everything. It seemed that the recent events at the school had shattered the mental state of this 25-year-old woman. Anyway, because of the extreme parents, good orphanage teachers suffer. Could she be thinking that it's her fault I've become so hardened for not being able to protect a 5th grader who just poured hot coffee on an adult? Surely not. It's all the parents' fault. 5th grade primary student Moon Inseop is completely innocent. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Ahaha. It's one thing for a child to hold an adult woman's hand and cry, but for an adult woman to hold a child's hand and cry, passers-by all took a look as they went by. I opened my mouth to console teacher Bang Jong-ah. Teacher, stop it. Just stop. Aha. That's right. Good. She cried for a while longer and finally stopped after blowing her nose with the tissue I gave her. Teacher Bang Jong-ah. 25 years old. Old enough to feel thoroughly embarrassed about crying and clinging to an primary student. Her face turned bright red with embarrassment, and she pleaded with me to save her social dignity. Inseop, can you keep it a secret that I cried from the other orphanage teachers and friends? If you buy me manuscript paper. Oh, yes. Sure. Fortunately, there was a stationery store near the primary school. Bang Jong-ah hurriedly ran to buy manuscript paper and handed it to me. Here, take this. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Bang Jong-ah, still with puffy eyes, smiled awkwardly. Now that I think about it, I forgot to buy manuscript paper for you this week. I must have been too busy preparing for the Christmas party. I carefully stored the manuscript paper she gave me and said, from now on, you don't have to buy manuscript paper every week. You'll use the back of used paper from now on. What? No. No. Don't tell me it's because of money. It's okay. It doesn't cost much. I can keep buying it for you. No, it's fine. Thanks to the manuscript paper you've bought so far, I've practiced enough. Now, I can almost tell how many words I've written just by writing. Teacher Bang Jong-ah looked like she was about to cry again. I quickly added, but when there's a competition that requires manuscript paper, could I still get manuscript paper and postage from you? You'll do the rest by email. Ah, she smiled brightly and patted my head. Of course, that smile was as pure as a child's. Indeed, 25 is too young to be considered an adult. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Recently, having faced a few minor troubles, I realized something. Clearly, the world is too harsh and frightening for a 5th grade primary student like Moon Inseop to handle alone. Whether it's passing the GED, earning money, or quickly improving my environment, something needed to be done. Even residing in a 4-person room with 2 bunk beds was challenging. Aren't my 3 roommates crowded around the TV right now, making a racket? So, what will become of the politicians surrounded by a horde of zombies? If the country is going to fall apart on the first day of their term, why did they get elected in the first place? A movie that makes you want to vote after watching it. It was zombies on Inauguration Day.
Ashit, Kyung-sik-young.
Show us a bit more. Kyung-sik-young. Damn it. How can you stop it here? I yelled at my 3 roommates who were going wild in front of the TV. Hey you guys. If you want to watch movies so badly, go to the cinema. Stop being ridiculous with the movie review channel on. We don't have money for movie tickets. Hey Four Eyes, are you insulting Kyung-sik-young right now? I can tolerate insults to our parents, but insulting Kyung-sik-young is unforgivable. Huh? Something's off here. What is? While they continued their self-deprecating banter, I covered myself with a blanket and gathered my thoughts. Let's see. The damn issue of money follows me in both my past life and now. Since a 5th grader can't work part-time jobs, I ultimately have to earn money through writing novels. To make money from writing, the only solution is publishing. Web novels? If I want to earn money from writing, that's the fastest way. But as a proud, legitimate literary writer, I can't walk such a non-traditional path. It's definitely not because of a trauma from my past life where, despite publishing nearly 100 episodes, I didn't receive a single comment after throwing away my pride and everything for money. Anyway, to turn a manuscript scribbled on manuscript paper into a book placed in bookstores, there are 2 ways. First, participating in literary editions hosted by various newspapers, winning a literary award at New Year's Literary Contest and making a dazzling debut. However, submissions for major literary awards usually close in early December, so that opportunity has already passed. That leaves only the second option. The second method is Chapter 6, Cause of Death. Manuscript submission to publishing houses. Various publishing houses continuously collect works through emails and mail. There are no limits to this. The more, the better. The way to secure quality manuscripts is to receive a large number of them. Without questioning, accept them all and then search for good writing within that pile. Of course, in this process, editors who endlessly read get worn out. But isn't that a sacrifice for the advancement of literature? Anyway, manuscript submission to publishing houses is much more relaxed compared to annual spring literary contest, which requires submission by a specific deadline followed by rigorous scrutiny. You can even submit the same manuscript to multiple publishers. A manuscript submitted to publisher A can also be submitted to publisher B. This isn't possible in the annual spring literary contest. If a story submitted to newspaper A is the same as that submitted to newspaper B, even if it wins an award, the award will be revoked. It might seem a bit unfair, but this is to maintain the identity of the annual spring literary contest as a literary festival, and to reject the crude trend of those who indiscriminately submit their manuscripts anywhere just to get selected. It's certainly not a tradition to prevent promising novelists from negotiating with the place offering the best terms after trying out various places. For these reasons, it can be said that the threshold is lower for submitting to publishing house manuscript calls than for the annual spring literary contest. Therefore, countless manuscripts from numerous novelists flood the publishing houses, and the editors strive to find the pearl among thousands of manuscripts. Of course, just slipping a letter into a mailbox full of mail doesn't mean the homeowner will immediately read it. But I was confident, not because I thought I couldn't fail, but because of the confidence in the skills I had honed through hard work. Even if it takes some time, someone will recognize my novel as good writing. Like the professor who led me to university, like my old lover who loved my writing more than I did, like the bald editor who liked my writing to an award-winning extent. P1 Cause of Death. There are a few words that symbolize the art world. Numerous singers sing with their artistic soul, but the ruthless music industry ranks them based on performance and sales. That's what a chart is. The screen where countless actors' joy, sorrow, and acting spirits pass is fundamentally a screen coated with silver. That's why it's called the silver screen. Since ancient times, there have been numerous books. Modern literature is like a giant altar built upon all those writings. Thus, people call the literary world where writers and poets interact the literary circle. The literary world was ruined. Don't talk like that at work. Lim Yong-wook, the team leader of Bikehack Entertainment's publishing management task force team, sighed deeply, gently tapping his smooth scalp with a handkerchief. More precisely, it is slowly being destroyed. I told you not to talk like that at work. The new employee, Baek Seol, retorted sharply, but team leader Im didn't care. He lay back deeply in his chair with a languid expression and lamented while looking at the ceiling. I wish the Korean literary world would just collapse. That's crazy. Once, Lim Yong-wook had a dream of revitalizing the Korean literary world. Look at the Japanese publishing industry, one of the world's largest markets. Numerous masterpieces released every year, and the dramas and movies based on novel originals. Subways where it's common to see one or two people reading books, and, though a bit rotten inside, publishing houses exist as proud corporations with a scale and power vastly different from Korea's. With such a clear success model right next door, why is the Korean publishing industry so lackluster? Can't be because people don't read books. If people don't read, shouldn't the industry make them read? Isn't that the job of those in the publishing industry? This is all because conservative, ritual-obsessed old-timers are occupying positions without actually doing anything. Lim Yong-wook will revive the Korean publishing industry. Or so he thought. Fresh into this field, 26-year-old newcomer Lim Yong-wook believed so. Well, though from a lesser-known university, he had burst into Bikehack Publishing, Korea's largest publishing house, filled with confidence. In contrast, the limp, wilted 36-year-old Lim Yong-wook, now a team leader, thought differently. I want to get off work. We haven't even had lunch yet, you know? Dreams were high, but reality was a cesspool. Literature is content, and content needs to be entertaining. But the writers who can write entertaining stories have all gone to the realms of dramas, movies, and web novels. Why? Because books don't make money. Because getting a job is damn hard. Because connections, not skill, determine your evaluation. Because veteran writers are constantly appearing in the press as criminals. Because if you manage to get through the annual spring literary contest, you get your work stolen and are forced into unfair contracts. And, can you stop now? I think you were just born in the wrong era. The times have changed. Certainly those with skills should be rewarded. Those who work hard and sweat, those with talent should succeed. It's all the same. Everyone has skills. Everyone works hard. Everyone has talent. It's not just the literary world. The entire cultural industry is like that. Take the music industry, for example. In the past, people with flair and talent succeeded. They became famous and appeared on TV shows. But these days, that flair and talent are manufactured. They push in dozens of promising kids. Teach them dance and song, pick the best. Leave them to the most professional doctors. Transform them into the most statistically preferred appearances. Invest massive capital and manpower, and launch them with marketing that shakes the nation. Then they become icons of the era. And they take over the world. That's the era we're in. I just can't keep up. The times have transformed. The old has vanished, replaced by the new. The old ways can no longer survive. It's the same with literature. There was a time when politicians trembled at the criticism of writers and people were shocked by their words. Not anymore. There was a time when the whole country read serialized novels in newspapers and celebrated the birth of great writers. Not anymore. The decline of the Korean literary world is not because the literary world did something wrong, but because the times have changed and it just happened. The oppression of the Japanese Empire, the stirrings of communism, the wounds of national division, the military regime's boots all have faded into history. In times when expression wasn't free, literature was the only means of expression. Thus, literature could be the spirit of the times. But in an era of free expression, what is literature to fight against? What should it enlighten and show? Literature should have shown beauty. that beauty lies in the love and tragedy sprouting amidst the conflict of two families, in the beauty of a knight charging into battle with chivalry and romance, and in the refreshing smile of a count who disappears over the horizon after completing all his revenge. Originally, novels were for fun, purely for fun, only fun. Fun is everything. People watch what is entertaining. When people watch, authority is established. So only fun is everything. We shouldn't have belittled drama writers for their cheesy, low-level dialogue or dismissed Japanese light novels as vulgar monstrosities. We needed to learn what needed to be learned, change what needed to be changed. But we only clung to the old ways. That's why we couldn't keep up with the changes of the times. The result is clear. Drama writers, once treated as second-rate, are now leading the Hallyu wave. The rental store market influenced by light novels has now evolved into the booming web novel market. New things are leading the era, and the old-fashioned literary world, having turned its back on the public, is stagnating in its narrow confines. That's why, during his time at Baikak Publishing, Lim Yong-wook passionately argued, "Let's change." Others said, "Hey, Lim SSI, stop talking nonsense and just keep printing worksheets." That's how Lim Yong-wook was demoted. This was his first demotion. When he was moved from the planning department, where he decided the company's direction, to a menial job of handing out pencils in the office, Lim Yong-wook saw this as a great humiliation. So, he fell for the persuasion of his only college senior in the company. Yang-wook. Yes, senior. How about managing writers? Managing writers? Yes, like managing celebrities. Let's manage writers in the same way. The senior's argument was this. In an era where college entrance essays are becoming increasingly sassy and high-nosed actors promote their own works in variety shows for PR, should authors just sit and wait, hoping their books will someday hit it big? Now, authors need to appear on TV. They need to promote themselves. They must cultivate star quality. What the literary world needs now is a shining star to represent it. They will expand the market scope and usher in a second renaissance. How about creating a pure literature idol? It'll follow you to the end, senior. Thus, a task force was formed in Baikak Entertainment, a subsidiary of the Baikak Group. Elite editors from Baikak Publishing were dispatched, and experienced staff from Baikak Entertainment who knew the ropes of celebrity management joined in. Their sole purpose: to create a star author active in the entertainment industry. That was the grand start of the Publishing Management Task Force team. And it spectacularly failed. How did it come to this? The Publishing Management Task Force team was a disaster. No, just saying it was a disaster doesn't fully capture the extent of their tragic failure. Everything built by so many people crumbled in a single moment of tragedy. As a result, the team leader, who was the senior, resigned in disgrace, and the members dispatched to the TF team returned to their original positions. However, some who had fallen out of favor with the company couldn't return. Their office was moved to a storeroom in the underground parking lot. The moment they smelled the car exhaust, the remaining team members realized, they want us to resign. Thus, the remnants of the TF team wrote their resignation letters. Except for two. A life. Now, only 2 members remained in the Baikak Entertainment Publishing Management Task Force team. Team leader Lim Yong-wook, whom everyone expected to resign soon, and the new employee, Baek Seol, the eldest daughter of the younger brother of the chairman of Baikak Group. Each carrying their own circumstances, these two continued their painful corporate life, enduring the disdainful looks of others. Team leader. Yes, I'm too embarrassed to go to the cafeteria. Me too. Then one day, while sifting through thousands of manuscripts in search of a gem, Lim Yong-wook picked up a manuscript. The title of the novel was Cause of Death. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Seasons changed in the blink of an eye. It was spring. The cherry blossoms bloomed. And surprisingly, not a single publishing house had contacted me. It's late. No, it's not that there was no contact. It was just delayed. I comforted myself with this self-hypnosis. But when not a single call came through until the end of the winter break, my heart started to race. I bit my nails anxiously and closed my eyes tightly. Do I lack talent? No. I have talent for writing novels. Said that a frog can't leap out of its well. I'm not sure how good my own writing is. But the professor who brought me to university even with a scholarship once said, with a bit more polishing you could make it big. That's how I see it. The editor, who published my work even at a loss, said, money comes second. Art comes first. And you are art. My ex-lover, who loved my writing more than I did, said, give me the next part. I believe there's a reason they said those things. I might not believe in myself, but I believe in the people who believed in me. That's how I can repay their faith. However, this resolution wavered every time I saw my empty email inbox. Moon Inseop. Stop hogging the computer and come out. Just a minute. This can't be right. There's no way. I want to play League, so move already. I was chased out of the computer room and pushed into the corridor. I sat in the hallway, staring blankly into space. I chuckled bitterly. Am I really, truly without talent? How could not a single publishing house contact me? Editors are busy. But aren't they supposed to regularly check their submissions? Yes. They must not have seen my novel yet. Surely they wouldn't have read it and thrown it in the trash thinking this isn't worth publishing, just kindling. But if this false hope keeps repeating, I might not be able to withstand the agony and might resort to using dark arts. To the Children's Literature Award. If I submit my work to the Children's Literature Award, I'd get a response right away. My goodness! For an primary student, this is a work of genius. How can such an primary student write such an outstanding novel? By the gods! For an primary student, it's perfect. The judges would be shocked, and the journalists would eagerly seek my interview. Winning the grand prize would be a given. But what meaning would there be in such success? Is it really because of my skills? Isn't it just because I traveled back in time? Right? I must not give in to such temptation. But a thought does cross my mind. Do I have any proof that I'm 22 years old? When you get down to it, there's no evidence anywhere in the world that I've lived for 22 years. The only basis is the memories in my head. Of course, I could guess future events, but that would be a very persuasive argument that I know the future, not a scientific proof that I've traveled back in time. In short, modern science can neither observe nor prove what happened to me. As a result, scientifically, I am a perfect primary school student. Does that mean I could enter a children's writing competition? No. I slapped my cheek as if to wake myself up. If I keep this up, I might really go insane. After all, waiting for the results of a competition is enough to drive anyone mad. So, I fought against the evil urges within me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Don't you think Inseop has been acting strangely lately? This question arose in the teacher's lounge of New Light Spring Orphanage, where the childcare teachers were chatting. Right. I agree. I saw him crouching in the hallway, biting his nails. His eyes seemed a bit dull and vacant, too. And sometimes he talks like he's lived his whole life already. I think it might be because of the school violence incident he faced before. The conversation shifted focus. Jong-a teacher. Yes, he. Bang Jong-a jolted, her shoulders twitching. She seemed surprised to hear her name called unexpectedly. Was there any issue when you were called to the school last time? Oh no. Nothing happened. Is that so? The day when paper cups flew, hot coffee was spilled, and she ended up holding a child's hand and crying, was one of the most tumultuous days in Bang Jong-ik's 25 years of life. She didn't want to unravel this finished chapter of her life, revealing her dark past to her colleagues, so she carelessly denied anything had happened. However, the tender-hearted Bang Jong-a was worried her silence might prevent Moon Inseop from receiving the help he might need, given his emotionally unstable appearance. Eventually, she opened her mouth again. Well, actually, her words were interrupted by a visitor. A stranger in a suit entered the teacher's lounge. He was bald. Is there a teacher named Moon Inseop here? Yes. I am Lim Yongwook, the team leader of Bikehack Entertainment's publishing management team. Is teacher Moon Inseop here? Inseop went to school today. Chapter 7, Cause of Death. Should be black. The title Cause of Death on a black cover. In white font, not solemnly, naturally and neatly. That's what this novel speaks of, the reason for death. Lim Yong-wook thought so upon seeing Cause of Death. This novel is about the reason a person died. A story of a novelist with an incurable disease reflecting on what led to their own death. He is more human than anyone, which means he is desperate. Unlike other novels, he doesn't ponder the meaning of life or his own existence. He doesn't accept death calmly. He attempts suicide, overwhelmed by excessive misfortune, unable to bear the weight of life any longer. But it's too precious to die here. It's scary. It's unjust. So he seeks out what led to his death. It's an everyday torment. At the same time, it's a torment created by humans. Parents who abandoned him, unfriendly neighbors, peers who ostracized the orphan, customers who hurled abuse, a lover who left him, an indifferent teacher, a father-in-law who refused marriage, an arrogant drunkard, a cold critic, a driver who splashed water, a rude freshman, a nosy landlord, a passerby who bumped his shoulder, a thoughtless thug. He thought his death was because of these things. Everyday torment. Numerous villains encountered since birth. The pain endured, just living an ordinary life. A hell where humans torment other humans. He believed his will to live was gradually eroded by such things until he finally faced death. That will to live is precisely humanity. A person who loses their humanity becomes a beast. A beast takes up a knife for revenge and steps out the door. Rather than dying alone and powerless, he decides to take a few of those enemies with him. This cold era affirms that, tongue-clicking at those who died unfairly, should have taken revenge instead, and applauding the exhilarating and unbridled dramas of vengeance. In an era where justice is dead, one must fulfill their own justice. The protagonist resolves to do so and picks up the knife. And the moment he steps out the door, he faces a world where white snow is falling, and a Christmas carol can be heard. Silent night, holy night, and a night swallowed by darkness. White snow falling from the night sky covers the world. The world, buried in human darkness, is embraced by the white snow. No one can count the snowflakes. The snow is infinite. Even if the snow stops, it will cycle back and fall again. Thus, the white snow eternally covers the dark world. At that moment, this novel, which had been depicting the gradual extinction of a being's humanity, breaks everything and hatches from its shell. From the conflict between humans to the meeting between humans and the world. From a tale of torment and revenge to the crossroads of life and providence. Thus, after watching the snowfall for a long time, the protagonist puts down the knife and quietly returns home to face death. The first time he tried to die, he resented everything, but the second time he forgave everything, washing away all the ugliness, torment, and enemies that had tormented him with white snowflakes. That's how it ends. Midnight, 12 o'clock. As the song announcing the end of Christmas Eve and the start of Christmas Day plays, God is born, and a human dies. Lim Yong-wook felt beauty in that ending. He fell in love with an author whose face he didn't even know. So, with a bursting heart, he searched for the author. Really, is the author really a primary school student? I'm telling you it's true. In-seop is at school right now. Editor Lim Yong-wook, 36 years old. An unbelievable miracle had come. The P1 Cause of Death. A new semester begins. It's spring, with trees and flowers blooming vibrantly. The children, now in 6th grade, go to their new classes. Some are anxious as they look at unfamiliar faces, while others run happily towards familiar ones. The beginning of a guessing game. New classrooms and new children. A new society is being formed there. If you don't make friends at the beginning of the semester, school life becomes difficult. So, the pretty ones group together, those who like idols group together, those who like soccer group together, and those who like otaku games group together. Naturally, there are also children who don't fit into any group. His name is Moon In-seop, 13 years old. He's a person of interest surrounded by ominous rumors. That's Seop. Shoo. He might hear you. On the last day before vacation, he called over some high school gangsters to deal with the kids who were bothering him. My mom said he threw hot coffee on someone. Right? That kid, his parents. Don't mess with him or you'll be in big trouble. It's generally safer to stay away from those surrounded by such sinister rumors to survive in this harsh world. But this is no ordinary place. This is a place ruled by the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail, and the law of the strongest reigns. A villain carrying such peculiar rumors is nothing more than prey to elevate the name of a swordsman. What are you so scared of?
Wow, Kim Min-yoon.
Just look at him. Hey, if you mess with him, high school gangsters will come. Really? The most important thing is to have an unbreakable spirit. Kim Min-joon, striving to be the top dog of the 6th grade class 2, rose to honor his family name. He walks towards Moon In-seop without hesitation. In his hand, he clenched a small piece of metal. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. People don't talk to themselves as much as one might think. Especially letting their thoughts slip out unintentionally is just a convenient glitch found in novels and dramas. It's a trick used by shallow writers who want to gloss over complex thoughts of characters with a single line of dialogue. A primary school student? But such words slipped out of Lim Yong-wook's mouth. He couldn't organize his thoughts otherwise. Absolutely not. A primary school student? A primary school student. A primary school student. A young child aged 7 to 12. Definitely not an age to write novels. Especially not this kind of novel. Lim Yong-wook is an editor with 10 years of experience. He even worked for 8 years at Korea's largest publishing house. He has handled countless books. The emotion he felt when he saw Cause of Death was not just admiration. It was close to conviction. This novel is beautiful. I can't keep it to myself. It must be released to the world. For that, he was even prepared to stake the last of his political life at the company. Lim Yong-wook had already bet his resignation on the success or failure of this piece. It was that kind of writing. So it absolutely cannot be the work of a primary school student. I'm the principal. You're from a publishing company? I am Lim Yong-wook, head of the Publishing Management Task Force team. I came to discuss a publishing matter. Even while meeting the principal, the doubt didn't leave him. Handing over his business card, asking for a student named Moon In-seop to be called, he wondered what on earth he was doing. Meanwhile, the principal had different thoughts. Good heavens! Bikak Entertainment coming to publish a primary school student's writing. It's a well-known conglomerate. This is a stroke of luck. A student in my school is a genius? My mouth is watering, my heart pounding. Geniuses are useful. Young geniuses even more so. They can be put to various uses. It's a well-known fact. You can take pictures with them to show off your connection, introduce them to high-ranking people for benefits, and if you can coax them into trusting you as a reliable adult, life becomes easier. You can spread the word that the genius came from your school, package it as an achievement to report to the education office, and brag about being the person who taught this child. This isn't because the principal is a greedy person. When a human passes the age of 50, such judgments are made unconsciously. The principal smiled broadly. It's for the future of a child from our school, of course I should help. We'll call him right now. Soon. An announcement echoed throughout the school. Student Moon In-seop. Moon In-seop of 6th grade, Class 2. Please come to the principal's office immediately. Lim Yong-wook and the principal waited with their respective expressions. One with doubt, the other with anticipation. As the coffee set for the guest began to cool, a knock sounded at the principal's office door. Knock! Knock! The principal responded. Please come in. The child the adults were looking for entered cautiously. The principal, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. Moon In-seop's glasses were locked with a padlock. What did you call me for? The reason the teacher called you is no, your glasses. Lim Yong-wook couldn't properly see Moon In-seop's face. Naturally, because of the lock on his glasses. Thus, his first impression of Moon In-seop was formed by the boy's actions, attire, and manner of speaking. What's with those glasses? Just a minor prank among friends. The child sat down on the sofa before the principal could even ask him to. He was not afraid of adults. Moreover, the term prank among friends hinted at adults won't do much even if you report it. He seemed to be sensitive to cold, as he wore a blanket over his shoulders, and there were signs of frequent biting on his nails and lips. Cynical, twisted, on guard, and he made no effort to hide it. It wasn't mere childish petulance. Rather, it was closer to a bold confidence. Where does such confidence come from? The answer was obvious. Confidence in his own abilities. This child is already a pro. My goodness. Lim Yong-wook intuitively accepted the fact that this child was the author of Cause of Death. It wasn't a rational judgment, but the atmosphere suggested it. No one else but this child could have written that novel. It was more a revelation than intuition. Lim Yong-wook wasn't the only one who felt this subtle emotion. An inexplicable connection or perhaps destiny, beyond logic and reason. The boy who felt such things slightly smiled. He took off his glasses with the lock. His lifeless eyes turned towards a past connection. Did you come from a publishing company? ******. I came from Baikak Publishing. Neither an introduction nor a greeting. Lim Yong-wook said those ambiguous words and barged into my rooftop room. That was my first encounter with editor Lim Yong-wook. He kicked at the clothes and blankets scattered on the floor with his sock-covered feet and said, "You live in a place like this?" I think my pride was hurt by his words. I retorted, "What have you contributed to me living in a place like this?" Looking back, the hierarchical relationship between an unknown novelist and an editor from Baikak Publishing was clear. That's why I couldn't stop a stranger from entering my home uninvited. And yet, to snap back immediately at his remark, "You live in a place like this?" was impulsive of me. But Lim Yong-wook just smirked at my response. "Your parents aren't around?" Not having parents wasn't my fault. However, every time I heard that fact stated outright, I would freeze up as if I'd been caught in a major wrongdoing. Lim Yong-wook saw me freeze and scolded me. Goodness. Then you should apply for a housing loan and enter the housing lottery. Why are you wasting tens of thousands a month on a shabby monthly rental? Housing lottery. Housing loan. I had no idea what those were. You're such a fool, it'll cover any urgent expenses, so you should move out first. I asked him who he thought he was to say such things. You submitted a novel to the Baikak Literary Award, didn't you? I did. I'm in charge of that. You won the grand prize. I hugged Lim Yong-wook and jumped around like a madman. It happened when I was 21. Even after that, he had an unusual fondness for my writing. While my books repeatedly failed in sales and everyone criticized my writing, Lim Yong-wook published them, silencing all objections. Naturally, they didn't sell well. After all, I wasn't the kind of writer whose works sold well to begin with. But Lim Yong-wook published my books despite all the criticism he received. When asked why, his answer was quite artistic. Money is secondary. Art comes first. And you're art. He was someone who strangely loved my writing. And within the flow of this peculiar time, all these events had become as if they never happened. But perhaps his tastes were the same even in his youth. Lim Yong-wook had sought me out first, again. Is it really okay to do this? It's fine to skip school a few times in primary school, you know. We were on the second floor of a hamburger joint near the school. There was still a long way to go until school ended. But what did I care? School's permission? I don't recognize it. Moon In-sip, a sixth grader in primary school, isn't afraid of skipping school without permission. Well, I wasn't exactly a good kid when I was young either. Lim Yong-wook said self-deprecatingly while looking at his hamburger. I just played around without a care. It was the same when I was in high school. That's why I ended up at a not-so-famous university. Is that so? I think I finally got my act together and studied hard in college. That's when I really started to dream. What kind of dream? Lim Yong-wook spoke as if reminiscing. To sell beautiful writing to the whole world. I knew that he had lost a friend in an accident when he was younger. And that person used to write. I knew because he had told me himself. But now that was a thing of the past, so I changed the subject without showing any signs of knowing. How did you find my writing? It was good. Very beautiful. Beautiful enough to be published? Of course. That's why I came looking for you. So let's do it. What? Let's make a contract. Lim Yongwook was startled. A natural reaction, really. But how can you just decide something like that on the spot? Then why didn't you ask me if I really am the author of the manuscript? You could have questioned how a primary school student could write something like that. Well, it's a feeling, right? Yes, it's that kind of feeling. I just got the feeling too. He'll sign a contract with you, team leader Lim Yongwook. I made that decision, and then I sipped my cola through a straw, carefree like a child. Lim Yongwook watched me and reprimanded as if I was being ridiculous. You don't even know what a contract entails who agrees to one without even reading it. Kid, should I ask the orphanage teachers about it? That would be right, wouldn't it? So how can you trust the orphanage teachers? Even if you show the contract to the teachers, how can they spot any hidden toxic clauses a big corporation might have included? And it's not like the orphanage is going to hire a lawyer just for me. That's true. Orphans usually get shortchanged even when they do part-time jobs. It's just the reality. Lim Yongwook seemed to be gradually getting used to me. Suddenly, I thought I might finally be able to satisfy a long-standing curiosity. Why did he like my writing so much? I asked Lim Yongwook, not the inscrutable and thick-skinned 46-year-old executive director, but the somewhat easygoing and sly 36-year-old team leader. So, what did you like about my novel? That's a tough question. Lim Yongwook took a moment to think. In that time, I managed to eat 4 pieces of French fries. You said my novel was beautiful, right? Yes. Let's say beauty is like light. Yes. For there to be light, there must be darkness. You have such a philosophy, I see. Yes. That darkness matched my code. Loneliness, pain, deprivation, poverty, you describe these not overly tragically, but as something fateful and ordinary. He hesitated for a moment. Actually, I'm also from an orphanage. Oh, don't ever tell anyone. So that's how it was. That's how it became. That's how it happened. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Well, that's how it went. Baek Seol was flustered. What nonsense was this balding boss spouting now? You just stamped the contract there and then? That kid, since he didn't have a seal, just signed it. You didn't do any particular verification to confirm he's the real author? From what I saw, he seemed like the author. Baek Seol would probably turn red with anger if she spoke out, but at times like this, she sometimes thought this is why he messed up projects. However, Lim Yongwook casually hummed a tune, sat at his desk, and leaned back in his chair. He then put on an eye mask and stretched out. Company tour is in the afternoon, so Baek Seol, you might as well rest your eyes until then. I just came to work, you know? So what? Are you going to keep scrutinizing manuscripts in the inbox like you usually do? We've already decided on the author we're going to focus on. You didn't even ask for my opinion. You, a new employee, want to make decisions? Really now? Back in my day, you had to make coffee for about 25 years before you were allowed to touch a manuscript. Baek Seol stormed off in frustration and started organizing the scattered manuscripts around the office. The office was a mess due to the numerous manuscripts brought in from various places in the hope of finding a gem of a writer. Suddenly, a thought struck her. By the way, team leader. Your team leader is sleeping. Author Moon? Is it right to call him that? Anyway, won't that friend run away seeing the office in this state when he comes? Lim Yongwook startled and lifted his eye mask. Piles of manuscripts everywhere. Dust bunnies rolling on the floor. Coffee creamers and paper cups overflowing in the trash bin. It was hard to tell if this was an office or a garbage dump. Familiar as it was to him, it would be a shocking scene for anyone else. Lim Yongwook quickly got up and started looking for a broom and dustpan. He had to make this pigsty of an office at least somewhat presentable before the young genius arrived. Hurry up. Clean it up. You were just sleeping, now why the sudden rush? Knock. Knock. Following the knock, the door opens. Is this where team leader Lim Yongwook? Their eyes met as Lim Yongwook, who was frantically stuffing trash into a garbage bag, and Moon In Sip stood in the doorway. The balding team leader smiled wryly. Welcome. I think you'll just leave. No, you can't. Chapter 8, Cause of Death. Bikehack Group, a major conglomerate in South Korea. Often referred to as Bikehack Media Group, this group was literally a chaebol that dominated Korea's media. Newspapers, broadcasting, entertainment, advertising, movies, etc. True cultural empire. A title befitting this gigantic corporation. Naturally, this culture included books. No, rather, books were the foundation of Bikehack. It all started a long time ago with a small bookstore run by the founder. Thanks to such a history, even in an era where the glory of works that thrilled the entire nation was forgotten, the honor of great writers was buried in scandals, and no one cared about such things, and literature became a cheap joke, Bikehack was still pouring money into the publishing business, accepting the deficits. After all, Bikehack Group was sincere about publishing. That sincerity is Bikehack Publishing, the largest publisher in Korea. Lim Yong-wook's previous life employer was also Bikehack Publishing. But Bikehack Entertainment? What does this mean? Wait, I can explain everything. The P1 cause of death. The subway entered the Han River Bridge. The Han River, which cuts across Seoul, revealed itself beyond the window. The morning sun reflecting on the water surface was dazzling. I squinted my eyes and turned my gaze inside the cabin. The lively scene of Line 1 came into view. Korea's subway is truly a hotbed of pluralism. There are peddlers who drag carts around, offering happiness for 5,000 won, and there are heresy inquisitors who feel called to save souls and hunt heretics. Noisy, but there are aspects of it that I like. Because you encounter countless people, literally. People in suits, school uniforms, sportswear, hiking clothes, etc., each wearing different clothes with their own expressions going their own ways. It's a landscape where infinite colors, variables, and emotions are mixed, with numerous lives sailing towards their own destinations. Why is that old man expressionless? Is it because his heart is worn out, or has he reached a state of peace over the years? Why are those two rubbing against each other and kissing in public? Are they blinded by love, lacking in manners, finding their own kind, or is one of them just trying to appease the other? Isn't it stimulating to the imagination? Isn't it thrilling? Sounds like a creepy pervert. Of course, I didn't hear anything nice when I said this to my ex-lover. Anyway, one of the advantages of becoming a primary school student was that the subway fare was less than half that of an adult. So, with the meager allowance from the orphanage, I was able to come to the heart of Seoul. By the way, I skipped school without permission. But who could judge me? That was the limit of this country's justice system. Have I arrived? When I visited the address Lim Yong-wook told me to come to, I saw a crowd surrounding the entrance of the building. Journalists with cameras, schoolgirls in uniforms, men in strange clothes, etc. Occasionally, good-looking people would come and go from the building, and each time, this suspicious crowd would let out a strange cheer of wow. I should have realized something was odd then. Hey, you can't go in here. When I tried to enter the building after barely making my way through the crowd with my small body, a robust security guard stopped me. I'm here to see team leader Lim Yong-wook of the Publishing Management TF team. What? Publishing? Do we have such a team in our company? The security guard looked puzzled, and another guard joined in. That, there. The parking lot. You mean there? Are there still people there? Just let them go. Seems like they're family of someone from that side. It's pitiful. Aren't they entertainment reporters trying to break into the entrance? Then you take them. That's a bit bothersome. The security guards, after a brief murmuring among themselves, eventually let me pass. One looked somewhat uneasy, while the other looked at me with pity. But the strangeness didn't end there. What's going on? Why isn't it here? The large directory on the first floor of the lobby. The name of the Publishing Management TF team wasn't listed there. Actor Management Division 1, Singer Management Division 2, AVA-R, Training Room, Marketing Team, Content Production Office, Record Business Division, Film Business Division, etc. Even after scanning every directory from the first to the 8th floor, I couldn't find Publishing Management. Eventually, I stopped a woman passing by. Excuse me. Oh my. What a surprise. How did you get in? You look like an primary school student. I spoke to the security and got in, and yes, I am an primary school student. I'm here to see team leader Lim Yongwook of the Publishing Management TF team. What? Publishing? Our company doesn't do publishing, does it? She looked doubtful and called over a man in a suit passing by. Ah, director. What's the matter? This kid here is looking for the publishing management team. Do we have such a team in our company? I saw it. The moment the man, referred to as the director, heard the word publishing, he flinched. Kid, what exactly are you here for? No, never mind. Anyway, go to the underground level 3 parking lot. There's only one office there, you'll find it easily. An office in the parking lot? It was a bit odd, but since I hadn't exactly experienced company life, I just thought maybe that's how it was here. As befitting a building with a large lobby, the parking lot was spacious too. The lighting was dim, and it was deserted, giving off a vibe as if zombies might appear at any moment. Moon In-seop, a 6th grader, was weak against such a creepy atmosphere. Ironically, I was the most occult being in the world. Then, I heard a murmuring sound from somewhere. I headed towards the source of the sound. From the outside, it was indistinguishable from a storage room. Clean it up. Why so suddenly? There seemed to be people inside. When I opened the door, what appeared to be an office, albeit barely, was revealed. Is this where team leader Lim Yongwook is? Lim Yongwook was distinctly stepping on a trash can. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. TF team office. The office, barely made to look like one from an old warehouse, had a small table for receiving guests. Moon In-seop sat there, glaring at Lim Yongwook with a sullen face. Lim Yongwook, awkwardly smiling, avoided the boy's gaze and wiped off his sweat with a handkerchief. You said it was a publishing house. I said it was the publishing management TF team. Did you deceive me? Author Moon, don't be too angry. Well? What's well? Bikehack Publishing or Bikehack Entertainment, it's all the same Bikehack, so isn't it okay? Moon In-seop stood up and bowed politely. Goodbye then. Don't go. If you leave, we're doomed. Lim Yongwook barely managed to calm the boy down and got him to sit again. Baek Seol brought the boy a hot chocolate. She was a person with thick glasses, unkempt spiky hair, and noticeable dark circles under her eyes. A steaming paper cup was placed on the table. Author Moon, please have some of this. Thank you. And you can speak casually, Editor Nuna. Could I borrow a glasses cleaner by any chance? Sure. Baek Seol seemed pleased to be called Editor Nuna. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. I couldn't tell if she preferred being called Editor or Nuna. Lim Yongwook clicked his tongue, seeing her reaction. Hey, Author Moon. She's not an editor, just an assistant. Isn't that the same for you, Team Leader Lim? You've been demoted, haven't you? Yes, what do you know? The boy casually cleaned his glasses with the cloth Baek Seol provided, replying leisurely. It's obvious. An office in the underground parking lot? It's like a corridor in front of a bathroom. Isn't it? A subtle way to say, write your resignation and get out or something like that. Thump. A metaphorical arrow struck Lim Yongwook in the heart. I thought you said publishing management, so I assumed it was about publishing planning. Why is he like that? He was actually in the real publishing planning department before he got demoted. Ah, I see. 2 metaphorical arrows had now struck Lim Yongwook's heart. Baek Seol shot the final arrow. From what I know, you also failed in a project here. Oh no. 3 metaphorical arrows had now struck Lim Yongwook's heart. Lim Yongwook, half dead with anger, stood up. Hey, Baek Seol, why are you telling him every little thing? Why not? I'm just an assistant, not an editor, right? They'll make you an editor starting today, so just keep quiet. Okay. Having finally silenced Baek Seol, Lim Yongwook breathed heavily. His face, flushed red, somewhat resembled a scalded octopus. Anyway, you can publish my book, right? Of course. Absolutely. I'm Lim Yongwook, the ace of Bikehack Publishing's publishing planning department. Why don't you add former in front of that? It'll be back there. Meanwhile, as Moon In-seop toyed with Lim Young-wook, Baek Seol watched the boy with a slightly suspicious look. Is this child really the author of Cause of Death? He seems mature for his age, but she still can't feel the presence of a genius with sparkling talent. To clear her doubts, Baek Seol asked a meaningful question. How did you come to write the novel Cause of Death? Moon In-seop, sipping hot chocolate, calmly replied, You're doubting whether I'm really an author. It's not like that. Singers sing, actors act. Artists who perform through actions have a performance. But authors practice the art of recording. Then how should an author show their art? Naturally, through books. But creation often relies on spontaneous inspiration. That's why many fail to write at the same level again. That's what one-hit wonders are. Then where is the proof that I am the author of Cause of Death? Even if I wrote it, the true owner of that novel was me at that time, not the me of now, right? Humanity isn't permanent. Depending on family circumstances or blood alcohol levels, a person can be an angel or a devil. Depending on age, one can be a child or an adult. The true owner of an old toy is the child who used and loved it the most. And the true owner of a wedding ring is the one at the wedding ceremony, heart-pounding with passionate love. The meaning embedded in objects and perceptions change over time. Then what is it that humans can truly own in this strange flow of time? Baek Seol was silent. Her eyes lacked focus. She seemed slightly lost. Moon In-seop prompted her. What is it? Are you admitting you have less philosophical insight than a sixth grader? No, it's not that, but... Baek Seol's eyes began to spin wildly. Lim Young-wook, with a wicked smile, gleefully interjected. Can't you even answer that? Quick answer. Editor Baek Seol. Hey, and you call yourself an editor? Finally, Baek Seol had no choice but to humiliatingly acknowledge her ignorance. Her face, flushed red with embarrassment, seemed to sink.
I don't know.
Successfully having made a fool of Baek Seol, Lim Young-wook wheeled his chair closer to Moon In-seop and whispered slyly. But what's the actual answer to that? How would I know? Moon In-seop, regardless, had established the fact that he was indeed the author of Cause of Death. Well, if you need proof, I have the original manuscript and plot of the novel at my place before any revisions. I can bring it to you if needed. Baek Seol muttered to herself. Then why am I even? Anyway, the important thing is that I am the author of Cause of Death, right? Moon In-seop looked back and forth between Lim Young-wook and Baek Seol as he asked this question. He then pointed to the office, which was somewhat organized but clearly still resembled a warehouse. But are you the right editors to publish my novel? The atmosphere suddenly became somber. Baek Seol was well aware of the TF team's situation, and Lim Young-wook was recalling the team's past. Of course, it's true that I've already agreed to work with team leader Lim Young-wook. But isn't there something more important than that? In reality, the contract between Moon In-seop and Lim Young-wook had no legal effect yet because it lacked the signature of a legal guardian from the orphanage. However, through their conversation, Lim Young-wook had confirmed that Moon In-seop was exceptionally intelligent, and they had agreed to publish a book together. This was far more important than any contract. It was about trust, right? Lim Young-wook finally spoke. He'll explain everything. What happened here? ******. The publishing management TF team was an organization launched to create a star author. The focus here was not on star author but on creating. You're going to create a star author? How? We spent weeks just discussing that. Baikak Publishing's elite editors and veteran marketers from Baikak Entertainment came together. Considering their academic backgrounds, skills, and experience, they were the industry's top talent. Although the team leader, a senior of Lim Young-wook who graduated from a local university, had some leadership issues, he skillfully managed and led the discussions. These elites, after intense meetings, focused on Korea's fervor for education. Novels are dead, but educational books still sell really well. They approached the essence. A book is a product. People who want to buy that product are those who want to learn something. A book is a tool for imparting knowledge. People who want to learn are diverse. Men and women of all ages want to learn something. But if you gather them all, minors would be the majority. Young children have the least amount of total knowledge. Thus, they needed to create an author for children. Wow, that sounds plausible. Right? Doesn't it? What do you think? The planning didn't end there. Children don't have economic power. It's mostly mothers who buy books for their children. Therefore, the ideal image would be an attractive male who appeals to mothers. Additionally, based on the common perception people have of authors, the ideal would be someone of a higher age group so that people can comfortably respect and trust them. Lastly, to gain the support of the younger generation leading the trends, the author needed to be kind, intelligent, and open-minded. The final concept that emerged from all these considerations was book reading grandpa. So, it doesn't matter what kind of novel he writes, the writing can be done by someone else. That's really trashy. Whether it's using a ghostwriter, teaching him how to write, or inserting a team of co-authors, the content of the book can be resolved one way or another. The important thing was the image. To entertain children and suck in YouTube views, to gain widespread respect in society by being kind, to attract the mom brigade with good looks, and to satisfy the younger generation's desire to be acknowledged by the older generation. Just spouting things like, the pain young people experience is all because of our older generation's mistakes. We adults are sorry. Getting into college and finding a job these days is incredibly harder compared to our time. Young people nowadays are far more remarkable than people from the past, thereby filling their void. While big corporations, really. I'm embarrassed too, so keep it down. The speechless, really. Big corporations are ruthless. The publishing management TF team's plan was progressing smoothly. Fortunately, they found and trained the right talent. Planned a glamorous debut by arranging a 6-month broadcasting schedule, and perfectly prepared everything from a YouTube channel to the books the star author would publish. They were just about to start. But then, the author we scouted. What about the author? What is it? He did something. What did he do? With his student. And that's how the TF team blew up. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. And that's what happened. Having finished his long explanation, Lim Yong-wook laughed weakly, as if his soul had left his body. Baek Seol, hearing the full story for the first time, couldn't easily hide her shock. Amidst the silence of the two adults, the boy cautiously approached Lim Yong-wook and patted his shoulder. You've been through a tough battle. It wasn't my fault, it was all because of that bastard. But now you want to use me for that failed plan? Lim Yong-wook's eyes sparkled like a man obsessed with gambling. We can succeed this time. His finger pointed at Moon In-seop. With you! Chapter 9, Cause of Death. People usually live their lives being called by names they did not choose. In general, names are given by parents. But not in my case. The person who named me was Moon Chung-jae, the director of New Light Spring Orphanage. A devout Christian, he vowed to take care of the orphans as his own children and, as part of that vow, he passed on his family surname and generational name to the children he could name. Thus, all the children who entered the New Light Spring Orphanage without a name were surnamed Moon. The boys' names ended with Sip, and the girls simply had pretty names. This is because, traditionally, generational names are only given to males. Therefore, the girls at our orphanage, while grumbling about this being an old-fashioned gender discrimination, also teasingly called the boys the Moon Dang-seop series. TL. Dang equals wrong. Because their names were all Moon O-seop, they were called Moon Dang-seop. Yeah. That's all there was to it. My connection with director Moon Chung-jae was just that much. An orphanage director is like a school principal. The principal doesn't directly teach the children but handles important administrative work that the kids don't know much about. Also, since the New Light Spring Orphanage was quite large, director Moon Chung-jae often spent time outside building relationships with VIP sponsors. Well, that's subjective, as some easygoing kids freely went in and out of the director's office and were close with director Moon Chung-jae. But that didn't apply to me, who was closer to books than to people. No. Looking back, I think I just hated the orphanage itself. Perhaps the psychology of hating the fate of being born in an orphanage turned into an attitude of finding the orphanage itself repulsive. Why am I suddenly thinking about this? Really, is our Inseop a genius? Yes. So please calm down a bit, teacher. Oh Lord. Thank you. Thank you. While watching director Moon Chung-jae, who held Lim Yong-wook and burst into tears, I just had this thought. I didn't know this person well. The P1 cause of death. Obviously, to formally contract with the Publishing Management Task Force team, I needed the approval of a legal guardian. And my legal guardian was director Moon Chung-jae. Thus, Lim Yong-wook and Baek Seol came to New Light Spring Orphanage fully prepared to persuade director Moon Chung-jae in case of any contingency. It's because if director Moon Chung-jae made a fuss over the contract, things could get very complicated. However, the meeting with director Moon Chung-jae was not long. At the end of Lim Yong-wook's explanation, he asked 3 questions. Inseop, is this the path you want to take? I answered yes. Team leader Lim, is this child's talent genuine? Lim Yong-wook assured it was. Miss Baek, can I trust you both? Baek Seol nodded resolutely. Then Moon Chung-jae signed without hesitation, and the meeting was over. What followed was a prayer time. Come, everyone join hands. Let's pray. Our Father in heaven. Director Moon Chung-jae, as if he himself were a pastor, gathered the hands of me, Lim Yong-wook, and Baek Seol and prayed for a while, even shedding tears during the prayer. Since none of the 3 of us were Christian, it was a deeply moving time only for director Moon Chung-jae, and a somewhat burdensome 20 minutes for us. Excessive kindness can cause fatigue to those who are not ready to receive it. Hence, Lim Yong-wook and Baek Seol left the director's office almost exhausted. I don't know if we made a contract or attended a worship service. Baek Seol's words were picked up by Lim Yong-wook. He is a good person, indeed. Now, if I concluded with director Moon Chung-jae has always been deeply religious and a good person, the conversation would end. But being a somewhat twisted guy, this thought crossed my mind. If director Moon Chung-jae really thought of me as his own child, would he have so readily stamped the contract without even looking closely at it? Wouldn't he have scrutinized every single word of the contract, suspecting the unfamiliar suited individuals, to protect me from any potential danger? If it had been in my past life, such thoughts would have burst out of my mouth, causing trouble for others, but fortunately, I had learned to hold back my words. Still, I couldn't just agree and move on without any concern, so while suppressing the sudden craving for a cigarette, I suggested, why don't we go for a meal to celebrate the signing of the contract? Oh, a meal sounds good. How about udon? You like udon, right? They don't give you a corporate card at the company, do they? You're like a ghost, really. You. How did he know? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 servings of udon, please. All right. Order received. There were many people opting for inexpensive udon for lunch. The restaurant was small, so conversations from adjacent tables were quite audible. Put negatively, it was noisy. Positively, it was lively. In the place filled with the smell of udon broth, we sat around a table for 4. Lim Yong-wook sat alone, while Baek Seol took a seat next to me. It must have been slightly uncomfortable for a man in his 30s and a woman in her 20s to sit side by side at such a small table. I stopped observing my surroundings as usual. I couldn't write anything with this udon shop scene. What I was interested in at the moment was the contract. I felt I could write something with it. I intently looked at the contract inside a transparent plastic file, specifically at director Moon Chung-jae's name. Moon Chung-jae. Of course, it's not that director Moon Chung-jae doesn't love me, but he signed the contract too lightly. That was the weight of his love. Moon Chung-jae's love is the love of Christianity. He learned his beliefs from the Bible. Moon Chung-jae's love is the love of God. And the love of God has no price. It's just given away. That's why it's light. On the other hand, the love of parents, which I craved all my life but couldn't obtain from the moment I was born, has a price. Parents send their genes to the next generation, hoping for the propagation of their species, wishing their unfulfilled dreams are achieved by their children, and expecting their children to grow up and take care of them, as children are extensions of their parents. Children are their parents' dreams. Thus, a parent's love is heavy. The love of God and the love of parents. Light love and heavy love. How can I turn this into a beautiful story? Do you like the contract that much? You're staring at it as if to burn a hole through it. Snapped out of my thoughts, I looked up. Lim Yong-wook, sitting opposite me, was smiling teasingly. I thought you were an old soul, but you have a cute side too? Baek Seol teased Lim Yong-wook. Team leader calling him an old soul? Aren't you being too harsh on our author Moon? Hey, I discovered him. Since when is he our author Moon? Does the order matter? Does the thought that counts? Author Moon would probably prefer me over an old man calling him an old soul, right? Right, Author Moon? Perhaps because the contract was successfully completed, the two adults seemed a bit excited. They were so thrilled that jokes about who was better started to come out. To escape the awkward topic, I changed the subject. You can speak more casually, Editor Nuna. No, it's all right. We've stamped the contract, haven't we? From now on, Author Moon is our customer. There are already many skeptical eyes because of my age, so I should be more careful with my words. Baek Seol used the English word customer with an exceptionally fluent pronunciation. Caught off guard by this, Lim Yong-wook chuckled and responded. Baek Seol speaks English well, right? She's from Oxford's English department. Ah, team leader. Why would you mention that? Since you're aspiring to be a translator, if Moon's novel hits big and goes for international publication, Baek Seol can translate it, right? Better make a good impression now. Oxford. Suddenly, Baek Seol's disheveled hair didn't seem like a result of neglect, but rather like the relaxed demeanor of a highly educated eccentric who didn't bother much with self-grooming. The dark circles under her eyes didn't seem like they were from watching YouTube all night, but rather as if they were from staying up reading academic papers. I poured water into Baek Seol's stainless steel cup with both hands in a respectful manner. Actually, I think I prefer Editor Baek over Team Leader Lim. It's already too late for that, you know? Baek Seol jokingly responded while subtly smiling and sipping the water I poured for her. I didn't bother to ask why such a talent was wasting away in Bikehack Entertainment's underground parking lot. It must be a complicated situation. Anyway, my second life as a writer was off to a tumultuous start. Contracting with a strange editorial department that uses a warehouse-turned-office in an underground parking lot is something I can't forget. Still, since Lim Yong-wook becomes an executive at Bikehack Publishing 10 years later, things should work out somehow, but my worries about the uncertain future didn't completely disappear. Sigh. After taking a bite of the udon that just arrived, I let out a sigh. Lim Yong-wook flinched preemptively. Does the udon not suit your taste? I'm sorry. It's because I don't have money. Those jerks didn't even give me a corporate card. No, it's just that my mind is a bit complicated right now. After the contract was signed with the director's stamp, my head just got cluttered. Is that so? Don't think too hard about it. Just think of it as joining an agency. From now on, you're our contracted author for the next 3 years. Baek Seol smoothly chimed in with a gentle smile. Publishing management might sound complicated, but the job is simpler than you think. Well, negotiate with publishers on behalf of Author Moon, handle marketing, and take care of everything from book design to distribution. If you happen to go on shows like variety programs, well, also handle the negotiations and act as your manager. In other words, it's like management for authors. Exactly. From now on, Author Moon, you just need to focus on writing. Well, take care of everything else. Yeah. Trust us and leave it to us. Our necks are on the line for this job. 2. Team leader. What? It's the truth. If I can't make him a success, I'm out with my resignation. Sigh still in front of the kid. It seemed Baek Seol, while polite in her words, still saw me as a child, and Lim Yong-wook, despite his casual language, treated me as an adult. Maybe he understands from his own experience that kids from orphanages tend to mature quickly. Or perhaps he gained some understanding of me from reading my book. Or maybe it's just his personality. As I quietly observed Lim Yong-wook and Baek Seol, Lim suddenly noticed my gaze and looked at me. Are you looking at my hair? Ah, no, that's not it. What's wrong with it? Lim Yong-wook casually smiled and ran his hand over his smooth head. I started balding at a young age. Rather than carrying the shame of an M-shaped hairline, I decided to honorably shave it all off. I see. That was more information than I needed to know. After taking a bite of his udon, Lim Yongwook asked me, "By the way, do you already have a pen name in mind?" "A pen name?" "Yes. Given your age, we probably can't reveal your identity right away. Well, initially publish the book anonymously. Once the book gains some popularity, then we can introduce you to the world. How does that sound? Not bad, right?" "Yes. I just want to be able to publish my book. Or, to be precise, I don't mind as long as I can write." "Good. So, do you have any pen name in mind?" A pen name. There was one name I used to use. This Mun In. Mun as in writing and In as in person." "Oh, you just removed Sip from your name? That's quite good. The name itself feels a bit innate. I'm thinking of changing my legal name to that when I get older." "What? You're planning to change your name? Why?" "Well, in college, I didn't want anyone to find out that I came from an orphanage. I was sick and tired of being called Siep Siep throughout my school days. I didn't want to live my life with a name I hadn't chosen. And now there's one more reason. Moon In Siep is already dead. I couldn't explain all these complex feelings. So I said this instead. Just Siep feels a bit old-fashioned." Hearing this, the two adults showed complicated expressions. Unable to bear their gaze, I changed the subject. "Anyway, can you publish the book quickly?" "Of course. Definitely. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. No way." Yang Sung-jun, the publishing planning director of Bikehack Publishing, gave a firm answer. He was a person who planned publications. Whether it was novels, educational materials, cookbooks, history books, all of them. Publishing houses usually decide everything before publishing a book. They plan in advance what kind of concept for the book, which author to assign, what design to use, what marketing methods to employ, which printing company to go through, in short, how to publish the book. This is called planned publishing, the most common business model. Therefore, the director in charge of planning held a very powerful position. Naturally, this position was conventionally a direct route to becoming the head of the publishing business division, as long as no major issues arose. Also, naturally, Yang Sung-jun was in the direct line of the current head of the publishing business division and was like his right hand. At the same time, he was the person who had wrecked Lim Yongwook's corporate life. "Hey, team leader Lim, you should bring something reasonable. Just coming in with a manuscript and asking to publish it, how am I supposed to accept that? Why won't you do it? Isn't the Publishing Management TF team a subsidiary of Bikehack Publishing? This is so tiresome." The atmosphere in the publishing planning office was like walking on thin ice. An ex-colleague who had been demoted was causing a scene, so the staff under the director had stopped all their work. Even setting aside personal feelings, this was a spectacle not to be missed. "Is that Lim Yongwook? Seems like it. He's still with the company? Tough guy, really tough." Sensing the mood in the office, Director Yang Sung-jun wore a skewed smile. "Hey, team leader Lim. Let's be frank here. Go ahead. Why can't you publish this manuscript?" "No, not about the book, you. Director Yang Sung-jun pointed at Lim Yongwook with his index finger. "You, who ruined the TF team, are still not writing your resignation. Let's say that's fine. Maybe you have your reasons, like those we sometimes see in the news, skimming off your salary. Then you should just be thankful to the company and stay quiet. Why come here to the headquarters and dare to command a director to publish books and such?" Lim Yongwook didn't confront him about whether he and his upper management knew about the scandal involving the main author of the TF, which led to its dissolution. Nor did he question the legality of Yang Sung-jun unilaterally dismissing the TF team's proposals, which wasn't supposed to be possible according to company regulations. That would have been meaningless. Instead, he asked this. "Then let's not talk about me, let's talk about the book. In your opinion, is this manuscript not good enough to be published?" "No, it was good enough to be published." That was Yang Sung-jun's judgment. But what does that matter? Cause of death? Not bad. This professional level. But what does that mean? Publishing such a novel would at best attract a few critics who would read it. They would chat among themselves in their narrow world, saying this part was good, that part was good, and that's the end of it. If it had been entered in a major spring literary contest, depending on the preferences of the judges, it might have had a chance at the grand prize. Then it would have made a spectacular debut as a star author, with the help of newspaper companies and literary circles. But what does that matter? There are plenty of authors out there besides this one. Once you reach the professional level, the quality of books is more or less the same. From that point on, each author only has their own unique characteristics and strengths and weaknesses, excluding those at the level of world literature classics. In this reality, all that remains is the value of a name. What literary awards have been received, how large a fan base is gathered, how sharply the work has been critiqued, how much marketing budget has been poured in. Sales are determined not by the work itself, but by these factors. That's the era we live in. In such times, with so many renowned authors knocking on the doors of Bikac Publishing, bringing a manuscript from an unknown newcomer and asking to publish it? Even if it were brought by someone charming, it would be a maybe, but this manuscript was brought by the person he hated the most. Why would he feel like publishing it? Director Yang Sung-joon had nothing to offer but a sneer. In my opinion, this manuscript is garbage. Yang Sung-joon flung the manuscript onto the floor. Take it and go back. To your office. Lim Yong-wook stood silently, his expression shocked. Then, humiliated, he bent down to pick up the manuscript. Yang Sung-joon watched him and muttered quietly. Yong-wook has lost a lot of his spirit. Lim Yong-wook, ignoring Yang Sung-joon's mocking tone, turned around with a stiff face and left, without even a moment to look back at the scene in the publishing planning department. He entered the elevator amidst the murmurs of his former colleagues. Even alone in the elevator, Lim Yong-wook maintained his stern expression. Because there were company CCTVs, he kept that same expression even when he got into his car in the parking lot. Because of other vehicles' dashcams. It was only when his car had completely left the Bikac Publishing building and was on the road that he finally took out the recorder from his pocket and stopped the recording. Clear evidence that director Yang Sung-joon had rejected the manuscript of Moon In-seop. No, author Moon. That was now in Lim Yong-wook's hands. Definitely it was you who did this, you bastard. Gripping the steering wheel, Lim Yong-wook's hands tensed. His face, reflected in the rearview mirror, was smiling wickedly. His eyes, bloodshot, glittered with ambition. I will definitely return. Everything was going according to plan. Chapter 10, Cause of Death. Bikac Publishing rejected the publication. Baek Seol was shocked. Her mouth fell open, clearly not having anticipated this. A fly will fly into your mouth if you keep it open like that. Baek Seol closed her mouth. It wasn't that she heeded Lim Yong-wook's advice to prevent a fly from entering her mouth, but rather she was angered by the team leader making a boring joke in such a situation. Then where on earth are we going to publish? What about marketing and distribution? And the cover design and printing? Baek Seol trembled with worry about what to do next. To Lim Yong-wook, her concerns seemed laughably trivial. Why aren't new employees treated like people? It's because they can't contribute the work of one full person. That was Baek Seol's current state. She was like a chirping chick. After all, even the ambitious 26-year-old new employee Lim Yong-wook took a long time to realize that he was an idiot. As a life senior, what else could he do but embrace her with a broad mind? He didn't even bother to mention that if Bikac Publishing had published the book, success would have been credited to Yang Sung-joon, the chief of the publishing planning department, and failure would have fallen on them. Nor did he explain that he had visited the publishing planning department in advance, swallowing his pride to prevent this, and how this might be a strategic move for the future. Explaining office politics to a chick who doesn't even know how to publish a book? That's absurd. So Lim Yong-wook said this. You ignorant thing. Baek Seol, despite being the eldest granddaughter of the second son of a chaebol chairman, prided herself on having an open mind. However, as a graduate of the English Literature Department at Oxford's Lincoln College, it was a slightly complicated feeling to be called ignorant by Lim Yong-wook, who graduated from a less prestigious local university with a confusing name. Lim Yong-wook spoke with a somewhat enlightened expression. I will teach you how to publish a book. Baek Seol didn't say it out loud, but she thought that with his bald head and enlightened expression, He somewhat resembled a monk offering to teach her something. How are you going to do it without even involving BICAC publishing? If you throw enough money at it, every problem can be solved. The P1 cause of death. Publishing one's own book is as difficult as picking stars from the sky. No matter how good your writing is, if it doesn't catch an editor's eye, it will be buried without a trace. And if you participate in a contest, you'll have to fiercely compete with other strong contenders. But that's only the case from the perspective of a subordinate. If you approach a publisher with a manuscript in hand, you might be turned away, but if you go with bundles of money, you become the boss. If I'm willing to spend my own money to rent a printing press and publish a book, what concern is it of others? This is known as self-publishing. It's the opposite concept of planned publishing, where the publishing house manages everything from start to finish according to their guidelines. Self-publishing may sound easy at first, but it's not a simple task. Starting from selecting the paper quality to cover design, printing, distribution, storage, and so on, it involves various complicated processes that you must navigate without the help of a professional. But Lim Yong-wook was a professional. Make it a black background with neat white letters saying cause of death. Not the flashy kind of black, but a gloomy kind. Yes, that's it. That feeling. You don't have to specifically include the Chinese characters. Yes. I've already sent you the paper quality and book size. Well, handle the distribution. I'm looking to rent a warehouse. A warehouse to store books. How much did you say? That can't be right. Last time it was. Apple doesn't manufacture iPhones themselves. They oversee subcontractors around the world, with top administrators at the center directing and coordinating the production of phones. Baek Seol thought Lim Yong-wook's way of handling his work was similar to Apple's approach. Lim Yong-wook accomplished everything from within his office. He received a quick cover and book interior design from a book designer he was acquainted with. He contacted a printer untouched by BICAC Publishing for publication. He even secured a suitable warehouse to store the books. Outsourcing. Lim Yong-wook outsourced all the work. Sometimes appealing to personal connections, sometimes being forceful or pleading, he accomplished everything by clinging to a phone. Though he was a shabby team leader with only one new member on his team, as he began to demonstrate his true capabilities, numerous people started moving according to his orders. In reality, what Baek Seol did was nothing more than watching Lim Yong-wook work. Baek Seol already knew what this type of business method was called. It was a one-person publishing company. But this was the first time she truly experienced the meaning of that term. Lim Yong-wook was truly a person who could replace the role of a publishing house all by himself. He was a walking publishing house. As a result, after a month had passed, Baek Seol faced a pile of books stacked high in the warehouse. Asterisk. My goodness, they were freshly printed, warm books. Not actually warm, but that's the feeling. But Baek Seol, as if the books were indeed warm, approached the pile and rubbed her cheek against it. If a girl who loves bread is called a bread lover, then Baek Seol was a book lover. In fact, she was also a bread lover. Do you like it that much? Yes. Lim Yong-wook smiled, as if watching a child on their first visit to an amusement park. And Baek Seol looked around the warehouse with bright eyes, just like a child on their first visit to an amusement park. These are all the books we made? All of them? No, I made them. You just watched. Baek Seol deliberately ignored his comment. How many books are there? It's really a lot. About 50,000, I guess? 50,000? Baek Seol had not merely watched idly by Lim Yong-wook's side. She studied his work carefully and had developed a sense of understanding.
50,000 copies.
The first edition of a book before any reprints is 50,000 copies. Huh? Am I misunderstanding something? In an era where authors who can't even sell 2,000 copies are common, 50,000 is a number only best-selling authors could dream of. And the cost of printing 50,000 books would be, yikes! It would easily exceed hundreds of millions of won. Judging by the quality of the book, the cost per copy wouldn't be cheap either. But 50,000 copies? Is that even a plausible number? Team leader, 50,000 is a number only best-selling authors aim for. Isn't it? Either I am mistaken or you must have meant 5,000. Even 5,000 would be a lot. So, 50,000 is just unimaginable. It's 50,000. Beck Seol fell silent. She doubted if she had heard it wrong. Then she opened her mouth, because she couldn't believe this reality. Finally, she screamed. Not for any specific reason. It was just an involuntary outcry. Team leader dash. Her hands and feet were trembling, and her heart started racing. Beck Seol, despite being part of a Chaebol family, lived quite modestly. Her sense of money was similar to that of an average person. How can there be 50,000 copies? What were you thinking to print 50,000 copies? No. With what money did you print 50,000 copies? With my entire savings. She couldn't understand. So a mere salaried employee poured all his savings to print 50,000 copies of a book to sell? Does that even make sense? According to company rules, No, is it even legal to begin with? Beck Seol's mind went blank. She couldn't continue speaking. Lim Yong-wook looked at her and smiled leisurely. What's the problem with a venture company president investing his own money in the business? What are you talking about all of a sudden? The Publishing Management Task Force team isn't just a department. It's registered as an in-house venture company of Bikehack Entertainment. That was the trend these days. Registering employees who handle potentially problematic tasks as an in-house venture company. Then, if something goes wrong, there's no need to fire each person individually. Just terminating the contract with that venture company will suffice. Of course, the employees of that venture company still wear their original company badges and go to the same office as before. But technically, it's a venture company. On paper, that is. And paper is everything. There must have been some fancy English name for it, right? I'm the president of that company, at least administratively. But this raises a question. Why then wasn't Lim Yong-wook fired? As a new employee, Beck Seol couldn't ask such a question. It wouldn't be polite person to person. So Beck Seol kept her mouth shut. But Lim Yong-wook read the question in her expression. Beck Seol, are you curious why I wasn't fired? A little bit. Well, the government subsidies and tax benefits for the in-house venture are much more than what they pay me. Plus, if the government later finds fault, the company can just claim I defrauded them and kick me out, right? New employee Beck Seol felt afraid of society once more today. Lim Yong-wook comforted the grim-faced Beck Seol. But it's all for the best. Thanks to being registered as a separate corporation, we could proceed with our work without informing the higher-ups. The higher-ups don't know about the current situation? What do entertainment business people know about publishing? Unless I tell them directly, they have no clue. They probably thought I was just holed up in the office all month. Did anyone even visit our office during that time? In Bikehack Entertainment, Lim Yong-wook was almost a mythical figure, similar to a ghost in the underground parking lot in terms of presence. He was often mentioned when a superior warned a subordinate to listen to them if they didn't want to end up like him. Ironically, thanks to this, Lim Yong-wook was able to progress his work to this point without anyone knowing. However, Bikehack Publishing was a different story. They were the rulers of this industry. Being there, he knew. Especially since he had fallen out with the publishing planning department. If caught, he wouldn't be seeing anything good. Luckily, Lim Yong-wook knew more about Bikehack Publishing than anyone else. If he were to recall all the efforts he made to avoid being detected by Bikehack Publishing, he would be proud of himself. But he decided to be content with his own understanding, knowing Beck Seol wouldn't comprehend even if he explained. Hey! To Beck Seol, it seemed like Lim Yong-wook was suddenly laughing creepily to himself. It was always like this, so she no longer found it surprising enough to react every time. So how are you planning to sell these 50,000 books? Well, a team leader, please. Fortunately, before Beck Seol developed stress-induced gastritis, Lim Yong-wook explained the outline of his business plan. He tapped on the stacks of books. Once the books reach this stage of being physical and piled up, they are usually entrusted to a place called a distribution center. Then, as orders come in from bookstores scattered across the country, the distribution center staff deliver the books. Like a wholesaler? Exactly. The author is like a farmer, the distribution center is the wholesaler, and the bookstores are the retailers. And what about us? We're like the unscrupulous distributors who take the grains from the farmers at a dirt cheap price and sell them for a profit. We can also push around the wholesalers and retailers, so most of the money ends up with us. Sometimes, just for fun, we pit the farmers against each other to see who can grow rice better. They'll pretend I didn't hear that. Baek Seol chose to ignore several dangerous statements in order to maintain pride in her profession. But Lim Yong-wook didn't stop there. Bikak Publishing doesn't need to wait for bookstores to order books. They have Bikak bookstores all over the country, right? So, they just distribute the books nationwide through their distribution network. And if they place them right at the entrance, where everyone can see them as they walk in, how can they not sell? When I was there, I didn't realize it, but they really do business the easy way. Please stop him starting to feel ashamed of being an editor. You still don't get it, do you? Baek Seol, are you an editor? You're just an assistant. An assistant. That's too harsh, really. Baek Seol hung her head in dejection. Then suddenly she perked up. But, team leader. What? We're not Bikak Publishing, right? So, how are we going to sell these 50,000 copies? Well, just sit in the warehouse and send them to the distribution center when orders come in. That's not what I meant. How are we going to get bookstores to order our book? Well, seriously. Asterisk. Chief. What? What's the matter? Bikak Publishing's planning department chief, Yang Sung-joon, was enjoying a pleasant morning. It's commonly understood that feeling good about going to work in the morning might indicate a serious mental condition, but for Yang Sung-joon, life at the company couldn't be more enjoyable. His subordinates feared him, and his superiors trusted him. His promotion was guaranteed with time, and his performance had amassed a substantial incentive. What arduous journey had he undergone to reach this position? Outsmarting capable ones, getting rid of incompetence, dealing with stubborn guys like Lim Yong-wook, he had crushed them all. Last month, Lim Yong-wook, completely bald and in an old suit, had come to him and been humiliated. The guy he once thought was the most threatening had ended up like this. While it was somewhat pitiable, it also proved how high Yang Sung-joon had risen. No need for a complicated explanation. He felt good. He had gotten rid of the guy who was lucky enough to join the company from a local university and was getting cocky over some good performance. And now that guy had fallen so low. Destroying one's rival completely is a very rare experience in modern society, where personal conflicts are forbidden. Therefore, the sensation Yang Sung-joon was feeling was a special and exhilarating pleasure. But what? Lim Yong-wook published a book? He refrained from calling him that bastard only due to the minimum decorum required in the company. But his subordinate sensed the displeasure in his words and shrank back guiltily. Yes, it's been distributed to bookstores nationwide. Does that even make sense? The manuscript he brought last time, was that it? Cause? Poet? Was it Cause? How did it get distributed nationwide? He apparently won several literary awards at the same time. Does that even sound plausible? I know perfectly well what the winning work of this spring's literary contest is. Are you going to keep spouting nonsense? I'm sorry, but if you look here. The subordinate handed over a smartphone displaying an online news article. As soon as he saw the content, Yang Sung-joon understood everything Lim Yong-wook had done and what he intended to do next. This dies. It's quite rare for someone without any particular ailment to tremble with shock to such an extent. Yang Sung-joon was experiencing that very emotion. Shock, fear, and rage exploded from his throat. That crazy bastard Lim Yong-wook dash. Chapter 11, Cause of Death. We must take down all the articles immediately. In the office of the head of publishing business at Bikak Publishing. A loud voice broke the early morning silence. The owner of the voice was Yang Sung-joon, the head of the publishing planning department. Are you not getting a bit too agitated? Kim Sang-guk, the director, admonished Yang Sung-joon in a dignified manner. I never expected that Lim Yong-wook, even in his current state, would go as far as to publish a book like this. But no matter how much of a castaway he is, Isn't it too much to take down all articles related to that book? It's problematic to burn down the entire house just to ensure a kill. Let's forget our personal feelings and focus on what we need to do. Lim Yong-wook, now that he's decided to sell books in Korea, can't behave like he used to. I assure you, soon enough, he'll come to us with expensive alcohol, asking us to forget the past and kindly requesting our support for the future. Yang Sung-joon did not agree with Director Kim's words. He listened to the end because he knew that Director Kim disliked being interrupted. Director, the situation doesn't seem like it will resolve that easily. Why is that? Lim Yong-wook bought a literary award with money. He really stooped to such vulgarity? We've seen it all now. Yang Sung-joon gritted his teeth. He bought 16 at once. Have you ever seen such a madman? The P1 cause of death. There are several ways to get a bookstore to buy books. You could commission a popular author to write, pour marketing costs and spread ads nationwide, threaten the poor bookstore owner, and so on. But the simplest way is, of course, to create a good book. Bookstores want to stock books that readers are likely to buy, and readers want to buy good books. In this regard, the desires of readers and bookstores are not much different. But what makes a good book? The deeper you delve into this question, the more complex it becomes. Fortunately, there are experts in this field who take on this dilemma. They even periodically review and publish in literary magazines which books are good. And good books receive awards. That's the literary award. Therefore, a book that has received a literary award is a good book. A good book is something readers want to own. Books that readers want to buy are purchased by bookstores. In short, books that win literary awards sell well. Literary awards translate to money. In this way, literary awards have become something like a buff that adds commercial value to a book, like attaching an A+ grade to beef. Then someone thought, what if we sold literary awards for money? Thus, the concept of debut fee business was born. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The debut fee business didn't start for this reason alone. The law of supply and demand also played a role. Debuting is the dream of every aspiring writer. To be recognized as an author in Korea, one must pass a competition organized by some literary magazine, newspaper, or magazine and have their work published there. Only then are they acknowledged as having ascended to the literary circle and recognized as a debut author. Those who dare publish a book without doing so are disregarded. How dare they bypass the authority of established literature and approach the public directly? One must show their work to the seniors in the literary circle and be recognized before they can publish a book. This noble culture, found nowhere but in Korea and Japan, shines the light of righteousness and propriety unique to these two countries. Even pure literature, which enlightens the path of proper conduct, is like this, let alone web novels or whatever they are called that crassly push their works directly to readers through the internet. It's fair to say that the way of the literary world has fallen to the ground. Anyway, this was the perception of the existing literary circle. Literature is sacred, a light that brightens the dark world, and sometimes a power that represents the voice of the people. Therefore, the standards for becoming a writer must also be strict. However, such a perception collapsed with the emergence of a new ideology. It's not capitalism, communism, or anarchism, but rather survivalism. The rice jar is empty. People are not reading books. People only remember Son Heung-min, but there are over 200,000 soccer players in Korea. Even excluding those in soccer clubs, there are over 20,000. And among them, only around 850 make it to the professional leagues, including both the first and second divisions. What are the rest doing? They are fighting. Fighting for their livelihood, reality, and dreams. The same goes for the literary world. People only remember a few major literary magazines. Every aspiring author dreams of debuting through them. However, there are hundreds of minor literary magazines that also exist. They too regularly hold contests, publish stories, and help aspiring authors debut. But even the venerable major literary magazines are crumbling under financial difficulties. If people don't read books, why would they buy a separate book about those books? Novels are somewhat better off. There are still dedicated fans who read them regularly. But nowadays, most people who buy poetry books are those who want to become poets themselves. In the face of public neglect, the literary world is slowly dying. So, there's nothing they won't do to survive. That's how the minor literary magazines started the debut fee business. Of course, they don't blatantly sell literary awards for money. That would devalue the awards. What merchant would willingly tarnish their own products? Instead, they contact authors who have submitted their works to contests, saying that they are likely to win but need to pay a fee to debut. This fee could be for making the trophy, or for the labor cost of inviting the judges, or for the production cost of creating a video of the award ceremony. Or they might say, now that you've won an award and become a debut author, shouldn't you distribute your book to those around you? You've become part of our family, so we'll give you 1.6 million won worth of books for a discounted price of 800,000 won. So buy the books. It could be for these kinds of costs. The usual market rate is between 300,000 and 700,000 won. Of course, those who don't pay the fee find that a major disqualification has been discovered during additional review, leading to the cancellation of their literary award. Conversely, by paying an extra 1 million won or so, one can receive a special award through individual review and become a debut author. Ironically, this debut fee business of the minor literary magazines ended up increasing the value of the major ones. Major literary magazines never take money. They actually give prizes to their award winners. There may be minor issues like taking away their work and imposing unfair contracts, but what of it? As the fairness of minor literary magazines disappeared, the prestige and power of major literary magazines grew day by day. There's a reason why only authors who debut through major literary magazines can enter the mainstream of the Korean literary world. However, it's not that authors who debut through minor literary magazines don't get treated as authors at all. They receive the title of author so-and-so, are treated with respect by newspaper staff, join local literary clubs, chat, drink, attend events, hike, and drink. If it feels like they aren't really doing literature, that's a misconception. Anyway, as the interests of the strong and weak align, the debut fee business continues to thrive. Like ghostwriting, it's a culture that exists implicitly, although it's not openly discussed. Thus, the debut culture is being preserved, known by some, unknown by others, quietly hiding in the darkness of the Korean literary world. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. So, I bought 16 literary awards. That doesn't make any. Baek Seol was trembling like a leaf. She was scared of the darkness of the Korean literary world she was facing for the first time. But more terrifying than that was Lim Yong-wook. He bought 16 literary awards? Surely someone would raise an issue about it. Baek Seol might be a bit naive, but she's smart. She could guess what Lim Yong-wook intended to do with those 16 awards. And it terrified her. To her, Lim Yong-wook brought over a box. He opened the lid with a cheerful smile. Tada. Inside the box were 16 shiny trophies. To Baek Seol, they looked like bombs. Eek. What are you so surprised about? Baek Seol SSI. That's a bomb. Lim Yong-wook looked perplexed. He stared at Baek Seol as if she was a strange person. A bomb? What are you talking about, calling these perfectly fine trophies a bomb? Don't lie. You know how many people will be hurt when it explodes. Lim Yong-wook smirked meaningfully, like the culprit at the end of a mystery novel confessing, "Yes, I killed them. Yes, this is a bomb. You know that too, Baek Seol?" Seeing his expression, Baek Seol was certain. Lim Yong-wook was the darkness of the Korean literary world. He was planning to spectacularly blow up the debut fee business and debut Moon In-seop. Please don't do this, team leader. Moon In-seop is just an primary school student. Writing at such a young age is truly a blessed talent. He would get applause just by appearing in front of the public. I know. Then why are you resorting to such extreme methods? What about YouTube? How about creating a channel and having a concept of reading books? Or appearing on a show introducing prodigies? Huh? So, appearing on the 9 o'clock news wouldn't be a problem, right? Team leader Nim. Lim Yongwook sat on an old chair in a corner of the warehouse. He crossed his legs and acted indifferent. I heard the military service has gotten a bit shorter lately. It's less than 2 years now, isn't it? Baek Seol was angry that Lim Yongwook was talking nonsense even in this situation, treating her as if she didn't matter. Team leader Nim. Please, stop talking nonsense. Throwing an primary school student into the middle of media bombardment. How can someone be so cruel? I was in the underground parking lot for 2 years, so it's almost like I've done my military service. What? Baek Seol only now realized how long Lim Yongwook had been using the office in the underground parking lot. 2 years. She was speechless from the shock. It was better after you came in 2 months ago, Baek Seol. I wasn't alone anymore, and work started going smoothly. You must have been uncomfortable being alone in a gloomy office with a guy like me, right? I won't say sorry. After all, the company shoved you in there to make you quit quickly. We're in a similar boat, I guess. Team leader. When I first went to the parking lot, I thought I could endure it. I managed by renovating an old warehouse into an office. But after about half a year, I started losing hair. The doctor said it was stress-related hair loss. Lim Yongwook absent-mindedly scratched his head. The smooth sensation still didn't feel familiar. Lim Yongwook, 36 years old. At 36, one can be called an adult. But no adult, no person, can remain calm when their entire fortune is on the line in a gamble. The intimate thoughts that had been building up inside Lim Yongwook's heart began to spill out chaotically. I would have been better off just setting up a desk in the corridor in front of the bathroom. Even if people laughed, I would have faced them shamelessly and fought against the world. But sitting in a dark underground parking lot, smelling exhaust fumes all day, it was driving me crazy. Felt like I was being forgotten. Nobody looked for me, and they always cut my salary, saying I was involved in some sort of appreciation or another. The worst part was wondering how long I had to live like this. Living like a madman. One day I looked in the mirror and really wanted to die. Half my hair was gone. I was dirty from not washing properly, smelly. Lim Yongwook clenched his teeth. I couldn't show that state to others, so I just shaved my head. Damn it! Who am I? Aren't I Lim Yongwook, the ace of the publishing planning department? That's how I endured for 2 years, muttering to myself in the mirror every morning. I did. Lim Yongwook dusted off his trousers and stood up from the chair. Baek Seol just watched him quietly. He stretched briefly and then stared at Baek Seol. Did you say earlier that I was cruel? I'm sorry. That was... No. You're right, Baek Seol. This world is a bit cruel. I'm also quite cruel for trying to sell books by exploiting a primary school student. Lim Yongwook laughed. First at himself, and second at the world. But isn't it funny? We gather more than 100 kids, obsessed with becoming idols, and make them perform like dogs. But in reality, the winner is already predetermined? Or we give actresses to high-ranking people in exchange for investments. Or we turn a blind eye to directors and producers blatantly harassing young girls. What do you mean by that? Every time I hear that the literary world is corrupt, I find it funny. Is it only us? Isn't the whole world corrupt? Lim Yongwook laughed heartily, finding it all amusing. But do you know why they don't get criticized? Because they have money. Because they have many fans. You know, right? If you criticize idols, their fans come swarming in, so it's scary to even publish an article about it. It's just like that. We, meaning the publishing industry, the literary world, are criticized because we don't have fans. We are criticized because we are powerless. That's why I'm doing this, why you and I are doing this. Let's create a real star in this world. Lim Yongwook made a promise to the frozen Baek Seol. I promise you this. What you're worried about right now, people treating a young primary school student like a worthless scumbag, pointing fingers at him. That won't happen. Baek Seol then realized the fact she had overlooked, pointed out by Lim Yongwook. Who would think that a primary school student would do such things? Right? No one would think that the author himself had done these things. The person they would blame would be. Could it be? Yes. I will take all the responsibility. Baek Seol had no choice but to concede to Lim Yong-wook's words. She had to acknowledge Lim Yong-wook, who was willing to get his hands dirty to birth a great genius for the greater good of the literary world. Because she too was a literary person who loved literature. Meanwhile, Lim Yong-wook avoided Baek Seol's determined gaze. And he reconsidered his earlier words with a slightly different meaning. Who would think that an primary school student would do such things? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hey, I didn't want to say this to an primary school student. But are you really crazy? Let's just try it once, why not? That's not bad? Chapter 12, Cause of Death. Fear stems from ignorance. People fear what they don't know. The reason is simple. The primitive people who entered a cave without knowing what was inside all became snacks for wild bears. Only those who watched from outside while their comrades went into the cave and then ran away at the sound of screams inside survived and left descendants. They were our ancestors. As can be understood from this scientific fact, fear was an instinctual sense for survival. To put it the other way around, the peers and teachers who I was extremely afraid of around the age of 13 were gradually killing me. The peers made my school life hell with violence and group bullying, and the teachers at the school and orphanage forced me to attend. But now it's different. Knowledge has driven out ignorance. I know that my peers are not invincible monsters but just children receiving school meals. I know that teachers are not absolute authorities but wage workers. The fact that I know I don't have to obey that authority has set me free. Truth has finally made me free. That's why I didn't go to school. Hey Insip, how about trying to go to school now? Teacher Bang Jong-ah tried to persuade me, but I just shook my head. I still can't forget the shocking incidents that happened at school. But it's too much to skip school 2 or 3 times a week. The other kids are questioning why only you don't have to go to school. Then I can't help it. I will go to school, haunted by the painful memories, for teacher Bang Jong-ich's convenient work life. Ak! No. It's okay. Teacher Bang Jong-ah left today again with a sullen face. I spent a leisurely time at the new Light Spring Orphanage, which was finally quiet. The morning sun shone warmly. The other kids were at school. Other teachers were busy taking care of preschool children, and Director Moon Chung-jae had gone out again today to solicit donations. There was no one left to stop me. So I wrote in the empty study room, in a 4-person room without roommates, on a tree stump in the yard, and sometimes in the bathroom to avoid the teacher's eyes. It was an ordinary day just like any other. But when it was about time for the primary school kids to come home from school, I remembered teacher Bang Jong-h's words and decided to pretend I had gone to school. Cowards. Are they so bothered that a friend doesn't go to school that they complain to the teacher, asking why I don't attend? To prevent such a disgusting behavior, I put on my backpack and went outside, intending to casually bump into the kids coming home from school. Oh, but what I encountered was Lim Yong-wook, just entering the orphanage. What brings you here? I have something to tell you. The P1 cause of death. The CAF just before lunchtime is bustling with people. It's the so-called brunch time. Numerous conversations become noise rather than information. We might as well have been in a private room. We were not having a Japanese restaurant course meal but sipping Americano while discussing a tight business plan. So, Lim Yong-wook explained his business idea to me. It was evident that he had prepared an explanation simple enough for even a primary school student to understand. Naturally, it didn't take me long to grasp his concept. I summarized his plan in 1 sentence. Noise marketing, right? That's right. You know it well? 1. Buy a literary award with money. 2. Use the name value of the literary award to distribute books nationwide. 3. Anonymously expose the fact that the literary award was purchased. 4. In the center of controversy, reveal that the author is a primary school student. 5. Prodigy. Dissent. The core of this plan was me, and without my cooperation, the plan couldn't proceed smoothly. So, I answered without hesitation. I can't do it. However, Lim Yong-wook had already created a situation without my knowledge and could accomplish this plan by suddenly pushing me in front of the camera. Even so, before starting the plan, he asked for my opinion. He treated me not as a minor but as an adult with decision-making power. Therefore, I didn't throw a tantrum but tried to persuade him. This isn't about my writing becoming famous, but just about a child becoming famous for writing well. That was exactly why I didn't participate in the Children's Literary Award. I wanted to be recognized as an author, not just as a kid who writes well. A child famous for writing well. The public viewing that child with amazement. How is that different from watching a monkey performing tricks in a zoo? I explained this as calmly as possible. Lim Yongwook listened to my story and then murmured, "A fascinating monkey. Huh. Was my expression too harsh? I apologize if it sounded rude." No. It seemed like an accurate description, so I was just pondering it. But Lim Yongwook countered with this. Yes, right. The admiration for a young prodigy is superficially similar to the feeling of watching a monkey perform tricks. And there are many such fascinating monkeys in this field. Children in pretty clothes performing complex military dances. Someone who has never killed a person imitating a serial killer. A person gathering hundreds of thousands in a concert hall just with a beautiful voice. That's the world of these performing monkeys, the world of culture and arts. I was shocked by his words. Yes, he was right. I wanted to be the best performing monkey in the world. People laughed at me, that was enough. But that was only when I was a child. For me, writing was survival. Since the act of living was slowly killing me, I overcame sorrow and pain through writing. That's why writing had a greater meaning for me. That's why Lim Yongwook's words were terrifying. I was afraid. It's a bit scary. It makes sense. You have to go in front of the camera and face countless people. That's why I came to talk to you today to prepare together. It's not the fear of going in front of people. I have a job where I write my deepest emotions and show them to people. Would I be scared of facing them? Think about it. If you decide to hide your name and publish a book to get a fair evaluation, that will never succeed. No matter how good the reviews are, no matter how high quality the writing is, people don't buy books to read them anymore. Why read books when there's Netflix? Success? Fame? I'm not even scared of not achieving those. I have traveled back in time. To me, who has done that, worldly values are useless. I'm not talking about stocks or Bitcoin. I'm someone who has experienced the world changing overnight due to incomprehensible miracles. No matter how much wealth and fame one has, they are like gold coins in an illusion, rice cakes in a painting. They can vanish meaninglessly with a snap of someone's fingers. But people are enthralled by young prodigies. Even though it has nothing to do with them, they feel good knowing that there's such a prodigy in their country. They will like you even if they don't know your book. And obviously, those who know your book will like you even more. Insip, your talent is that great. All we have to do is show you to people. I could bet my entire fortune on that. It's really simple. Isn't it? Yes. It's simple. Isn't it? If I were to express it in web novel terms, it would be a kid who writes books well or something like that. Please, you understand everything I'm saying, right? Just do as I say this one time. Then your life will change completely. This was what I feared the most. It was too easy. I feared that all the efforts I had made so far, my life, seemed meaningless. Writing was survival for me. If survival became meaningless, all that would be left was death. Just by going back in time, a hopeful who barely passed a major literary award became an unparalleled genius. My very existence was a guarantee of success, a walking talent. If I had been born this way, I would have thanked God and enjoyed life happily. But I had traveled back in time. I remember my past life, my past. If success as an author was as easy as winning a children's literary award, what did all the efforts of my past self mean? I dedicated my entire short life of 22 years to it. To be recognized. To gain money and fame. To boast to everyone who bullied and despised me, saying I was a not nobody without parents, that I was this great. Please, recognize me. Please award my writing. I wrote with a begging, pleading heart. But all that came back to me was lymphatic cancer diagnosed at 22. That happened just a year after receiving the BICAC Literary Award. I thought my life was just beginning, but it turned out it was already over. That drove me crazy. I was unbearably aggrieved. So, I took a knife and went out to kill those who had tormented me. My life was already over, so I had nothing to fear. But when I just opened the door and went out, I saw a world covered in white snow. Christmas carols were playing, and the white snow endlessly covered a world filled with darkness. Christmas Eve, the day before the birth of God. At that moment, I felt the order of this world. Looking back, so many things were determined the moment I was born. The era I would be born in, the color of my skin, my gender, whom I would love among men and women, the family I would be born into. Everything was already decided. Becoming an orphan, being bullied for being an orphan, hearing from the parents of the girl I had been with for 7 years and thought I would be with forever that dating was fine but marriage was not, and being born with the genes for lymphatic cancer at 22. None of it was my will. It was just like that. That was the order of this world, the natural law, and if there is a God, it was what that God had decided. This isn't just about me. Everyone lives like this, tied to the chain of fate, fortune, or spoon from the moment of birth, thrown into the mighty river of life. And struggling to survive all their lives, they die, sinking with a gurgle when they get tired and lose strength. Then what can I possibly do? There was nothing. This cursed world had snatched away my only struggle, my dream, with lymphatic cancer. And it wasn't due to someone's malice, it was just something that happened. The only thing I could do was to end this miserable life a little earlier. That is my cause of death. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Are you okay? I was just lost in thought. What were we talking about? Instead of answering my question, Lim Yong-wook, with a perplexed expression, handed me a tissue. Tears had unknowingly started flowing down my cheeks. I calmly collected myself and wiped away the moisture. That's sorry. I made the plan too one-sidedly and put pressure on you. It's not because of that. That's right. Lim Yong-wook seemed to think that I was making excuses because I was embarrassed about crying. He wasn't wrong. Everything was an excuse. I didn't even fully understand my own thoughts. I was just sad about various things. I was sad that the depression from my past life, my past, was still consuming me, and the loneliness of feeling left alone in the strange flow of time. But the saddest thing was that I didn't know when my precious dream had become so distorted. The dream I had when I was young was really a modest and pure desire. But now all I had was something black and sticky like tar dried up in my lungs. Suddenly resenting the world, I looked at the sky beyond the window. The sky was so blue and vast. White clouds floated serenely, and birds flew between the buildings. And then the focus shifts. Now reflected in the window was not the outside but a 13-year-old child. The boy had dead eyes. The moment I locked eyes with that boy, I had a thought. It was a thought I had around this age. I wanted to show good writing to others. If they smiled reading it, that was enough. That was my original intention, the essence of my dream. I loved books. I loved writing. That's why I wanted to share good things with others and rejoice. This is the right path. There's nothing to be ashamed of if you don't stray from the right path. What's the source of my anguish? The shame that succeeding through noise marketing is similar to winning a children's literary award. It's the self-loathing that my efforts' fruits are so easily obtained, the powerlessness that my dream becomes meaningless. But these are the confusions that arise from walking the wrong path. Then I should walk the right path. A novelist writes novels, and an artist creates art. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The boy's eyes changed. Lim Yong-wook instinctively felt it. After crying with his eyes closed for a long time, the boy suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked up at the sky, and asked him in a resolute voice, "Editor Lim Yong-wook." "Yes? About my writing being good, do you really mean it?" Lim Yong-wook could answer without hesitation. Although he had no choice but to prepare a pathetic noise marketing plan focusing more on the author's age than the content of the writing. Still, as an editor, he was certain. "Yes, you are a writer who writes good stories." The boy nodded, and after counting on his fingers for a moment, he said, "There are 15 more good stories." "What dash?" "Stories I've written so far in my life, or rather, stories that are good enough to be published in books. There are only about 4 volumes written on manuscript paper, but I can write down the rest right away. They are all full-length novels. How is that even possible? Writing novels is not an easy task. It takes years for some people to write a single novel. Creating, refining, and revising writing is a painstaking process. Yes, logically, it doesn't make sense. Do you have paper and a pen? A laptop is fine too. But the boy requested writing materials like Guan Yu promising to bring back Hua Xiong's head before the wine cooled. T.L. Guan Yu was a Chinese military general during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Hua Xiong was also a military general, but he was serving under the warlord Dong Zhuo, whereas Guan Yu under warlord Liu Bei. And so it happened. My God. How is this possible? Took 2 hours. The boy, the author Moon In-seop, completed an entire full-length novel in just 2 hours. Lim Yong-wook felt like he was dreaming. How can a human do such a thing? There was no hesitation in the boy's writing, as if an entire world already existed in his head, and he was merely transcribing it. This is it. You really had 16 novels? I had written them a long time ago. They might not have been put on paper, but they are all in my head. Lim Yong-wook felt like he wanted to kneel down, begging to please publish these books. He would invest all his wealth, just please. The boy then said to him, "There is one condition. Whatever it is, I will absolutely comply." The boy's requirement was this: writing must not become a means to an end. What? Writing must always be the goal itself, not a means to gain fame or make money. Lim Yong-wook was thrown into confusion. What did he mean? Was he suggesting publishing anonymously? Fortunately, his confusion didn't last long. The boy clearly stated what he wanted. "You said we should buy the literary award for Cause of Death. I feel a bit presumptuous for saying this without having money, but can you also buy awards for the other novels? You can't be serious. If we are going to create a scandal, let's do it right. Buying one literary award might be a trick, but buying 16 is art. Let's turn the world upside down, and then ask people, literary awards? Who cares about that? But what do you think of my writing? What do you consider good writing?" Lim Yong-wook felt a shock, as if he had been hit on the head with a hammer. Yes, this is it. Buying one literary award is noise marketing, but buying 16 is performance art. The boy was now proposing not marketing, but art. Lim Yong-wook, with trembling lips, pulled up into a broad smile, showing his white teeth. Sweat was trickling down his smooth scalp. "Man, I didn't want to say this to a primary school student, but are you really crazy? Let's just try it once. Shall we? That sounds good?" They did it. They actually did it. They committed to it. Lim Yong-wook, looking at the books piled up like a mountain in hardcover in front of him, let out an evil laugh. "This spring's annual spring literary contest is ours, you bastards." Lim Yong-wook attached this phrase to the 50,000 books he printed after investing his entire fortune. 16 simultaneous literary award-winning author. Moon In-seop, Cause of Death, Grand Prize. Urban Jungle Crow, Grand Prize. Tree Ablaze, Grand Prize. Tokyo Longing, Grand Prize. Cease Writing, Grand Prize. Age of Madness, Grand Prize. Slayer of the Century, Grand Prize. Adult Child, Grand Prize. Notebookist, Grand Prize. Whale Swimming in the Desert, Grand Prize. Firelight, Grand Prize. Sunset Hill of Sea Clouds, Grand Prize. Lady of Spring, Grand Prize. Delusional Obsession, Grand Prize. Red Hunter, Grand Prize. Match Seller at Aomori Station, Grand Prize. This was their all-out effort. Lim Yong-wook poured in all his wealth, and the boy poured in all his writings. Together, they confronted the world head-on. Now it was time for the world to respond. Chapter 13, Other. Today, New Light Spring Orphanage is peaceful as ever. It's a quiet weekend. The physical education teacher, who comes twice a week, taught the children soccer. And in the yard, a dozen or so kids happily chased after a single ball, their emotions rising and falling with each kick. Weekend volunteers assisted the orphanage teachers with various errands and taught the children, while those who were becoming increasingly anxious about their future studied in the study room. Today, I sat on the stump of a large tree in the yard, observing everything within my sight. The hurried Bang Jong-ah teacher running somewhere, the high school couple who are an institution at the orphanage, the angelic volunteer adored and respected by all the children, and so on. A certain vibrancy, embedded in the daily lives of many, came together to create an atmosphere that could be called peaceful. Basically, an orphanage is a place where people gather to help others, and although there are occasional incidents like harassment or embezzlement, at the core of the place is a spirit of love and sharing. Returning to my childhood, I now understand. My school life was hellish, but the orphanage life, which I used to be embarrassed about and found repulsive, wasn't so bad after all. I enjoyed this tranquility in my daily life. On the other hand, the world inside the internet was not like that. Breaking news: former B publishing editor Mr. Lim exposes the tradition of paying for debut. Bikehack Publishing. We will take strong action against malicious rumors. 16 literary awards won simultaneously? The answer is money. That was right. A war was raging there. Ipi to other. Spring is the most vibrant time in the literary world. It's not because of the good weather. Seeing the yellow sky filled with Chinese pollution dust, talk of good weather goes away, and one ends up covering their mouth with a KF94 mask. There's a different reason why the literary world waits for spring. It's because the results of the annual Spring Literary Contest are announced. The annual Spring Literary Contest, commonly organized by major newspapers, is a collective term for literary award competitions. It's almost the only way to become an author in Korea and boasts an incredibly high competition rate. The most special aspect of this contest is, it does not allow established authors to participate. Considering the numerous evil spirits on the Korean server of StarCraft who prey on beginners, it's clear why StarCraft failed despite match fixing, while the literary world did not. It's important to introduce beginners into the industry. Therefore, the annual Spring Literary Contest is a writing battle royale, a stage for proving oneself that the entire literary world pays attention to. Despite the decline in prestige due to the rise of SNS, the growth of the independent publishing market, and the rapid advancement of the web novel industry, the annual Spring Literary Contest remains the most splendid flower of the Korean literary world. Thus, every year, countless literati knock on the door of the annual Spring Literary Contest, wielding their pens to make a name for themselves in the literary world. There are those who studied under famous authors from prestigious backgrounds, people who practice writing bad novels or web novels, terrifying warriors who have wielded their pens at newspapers for 30 years, amassing bloodshed, and even strange beings of the demonic path who absorb others' writings through a soul-stealing technique and use them as their own. Numerous martial artists know, literati gather at the annual Spring Literary Contest. They engage in a true battle of pens to determine victory and defeat. The elders of the literary world evaluate the submitted works with a strict eye, and after a long period of judging and contemplation, when spring arrives and the trees start to bloom, the winners of the annual Spring Literary Contest are finally announced, and the festival begins. Established authors evaluate the works of new writers and engage in sophisticated discussions, while readers who haven't directly entered the industry cheer for new reading materials and enjoy the books. Of course, in the shadows, there are minor incidents like plagiarism, ghostwriting, duplicate submissions leading to award cancellations, or a young writer declaring to cease writing in protest against unfair contracts proposed by literary magazines, condemning the literary world. However, the incidents this year were of a different dimension. The beginning of everything started with the loud, mocking laughter of a strange figure who appeared in the midst of the annual Spring Literary Contest. The balding figure brazenly stormed into the heart of the annual Spring Literary Contest, spilling provocative comments through various internet newspapers and social media that couldn't be ignored. To summarize the numerous comments he poured out to the press. Ha ha ha! What is the annual Spring Literary Contest and what is the grand prize? Such things are trivial. My disciple has won a whopping 16 literary awards. The mainstream literary world's reaction to this was as follows. Who is this bald idiot? He's Mr. Lim from a humble literary school, no, a university that's not very well known. Lim Yongwook? Isn't he the one expelled from BICAC? Lim Yongwook, originally a respected literary figure at BICAC, had committed a great mistake, resulting in public censure, the severance of his 8 extraordinary meridians, and expulsion, followed by punishment of being confined in a dark underground cave. Due to his humble origins, no one wanted to help him, and he seemed to have been forgotten. But, unnoticed by all, he had escaped from the cave and burst into the middle of the annual spring literary contest, exclaiming like this, "Attention, everyone! It's obvious to anyone who can count that someone who has won 16 literary awards is far more remarkable than someone who has won just one, right?" Although he didn't directly belittle the work of other literary award winners, by babbling that the writing which won 16 awards was the most superior, it was natural for the entire literary world to be enraged. What outrageous nonsense from that loudmouth! Was this spring's yellow sky a sign foretelling the emergence of this thief? What are you doing? Drag out this enemy of literature right now. Thus, Lim Yongwook, with his mere appearance, drew the attention and focus of the entire literary world, and with it their anger. However, upon closer inspection, it was blatantly obvious that even the 16 literary awards he proudly boasted of were bought with money. This was a well-known open secret due to the practice of paying debut fees. Yet, since many impoverished authors had no other means of survival, the mainstream literary opinion did not openly criticize such livelihood-driven corruption. If something stinks, it's best to cover it up, right? But Lim Yongwook had lifted the lid and was spreading a foul smell, sullying the annual spring literary contest. Already simmering with rage, the literary world was on the verge of exploding. Lim Yongwook, you bastard! Naturally, those most infuriated were the authors from BICAC, where Lim Yongwook had previously been affiliated. We pitied you and spared your life, yet you betray us like this. We will make a decisive battle with you, who have tarnished the name of our sect in the eyes of the world. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Naturally, the first to counter Lim Yongwook's noise marketing was BICAC Publishing. It was more of a counterattack than a rebuttal. They didn't just end with a critical statement but directly attacked Lim Yongwook. What do you mean it's impossible to use the distribution center? Well, I'm sorry about this, but you know it's hard to do business in this field if BICAC Publishing is against you. BICAC Publishing pressured the distribution centers. Lim Yongwook was now unable to send his books to bookstores. Of course, Lim Yongwook had anticipated such an attack. He was, after all, a former member of BICAC Publishing. He was already prepared. Bexiol, ship the books to the bookstores as soon as you get inquiries. Yes, team leader. Just bear with it for about 24 hours a day. Lim Yongwook employed truck drivers directly. Since they weren't part of the publishing industry, they followed Lim Yongwook's orders to move the stacked books from the warehouse to bookstores nationwide. BICAC Publishing, realizing this too late, tried to pressure the bookstores to block the publishing, but it was an impossible task. The restraint of Lim Yongwook was not a collective will of BICAC Publishing, but rather a unilateral move by the publishing planning department, and the bookstore owners prioritized money. Why wouldn't we stock the hottest book these days? Corporate bullying, it's all over the news and now we're the victims. Are you trying to see how hot it can get? Yes, we too can squirm when stepped on. The bookstore owners didn't actively defend Lim Yongwook to protect small and medium-sized enterprises from corporate tyranny. Lim Yongwook had conceded significant profits to the bookstores in his contracts. Instead of consignment sales, he made a purchase contract, setting the wholesale price extremely low. As a result, the bookstores could buy a popular book cheaply and sell it at the full price. Essentially, it was like printing money. Therefore, the majority of bookstores sided with Lim Yongwook over BICAC Publishing. That's how the books of the literary author spread nationwide. Even BICAC Publishing, headquarters, couldn't stop BICAC Publishing, regional bookstores, from receiving the books, because attacking Lim Yongwook was the job of the publishing business department, while stocking his books in the bookstores was handled by the book distribution department. The company BICAC Publishing was divided into two. One side makes books and the other sells them. Naturally, the publishing business department makes the books, and the book distribution department sells them. Although both deal with books, there's a common misconception that their jobs are similar, but publishing and book distribution are completely different fields. It's similar to the relationship between farmers and distributors, and the two sides can never be on good terms. Farmers want to sell their crops expensively, and distributors want to buy them cheaply. That way, they make more profit when they sell them at a higher price. And Lim Yong-wook already knew this. The antagonistic relationship between the publishing business department and the book distribution department. Department head. It's me, Yong-wook. Yong-wook. That's why Lim Yong-wook had run early to the book distribution department head and laid everything bare. Hey, long time no see. I heard you caused trouble? Trouble? I'm just trying to make a living. The old colleagues have been tormenting me so much. I can't even sleep these days. Look at this. My hair is all falling out. Haha. Why is your joke so sad? Buddy? Even I'm barely hanging on with my hair these days. Lim Yong-wook was fighting with the publishing business department, and the book distribution department head had always hated the publishing business department. Of course, it was too much to openly protect and cover for Lim Yong-wook, but maintaining active neutrality was enough reason to allow Lim Yong-wook to sell his books through Baikak Publishing. Thank you. Thank you, department head. Naturally, Lim Yong-wook gave the department head a performance boost by agreeing to a profit share that was almost foolishly generous. It was beneficial for both Lim Yong-wook and the book distribution department head. However, the publishing planning department was not pleased. Damn it, we raised a tiger cub. An ally turned enemy becomes stronger, while an enemy turned ally becomes weaker. Lim Yong-wook knew all the ins and outs of Baikak Publishing's behavior. In the end, the offline battle turned into a defeat for Baikak Publishing, and naturally the main battlefield shifted online. And online, Baikak Publishing's publishing business department was crushing Lim Yong-wook day by day. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The rules of online public opinion warfare are simple. If 10,000 people read, 100 will comment. And one instigator can sway 50 out of those 100 to their side. Then, as 50 battle against 50, the forum becomes chaotic. The 10,000 observers shake their heads and develop a negative perception. Numbers don't matter. What's important is organization and activity. In other words, online opinion can be easily manipulated with an organized comment army. And hiring comment bots is a matter of money, so Lim Yong-wook, just an individual, could never beat Baikak Publishing in terms of capital power. Even Baikak Publishing could move newspapers. There was no chance in this fight. Lim Yong-wook only had the opportunity to state his case online when he first appeared. After that, no newspapers would listen to him. In such a situation, Baikak Publishing unilaterally pushed the narrative that Lim Yong-wook was garbage. Reasons for the dismissal of former editor Mr. Lim related to harassment. Critical takedown by critic Oh Min-sang, a disgrace to the Korean literary world. The publishing house that bought 16 literary awards turns out to be a shell company. Baikak Publishing poured out numerous articles, dragging Lim Yong-wook's reputation to the ground. However, as Baikak Publishing was originally a book company and not a newspaper company, there were minor happenings during the public opinion campaign. One such incident was when they attacked the venture company where Lim Yong-wook was currently serving as president, labeling it a shell company. It was a fact. The problem was that Baikak Entertainment was receiving national support funds and tax benefits for this so-called in-house venture. Therefore, Baikak Entertainment sent a formal letter of protest against Baikak Publishing's baseless attack. The gist of the letter was as follows. Hello. This is from the PR department of Baikak Entertainment. First, we wish your company endless prosperity. You bastard. Thank you. We wish your company endless prosperity. Baikak Publishing eventually had to give up on legally binding and destroying Lim Yong-wook. They realized that doing so would also ignite a fire at Baikak Entertainment. That could potentially provoke the wrath of the group chairman just to catch a rat. Taking a moment to reorganize their battle stance, Baikak Publishing, to completely crush Lim Yong-wook, began relentlessly disparaging the books he published. This was strongly influenced by Yang Sung-joon, the head of publishing planning, who had a history of rejecting Lim Yong-wook's proposal to publish Cause of Death with Baikak Publishing. If Lim Yong-wook's books were successful, it would inevitably lead to doubts about Yang Sung-jun's discernment and qualifications. Therefore, Baikak Publishing continued its aggressive campaign not just to ignore Lim Yong-wook, but to completely trample him. However, they overlooked one fact, and that was also Lim Yong-wook's strategy. The annual spring literary contest this spring was completely overshadowed by Lim Yong-wook's antics. In the end, the noise marketing was a huge success. Even though the reactions were negative, the publicity itself was successful. Wouldn't you be curious enough to read it? It's been so noisy, so I read it. And Lim Yong-wook was confident in the content of his book. The writing is good, isn't it? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. One day, a column was posted on SNS. Someone expressed their opinion. The writing is good. If it had been a regular netizen who said this, it would have been a fleeting opinion drowned out by numerous paid commenters. But the person who spoke this time was no ordinary individual. I read one of the novels recently causing controversy. I was amazed. Cause of Death delicately depicts the loss of humanity gradually eroded by modern suffering. The mythologization of ontological death is not original, but the aesthetics shown in elevating private death to public death make this work's literary achievement undeniable. Gu Hak Jun, 45 years old, critic, university professor, and a novelist, winner of France's highest honor, the Goncourt Prize. He was someone who could be said to represent the Korean literary world. He publicly posed this question. But why wasn't this excellent writing submitted to the annual spring literary contest? Lim Yong-wook replied to that post with his official account. The author is a minor. Chapter 14, Other. In the season when buds spring and the flowers of literature bloom, the annual spring literary contest was unexpectedly disrupted by a crazy bald man who boasted of winning an unprecedented 16 literary awards simultaneously. The public's reaction to this situation, where it was almost certain that these 16 awards were bought with money, could be categorized into 3 stages. Of course, all were criticisms, but there were levels to these criticisms. First, Stage 1, the uninformed. He bought literary awards with money? Isn't that illegal? That's typical of the Korean literary world. What else? Such disgrace was not uncommon in the Korean literary circles. For most people, this incident was just that and nothing more. They neither cared more about it nor wanted to. The controversy, while loud within the literary circles, barely made a ripple in the wider public opinion. However, those who knew about the practice of debut fees reacted differently. Stage 2. The somewhat informed. He's blatantly exposing it? What a despicable person. Doesn't he think about others' dignity? Tisk. The practice of debut fees was an open secret. It hadn't been a problem before because this practice wasn't considered a crime per se. Firstly, there were no visible victims. Those who wanted to buy the title of a published author and cash-strapped literary magazines benefited from each other. It wasn't a structure where one side harbored grievances. Of course, many frowned upon this custom, seeing it as unfair to those who genuinely wanted to become authors through legitimate means. But since those who bought their way into major literary circles were not respected, there was no need to make it an issue. The majors kept their lofty dignity, and the minors barely managed to make ends meet. That was the structure. That's why they were even more furious. Was it necessary to expose it in such a manner, causing inconvenience to many? What about the dignity of the literary magazines that had been selling awards and the authors who paid the debut fees to continue their community activities? This was the view of most writers and industry insiders. Even those who usually despised the practice of debut fees felt the same. It's a rule that only family can criticize family, not outsiders. But a very few thought deeper. Stage 3, the well-informed. Needless to say, the anger at Stage 3 was incomparable to that of Stages 1 and 2. Lim Yong-wook. This bastard must have made a fortune. Yang Sung-jun, the head of Baikak Publishing's planning department, was at Stage 3. IP2 other. These days, life at the company felt precious to department head Yang Sung-jun. felt like a test of endurance. The reason was, of course, the 16 books published by Lim Yong-wook. Just looking at the books, one could guess how much money Lim Yong-wook had made. There were no shortcuts taken in cover, paper, design, or finishing. Of course, the price of the books was a bit high. But what did that matter? Readers don't buy books based on their price. Books are a unique product. They don't sell more because they're cheap, nor do they sell less because they're expensive. This fact had been proven over the past decades by numerous publishers, often with tears of blood. The books readers buy are those they want to own. The content of the book is a secondary consideration. If they really want to read, they can go to a library. There's no need to buy it. People buy books for reasons like, it would look pretty on the bookshelf, written by a favorite author. Having bought the previous series, they can't skip the next. It's currently trending. The cover is beautiful. Simply put, because they want to own it. That's why they buy books. And in the eyes of department head Yang Sung-joon, albeit begrudgingly, these books had all the elements that made them desirable to own. Starting with the design, which was enough to invoke the desire to collect. Just the text printed against a background color. That was the entirety of the design. But calling this simple would be a disservice to any editor's qualifications. This was minimalism. Of course, Lim Yong-wook, that guy, probably made the book look like this because he was out of money, but a few minor details elevated this simplicity to minimalism. It made one think that God is in the details. Each book had a sophisticated and premium color symbolizing its mood. This color was used as the background, with the title's letters in a color that symbolized the core theme. The titles were all in a neat and simple font. This was true for all 16 volumes. So, even when put together, they did not feel out of place. This meant the following. The 16 books were essentially a set. The placement of the titles was precisely the same, and the small symbol attached to the side of each book was identical, giving a sense of design stability when the 16 volumes were placed side by side. Therefore, it was not uncommon for a person to buy all 16 volumes. And even if not to that extent, it was rare for someone to buy just one. They often bought 3 or 4 at a time. It was a design intended to be like this from the start. Damn it. It was impressive, considering it was meticulously crafted by someone who knew the industry inside out, even if that person was detestable. Of course, no matter how good the design, if the content was crap or if people didn't even know the book existed, it would all be in vain. Somehow, Lim Yong-wook had discovered a monster of a newcomer and succeeded in marketing in the most shocking way. Chewing over this fact, Yang Sung-joon, the department head, often felt the same intense emotion he had felt 2 years ago, before Lim Yong-wook's demotion. It was jealousy. If this is the outcome for a one-person publishing house, damn it. Jealousy is an emotion that can make a person as obsessed with someone as love does. So, Yang Sung-joon thoroughly investigated Lim Yong-wook's actions, like someone rummaging through their ex's Instagram. Which printing company he used, which warehouse he rented, how well the books were selling. Although he couldn't find the reclusive author, Yang Sung-joon already had a rough idea of Lim Yong-wook's business trajectory. 1,000 copies. Not long after publication, already 1,000 copies had been sold. This meant that selling 2,000 copies would soon be a breeze. Selling 2,000 copies meant a decent number of people had bought them from bookstores across the country. And the stores would likely place more orders and prominently display the books. Then they would sell even more. Damn. 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 Yang Sung-joon knew this industry all too well. Therefore, he could clearly see the income Lim Yong-wook would make from these books. And more importantly, such performance would surely attract other publishers to woo him. In other words, Lim Yong-wook had made a comeback. A glamorous one. Every time he thought about having to face that guy again in the industry, department head Yang Sung-joon felt his guts twist in disgust. Hey, Assistant Kim, did you get the critic? Yes. I've asked critic Oh Min-sang to write in as critical a tone as possible. Good. Tell them to stop liking such worthless books. So, Yang Sung-joon's sabotage was focused on making Lim Yong-wook sell as few books as possible. Hiring critics to pour out negative reviews, spreading rumors through internet news, inciting that Lim Yong-wook's expose of the debut fee practice was an insult to the entire Korean literary world. Still, his jealousy didn't cool down easily, so Yang Sung-joon continued his investigations to the end. And then, a shocking fact emerged. Oh, 50,000 copies. It was the fact that Lim Yong-wook had stockpiled 50,000 copies of the book. This meant Lim Yong-wook had bet all his assets on this venture, maybe even incurred debts. Even the usually composed Kim Sang-guk, the chief director, muttered upon hearing this. A real madman. It seemed Chief Director Kim Sang-guk had made up his mind firmly. This guy, we can't just let him be. Hell, keep blabbering about how he sold all 50,000 copies by ranting about the debut fee issue. If this goes on and he ends up on current affairs programs, it'll be a disgrace to the whole industry. I have to talk to the people at Bikehack Daily and Bikehack Cultural Broadcasting to shut him up. Bikehack is a giant media group. They own newspapers and broadcasting stations. That's why Bikehack Publishing can threaten small internet news companies. The publishing and newspaper industries are inseparably linked. Naturally, if someone like Lim Yong-wook, a mere individual, is targeted with intent, he can be instantly discredited. In this sense, the chief director's decision was textbook. But Yang Sung-joon, the department head, felt a chill. Did Lim Yong-wook really not know this would happen? Did he, without any backup plan, bring things to this point? His concern soon proved to be well-founded. What in the world is this? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A minor? Professor Gu Hak-joon asked Lim Yong-wook, and the mysterious author, this question. Why didn't you submit your good writing to the annual spring literary contest? Interpreted, this question means, why didn't you choose the proper path of the annual spring literary contest, but instead opted for a shortcut by buying 16 literary awards and attempting noise marketing? To that, Lim Yong-wook answered, the author is a minor. This answer wasn't quite relevant to the first question but provided an excellent response to the more nuanced second question. Using noise marketing to garner attention and then revealing the author's young age to become the center of controversy. Isn't that the implication? Really? In a way, Professor Gu Hak-joon felt that his review had been used for another round of noise marketing, but he wasn't particularly displeased by this. Of course, until recently he had been very displeased. The literary world always purifies itself. The reason people point fingers at the literary world, labeling it a place where the powerful commit harassment, is because these incidents were exposed. And it was the literary world itself that exposed them. People call the literary world tainted with ghostwriting and plagiarism because these issues were exposed. Again, it was the literary world itself that exposed them. Similarly, the reason why the practice of debut fees is such an open secret that even laypeople know about it is because the literary world has always been critical of itself. The literary world Professor Gu Hak-joon belonged to was hard to see as a single organization. The term literary world was just a way to collectively refer to the society of numerous literary and artistic individuals. They were conservative yet progressive, solemn yet free, traditional yet reformative. Because they were not one entity, they did not hesitate to criticize each other and themselves, and ultimately criticize society to make the world a better place. The idea of literary power is somewhat laughable. When are they mocked as powerless, backless novelists? And when do they suddenly appear as evil villains of literary power when it's convenient? From the perspective of Professor Gu Hak-joon, who held this view, Lim Yong-wook's noise marketing was a truly deplorable act, devoid of humanity. The practice of debut fees persists because it's the lifeline for minor literary magazines. Without it, most small and medium-sized literary magazines would go out of business. As distasteful as the debut fee practice might be, should we cut off others' means of livelihood? Everyone has their circumstances and situations to consider. If we measure others only by our standards without considering theirs, we only end up hurting each other. But to hurt others just to sell a few books? He thought of them as heartless people. However, if the author is a minor, then there's no helping it. If it's marketing to showcase a genius author to the world, then it can be tolerated. Being used for that is acceptable. The emergence of a genius author melted Professor Gu Hak-joon's heart. At first, he was flustered and troubled. In today's youth's language, it might be expressed as an oops. However, the thought that a minor could write such literature had his heart fluttering with excitement. Naturally, his perspective on the entire incident changed 180 degrees. Buying one literary award might be a shortcut, but purchasing 16 is art. What really distinguishes good writing? Since when did literary awards become the standard for judging the quality of literature? Perhaps Lim Yong-wook decided to become a villain himself to ring the alarm in this world? Or maybe this sprightly idea came from the young genius author. Challenging established authority is the privilege of the young. But it's important not to confuse ambition with arrogance. That's something to be taught gradually. He wouldn't spare any effort to ensure this talent blossomed correctly. He absolutely couldn't let them become a drama writer, movie scriptwriter, or a broadcast writer. How many talented individuals had dropped out or changed their course under bleak prospects? This time, he wouldn't let it slip away. What would this child look like? Perhaps wearing a high school uniform. A boy? Or a girl? Preferably, it would be a girl. She could become good friends with his daughter. But a boy would be fine too. He could teach him fishing and take him along. Ha ha ha. In Gu Hak-jun's mind, the poor minor literary magazine folks were already forgotten. Those literary award peddlers? They're used to being criticized daily, so what difference would one more time make? No matter how many times they are told to stop, they continue, so why bother now? Alright, he shouldn't be doing this now. Gu Hak-jun picked up his phone and began writing another article. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The interesting part is that those who are most outraged by the recent events, calling it an insult to the literary power, were once the ones most vehemently denying the existence of such power in the literary world. There is no power in literature. The bad habits of the established powers, like kicking away the ladder, are being dismantled, and this dismantlement is happening through the power of the literary world itself. Therefore, there is no power in literature. There are only people. This has been my argument all along. However, looking at the current situation, I find myself having to retract my statement. Buying one literary award is an individual's issue, but purchasing 16 is a systemic problem. Yet, we remain silent about those who buy one award but criticize those who buy 16. Why is that? What drives us to criticize them? I would like to call that the power of literature. If not the organized pressure of those who want to protect this system, then what else can we call it? This book, which won 16 literary awards, is asking us. It asks if we have even read it. Pushing awards and the literary world aside, it urges us to read it first. Hence, I have decided to return to the essence of being a literary person, to read. How this book will be interpreted in each individual's life, I leave to the readers. Professor Gu Hak-jun decided to focus on the arrival of a precious newcomer in the literary world, moving away from noise marketing. He also posted his opinion that if someone could buy 16 literary awards at once, it's not just an individual issue but a problem with the system that allows it. However, the public opinion did not calm down easily. Professor Gu Hak-jun, filled with a desire to collect talents, was content with the emergence of a new author, but others had their own perspectives. And these perspectives clashed, heating up the internet. The author is a minor? That's shocking. How can a young teenager write something like this? Minor or not, it doesn't matter. Buying 16 literary awards and shamelessly promoting it is breaking the rules. How ridiculous must the readers have looked to them to think of doing this? In the midst of widespread skepticism towards the literary establishment, it's not right to exclude a work just because the author paid a debut fee. It is suspicious that a minor wrote this, though. The book is good. What good does that do if the annual spring literary contest is ruined? If the book is good, what's the problem? Whether the author is a minor or not, I'm just glad such a newcomer has emerged. Isn't it legendary for a monster newbie to release 16 books at once, covering everything from SF to historical novels? TL? SF equals sci-fi. Eh? The writing was by a middle/high school student. The one I read? Monster Rookie appears. TL is used to show trembling, i.e., the commenter is trembling. Saw on the internet news that the editor originally quit their job due to harassment issues. Seems fishy. Again, a single letter reveals so much. How could a minor write this? It must be ghostwriting. Wouldn't a company that bought over 10 literary awards and did noise marketing not lie about the author? This is right. I'm staying neutral for now. Why are we talking about a car's neutral gear here? The internet was swirling with all kinds of stories. Shock and doubt, friendliness and hostility were mixed together as numerous people added their comments. By this time, as the controversy was being reproduced and becoming known in the mainstream opinion, not just within the literary circle, the scale of the debate was growing. It was a perfect time for marketing. With a little bit of massaging public opinion, one could create an issue just like a snowball rolling down a hill. If it were a normal company, the PR or marketing team would have started skillfully dribbling the public opinion. But Lim Yong-wook was not a normal company president. How could it be a normal company when the president barely knew the name of his own company? The controversy had already grown too big for Lim Yong-wook to handle alone. He needed a proper organization. If he didn't have one, he'd have to borrow it. So, Lim Yong-wook was currently facing the CEO of Bikehack Entertainment. I would like the help of Bikehack Entertainment's PR department. Really? Baek Sung-won, the CEO of Bikehack Entertainment. He glanced at Lim Yong-wook without much emotion. CEO Baek Sung-won handed something to Lim Yong-wook. This is a letter our PR department sent to Bikehack Publishing. Lim Yong-wook read the email thoroughly. In summary, the content was as follows. It's me. You bastard. Only then did Lim Yong-wook realize that Bikehack Publishing's attack could have been devastating for Bikehack Entertainment. A sweat trickled down Lim Yong-wook's smooth scalp. Baek Sung-won smiled brightly. You think the government doesn't know we're skimming taxes? They do. But they let it slide because it's not a problem. But because of you, it became an issue. So I had to meet with some high-up officials. Barely managed to cover it up. Okay. Situation handled. Baek Sung-won finished speaking cleanly, crossed his legs, and leaned back in his chair. Then, he looked at Lim Yong-wook expectantly, as if to see what he would respond with. So, how are you going to take responsibility for this? You know your situation. You were demoted and barely holding on to your job. And then you cause a mess like this? Frankly, no matter how many books you sell, it doesn't bring anything to our company. Instead, you made the company's CEO bow his head to high officials. How will you take responsibility for this? Don't even start about making money from selling books. We don't need that pittance. It's not about that. Lim Yong-wook, trying to calm his slightly trembling hands and feet, proposed to the highest-ranking superior he had ever met. I've planned something that could be beneficial for the company. You just asked me for help. Didn't you? It's something we can do only if you help. Will it bring money to our company? It will. On what basis are you so confident about its success? Instead of answering right away, Lim Yong-wook just quietly smiled and thought to himself, a genius, a talent bestowed by the heavens. Lim Yong-wook believed in that. I'm thinking of making a broadcast. Chapter 15. Other. A primary school student, I find it hard to believe. Bikehack Entertainment CEO's office. CEO Baek Sung-won had summoned several advisors. Usually, these people who fought fiercely against each other agreed this time. It doesn't make sense logically. How can a primary school student write at such a level? I think the same. Lim Yong-wook, that person, he bet all his fortune on this matter, right? Then there is no way he can't do it. We shouldn't be deceived. You're right. If we get involved carelessly, we won't be able to get out of this issue. Initially, publishing isn't even our field of expertise. With the debut of our next boy group just around the corner, do we need to divert our manpower there? CEO Baek Sung-won frowned while puffing on his cigarette. There was no one with a sharp comment. It was obvious. These people just didn't want to share their department resources with an outsider like Lim Yong-wook. He tapped the cigarette he was holding into the ashtray. Don't just answer off the top of your heads. Give me some evidence. So, how much attention is Author Moon currently receiving? Doesn't anyone have the data? No one did. No one had prepared it. Just before CEO Baek Sung-won was about to lose his temper, the head of the PR department stepped up and made an excuse. It's somewhat an issue, but not big enough to concern you, sir. Initially, the nature of the issue is too negative anyway. Oh my goodness. CEO Baek finally lost his temper. Isn't negative attention still attention? Then why do we have paid commenters in the PR department? Negative attention is still attention. And attention turns into money, because it attracts advertising fees. Therefore, those who garner a lot of attention move capital, and in a capitalist society, capital is power, so fame is directly linked to power. And Bikehack Entertainment is a company that creates fame to produce capital and power. That's CEO Baek Sung-won's philosophy. So, no matter how small, he couldn't give up on any fame. For department heads, it might be a bothersome task, but for the CEO, it was something that needed to be done. Today, CEO Baek Sung-won lamented the fact that he was the only one thinking about the company, driving the department heads. Let's say no one knew what was happening in our company's underground parking lot. I didn't know either. But once the incident happened, shouldn't we at least find out if this is shit or soybean paste? I'm sorry, sir. If what Lim Yong-wook said is even half true, then this is an opportunity we absolutely can't miss. The employees nodded as if they had a great realization at CEO Baek Sung-won's words. There was no one to argue. Why did you seek our advice if you had already made up your mind? Those who would say such a thing wouldn't have been promoted in the first place. That's how corporate life is. If you're upset, you have to become the CEO. Initially, CEO Baek Sung-won hadn't gathered the employees for advice but as a formality to relieve some of the stress from his position. He was a collateral relative of a chaebol family and was in a position to be ousted by the direct line if he couldn't prove his abilities. The pressure he usually felt was extraordinary. That's why CEO Baek Sung-won had trouble trusting people and tended to handle even minor things himself. And the conclusion of today's meeting ended up the same. Forget it. I'll go and check it myself. Ip to other. Today, the new Light Spring Orphanage was peaceful as usual. The birds chirped, the flowers bloomed, and there was chaos due to condoms being found during a sudden inspection of the high school section. But still, it was peaceful. When I was young, I couldn't adapt to this peace. Back then, I considered such peace as surveillance and discipline. And that was true. Life in the orphanage was controlled by rules from beginning to end. Strict rules are necessary to handle dozens of children. It's not that the teachers at the orphanage lacked affection. Loving even a single child can be difficult and sometimes fails. That is human nature. Love is that difficult. Therefore, for people whose job is to take care of dozens of children who aren't their own, they inevitably have to govern the children with strict standards and a system of rewards and punishments. It may seem rigid, but once you get used to it, it's nothing special. However, for children in their prime, it's no different from a prison. Moreover, a prison set right in the middle of the city. Just as prisoners gaze at the free world outside, longing for it, we too could see ordinary children living freely whenever we went to school. Furthermore, the fact that the head of the orphanage could send a child directly to court without going through investigative agencies meant that the oppression towards the orphans had some legal support. That's why orphans often deviate from the path. And every time orphans cause trouble, society's prejudices and control only intensify. It's a chicken and egg problem. But having experienced society a bit, I was quite satisfied with my current life. Another name for this oppression was protection. There were too many children in worse situations than us orphans. Too many parents failed to love their children. Everyone's life has its own set of challenges. So we just need to do our best in our respective situations. What the hell are you talking about? Perhaps it was too early for the young kids. The child holding a ball asked me with a skeptical look. So, Insip, you're saying you don't play soccer?
Yeah.
Then you should have said you don't play from the start. What nonsense are you spouting? You should study more during free time instead of just playing soccer. From what I see, you're better suited for studying than soccer. Yeah, screw that, I'm going to play soccer. The child with the ball lightly dismissed my words and ran out to the yard with others who were as crazy about soccer as him. He played happily, kicking the ball around. In the near future, that child would discover his talent in studying and get admitted to a pretty good university. However, he wouldn't make it to the top-tier universities. He was close to being accepted but narrowly missed out due to getting one math problem wrong in the college entrance exam. Still, he was the one who got into the best university among our generation, and everyone congratulated him. But at that party, the child shed tears, saying, he should have studied a bit more when he was younger. It would have been nice if someone had told him that when he was young. This kid wouldn't listen even if I told him. I muttered quietly to myself and sighed deeply. My hobby wasn't going as well as I thought. The hobby I was recently engrossed in was changing fate. After somewhat adapting to life in the orphanage 10 years ago, the people around me started to become clear. I could distinguish who was who, and I knew their futures. There was a child who would lose a finger in a factory accident, another who would become a single mother after meeting a terrible guy, and even one who, like me, would take their own life. Regrettably, orphans had a slightly higher chance of ruining their lives compared to ordinary children because their starting line in life was different. Starting with myself, no, never mind. Of course, many children had a good future, but more often, it was the children who ruined their lives. The same was true for Ma Ki-hoon. Thinking about it, I remembered that not long after graduating from the orphanage, one of the older kids had died in a motorcycle delivery accident. The older kids in the higher grades cried as if their hearts were breaking, and the entire orphanage was engulfed in shock. Because the person involved in the accident was widely respected throughout the orphanage. I vaguely remember that time when I was just entering middle school and suffering from school violence, but I'm sure the name of the deceased was Ma something. Thinking about it now, it was undoubtedly Ma Ki-hoon. That's why I was waiting for an opportunity to tell him not to ride motorcycles, but such an opportunity never came. Ma Ki-hoon still hadn't returned to the orphanage. How could I give him advice if I couldn't meet him? Instead, I visited the staff room today as well to ask about Ma Ki-hoon. Oh, Inseop, is that you? Hello, Teacher Bang. I asked Teacher Bang Jong-ah, who was smiling broadly and handing me a milk-flavored caramel. A question. Did Ki-hoon Hyung come back? Well, I haven't heard anything, so I'm worried. I heard he's mingling with a group of runaway teens, but I have no idea when he'll return. Then one day, shocking news arrived at the orphanage. Ma Ki-hoon had been assaulted and was hospitalized. The perpetrators were gangsters. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This incident occurred due to 3 interlocking facts. First, despite the worsening issue of school violence, including bullying, the response of public authorities was insufficient, leading to the prevalence of private sanctions. Specifically, the uncle proxy service offered by errand centers. Tattooed men would pretend to be uncles and threaten school bullies. Second, such actions were, of course, illegal. Therefore, those with a motive for illegal activities were involved in this work. This included local troublemakers and regional gangsters. Third, the group of runaway youths that Ma Ki-hoon relied on, commonly known as the Runaway Fam, often had connections with or were under the patronage of local violent organizations. So, the full story of the incident is as follows. The parents of primary school students who had been slapped by Ma Ki-hoon, unable to contain their fury, requested a rather aggressive uncle proxy service from an errand company. The errand company, also a local gangster organization, confirmed that their target, Ma Ki-hoon, was staying with a runaway fam under their jurisdiction. If they had been a somewhat cash-strapped security firm, they would have been happy to have an easy job, capturing Ma Ki-hoon, giving him a stern warning, and ending the matter. But they were a criminal organization. The organization informed the client, the parents, that they had secured Ma Ki-hoon. They promised that if additional payment was made, they would deliver a rougher service to the dreadful school bully. The parent agreed and sent the money. And so, Ma Ki-hoon was assaulted and ended up in the hospital. That was the full extent of the incident as understood by the orphanage. New Light Spring Orphanage was no longer peaceful. The peace had been shattered. Ma Ki-hoon, he was our leader. An emergency committee was convened at the New Light Spring Orphanage. The chairwoman, a female student who was also the leader of the local girl gang community, and had been dating Ma Ki-hoon for 7 years, They had playfully called each other boyfriend and girlfriend since they were little kids in primary school, and now they had become a real family. She was essentially his fiancée, a couple so well known that even the children and teachers at the orphanage recognized them. You guys, are you just going to let this go? Therefore, when she declared revenge, no one took it as just kids pretending to be tough or playing around. No, Nuna. How can we just sit still when Ki-hoon Hyung has suffered like that? Hey, are there any of you who don't know Ma Ki-hoon Appa? No, right? Can you even swallow your food right now? In the world of martial arts, debts of gratitude must be repaid in blood. The signs of a great blood feud were showing. At the very least, we can't let those runaway fam bastards go. Ma Ki-hoon trusted and relied on them, and they betrayed him. At the very least, we should ensure they end up in castes. I know where those bastards are. Should I text them? Weren't you close to them? What does that matter now that Ki-hoon Hyung has been hurt? I'd rather go and ask them directly. Why did they do it? The spirited youths argued who would lead the revenge, and the murderous intent of the warriors grew increasingly intense. At that moment, the leader of the model student gang, which played the role of the main opposition in the new Light Spring orphanage, stepped forward to quell the public opinion. Guys, calm down. This isn't right. Let's report this to the police. The backlash was fierce. It wasn't just some ridiculous claim that government forces shouldn't be involved in matters of the martial world. Real, valid arguments emerged. Damn it. Don't you know in this shitty neighborhood, if it's not Prugio, even the snowplows won't come? How many times have you experienced it? Do you think those damn cops will listen to us? TL. Prugio is a Korean apartment brand, implying that if there aren't any of their apartments in the neighborhood, even snowplows don't come in. Damn, I know which gang's bar that police station chief frequents, you moron. You're talking nonsense, you damn model student. Despite the venomous words of the top-ranked school bullies, the leader of the model student gang didn't back down. They had grown up eating from the same pot since childhood. There was nothing to fear. No, you idiots. What can you guys do? They're called errand centers, but they're gangsters. If you mess with that runaway fam, what will you do when the real gangsters come? What will we do? Yes. At this, the girlfriend of Ma Ki-hoon, who was leading the current meeting, mentioned a name. There was no one who didn't know that name. Until a few years ago, he had been part of the same orphanage family. And now, he was an active member of an organized crime group. Regrettably, orphans have a different starting line in life. Therefore, it was very common for them to fall into the path of darkness. And the name just mentioned belonged to one of those thugs, a seriously dangerous member of a criminal organization, to the extent that everyone fell silent the moment it was mentioned. Are you really going to call him? If things go south, we might have to. The girl showed firm resolve. She was seriously contemplating revenge. And it seemed like the other children felt the same. In the end, even the model student gave up. I don't know anymore. Finally, the decision to embark on a mission of retaliation was made. Moon In-seop was also there, as a key informant in the case. Hey Moon In-seop, tell us who bullied you. Identifying who ordered the assault on Ma Ki-hoon was simple. The 3 students who beat up Moon In-seop. Investigating their parents would do it. After all, everything started from Moon In-seop's school violence, and Ma Ki-hoon ended up like this after retaliating. But Moon In-seop shook his head. I can't tell you. Stop joking and tell us quickly. Whether I tell you or not, a little investigation will reveal it all. But I don't want to say it myself. What? Look at this guy. You're acting like this even though Ki-hoon Hyung got messed up because he was protecting you? Do you really want to die? Hey, why are you being so harsh to the kid? He might be scared. However, Moon In-seop persuaded the children without showing any fear. There was something scarier than getting beaten up. It was the children's lives being ruined. Seniors, please listen to me. If we do this, our lives will be completely ruined. Hey, our lives are already screwed. We're orphans, what do we have to fear? People die easily. Just a push down the stairs can break a neck or skull. Can you guarantee that a major accident won't happen if we get into a fight? What are you talking about? We won't even get a proper police investigation. If we cause trouble, we'll be sent straight to court. It's hard to be acquitted as orphans. You know, in Kim Sung-mo's comics, they joke about Namgang Youth Detention Center. If you really go to a juvenile detention center, that could happen to you. Please come to your senses. Realizing that Moon In-seop wasn't acting out of fear but was seriously trying to convince them, the high school students unwittingly got absorbed in his words. I know you seniors aren't just putting on a show, but this is really the wrong way to do it. The kid is talking nonsense. Let's do this instead. Find the errand center and the parents who ordered the assault on Ki-hoon Hyung, and formally inform Principal Moon Chung-jae and ask for legal action. Damn, the orphanage has no money, so who's going to pay for the lawyer? Do you even know what a lawyer is? This isn't a civil lawsuit but a criminal case. So we just need to file a complaint with the prosecutor. Why are you bringing up detectives? Detectives are people like those in major investigation squads, like Kang Cheol-young, Seo Du-cheol, TL, Kang Cheol-young in K-film Public Enemy Returns and Seo Du-cheol in K-film Veteran. The leader of the model student gang jabbed the student who was interrupting Moon In-seop. Shut up. Why? Just shut up, it's embarrassing. The model student signaled Moon In-seop with his eyes. In-seop, keep talking. If just reporting it and waiting isn't satisfying, we can take another approach. After filing the report, we start spreading rumors. Someone hired people to assault a minor. Like that. Isn't that illegal? It's illegal if you go to their workplace and cause a scene, but filing a complaint with the media and tipping them off isn't illegal. In fact, even if it is, newspapers will publicize it more for the views, right? We can spread it on the internet, visit the offices of members of parliament, and inform the church that supports our orphanage. Moon In-seop concluded his opinion. Anyway, fighting is not an option. Ki-hoon Hyung wouldn't want that either. And that turned out to be true shortly afterward. Ma Ki-hoon really returned and said so. What are you guys doing? Ma Ki-hoon was unharmed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The ones who were hired by the parents were gangsters. In other words, trusting them was foolish. After informing the parents that they had secured Ma Ki-hoon and receiving additional payment to beat him up, the local gangsters chose the easy way out instead of the hard one. Are you Ma Ki-hoon? If you're friends with our kids, who are you? Doesn't matter. Just work with us for a bit. We'll pay you. The gangsters explained the whole situation to Ma Ki-hoon, and they gave him 100,000 won, saying, "First kneel down. Rub your palms together." Yes. And then the gangsters reportedly took out their smartphones. I asked Ma Ki-hoon, "So what happened?" "What happened? I pretended to be beaten up and groveled, making a video. I couldn't cry, so I was wondering what to do. But then those runaway fam bastards brought out garlic sauce left over from chicken and applied it under my eyes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like that, and I got 100,000 won. Isn't that a win? I heard the parents paid the gangsters 2 million won. They must have had a lot of money. Myself and the other students, who had been seriously considering revenge, dispersed with a sense of futility. Only his girlfriend, who had been genuinely worried about Ma Ki-hoon, furiously pulled his hair. If you weren't hurt, you should have contacted us sooner. You idiot, moron, trash. Ouch. Ouch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. And that's how the Ma Ki-hoon incident was resolved. But the aftermath wasn't so easily concluded. It wasn't that there was an actual disaster waiting to happen. It was just an issue in my mind. The next day, feeling unsettled, I went to school for the first time in a while and continued to feel uneasy even while heading home. I was lucky. Fortunately, nothing happened, but it could have turned into a really serious incident. Sometimes this world feels too cruel, especially towards the weak. Suddenly, the numerous buildings I saw while walking on the street looked like a jungle. A world where the strong prey on the weak, and no one listens to the screams of those being devoured. That's how it seemed. With these thoughts, I walked along the street. Then, a large van pulled up beside me. As the driver's side window rolled down, an adult ID never seen before stared intently at me. Before I could ask who he was, he spoke to me. Are you In-seop by any chance? Moon In-seop from the 6th grade of primary school. Seems right, looking at your face. A man in sunglasses and a suit got out of the van. He was a stylish person dressed in a white suit. Two men in black suits also got out, escorting him. At that moment, a chilling sensation crawled up my spine. Ma Ki-hoon. Gangsters. Errand Center. Uncle Proxy Service. Several words flashed through my mind. I ran without looking back. Help me dash. What? The voice of the man in the white suit came from behind. Hey, I'm not a weirdo. Save me dash. Catch him. That day, Baek Sung-won, CEO of Bike Hack Entertainment, was locked up in a police station detention center for the first time in his life. It was spring. Chapter 16, Other. A man in a white suit was released from the detention center, rubbing his wrists which were tightly bound by handcuffs. A balding man in a suit approached him and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. He definitely looks like a gangster. The watching police officers thought this to themselves, but they were wrong. The balding man in the suit was none other than Lim Yong-wook, an editor from Bike Hack Publishing. I'm so sorry. The man in the white suit was also not a gangster. He was Baek Sung-won, the CEO of Bike Hack Entertainment. He was a distant relative and a conglomerate heir of the immense Bike Hack Group. I am going crazy. This is so embarrassing. Baek Sung-won grumbled as he fiddled with his stinging wrist. The handcuffs had been so tight that they left red marks on his skin. His pride was also hurt. There's a class to crime, after all. If it were a case involving billions, going to the Supreme Prosecutor's office would be one thing, but being detained in a local police station for an attempted child abduction was a disgrace unbefitting of a conglomerate heir. CEO Baek Sung-won glared at Lim Yong-wook and Moon In-seop with displeasure. So, Team Leader Lim, he's not just an ordinary kid as you assured. I'm sorry. Both apologized in unison. But the mental scars of the distant conglomerate heir, who had been detained in a detention center for the first time in his life, were not easily healed. How fiercely the kid had resisted. Moon In-seop's sharp tongue had played a major role in the police immediately locking him up without hearing any further explanations. This had provoked Baek Sung-won's temper. Did your parents teach you well? Told you not to follow strangers? But, kid, there's a limit to everything. How could you immediately accuse someone of being a kidnapper? But the reactions of the boy and Lim Yong-wook were strange. The moment he mentioned parents, both flinched simultaneously. Moon In-seop glanced at Lim Yong-wook. The look meant, didn't you tell him? Lim Yong-wook avoided Moon In-seop's gaze. Meaning, I thought you knew, of course. Eventually, Lim Yong-wook took the lead and carefully started speaking. CEO Nim. The truth is, In-seop is P2 other. CEO Baek Sung-won may be a bit prickly, overly sensitive, suspicious, and a workaholic who neglects his family, but he falls within the normal range of adult men. Realizing he made a big mistake in his words, he quickly apologized, worried he might have deeply hurt the child. I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking. Don't take it too seriously. No, I apologize. I misspoke. No, it's I who should apologize. I think I must have startled you a lot. I'm sorry. Moon In-seop graciously accepted his apology. Baek Sung-won was a person sensitive in work, aesthetics, and everyday life. Bike Hack Entertainment employees often felt the impulse to shut the CEO's mouth when he overinterpreted their words and felt uncomfortable. But this time, it turned out to be an advantage. His keen senses allowed him to guess from Moon In-seop's manner of speaking that the boy possessed an intellect not typical for his age. At this moment, the possibility that Lim Yong-wook's bold claims were true seemed much higher. Pleased, CEO Baek Sung-won smiled broadly and patted Moon In-seop on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. There. You're really not just an ordinary kid, are you? You came up with such clever words on the spot. Still harboring a slight grudge, CEO Baek Sung-won brought up the recent incident. Of course, he had explained to the police that he was not a kidnapper. But Moon In-seop had insisted Baek Sung-won was a gangster responsible for a fake uncle service. How sophisticated his logic was proven by the fact that the police believed the words of a sixth grader and detained Baek Sung-won. Then the boy flinched again. Baek Sung-won, confused, wondered what kind of verbal mistake he had made this time. Lim Yong-wook, 2. Looked bewilderedly at Moon In-sip, not understanding why he was acting this way. The boy cautiously opened his mouth. Actually, that story wasn't made up. What do you mean? Well, it happened like this. The story began with the mischief of 3 primary school students. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When all the stories had concluded. So, you were actually feeling threatened for your safety? Lim Yongwook, who knew of the boy's unfortunate circumstances but hadn't realized the extent, was greatly shocked. And so were the police officers who had gathered around to listen to the story. And then, Seo Baek Sungwon cried. Seo Nim. Just a moment. Damn it. Something got in my eye. While it's true that men tend to tear up more easily during andropause, what saddened him the most was the attitude of the boy known as Author Moon. This young boy showed no sign of sorrow despite the reality he faced, as if he had resigned himself to a life already lived to the full. That's right. But contrary to his emotions, his reasoning was sharp. His instincts as the CEO of an entertainment agency told him. This will sell, he thought. Of course, the boy being a genius author was important, but the most marketable aspect was his youth. People are fascinated by young geniuses. Not because they are geniuses, but because they are young. That was the trend. If a child dances, sings, or even just toddles around, it sells. Just as people who are fed up with life find solace in cute cat videos. Speaking of CEO Baek Sungwon himself, when the world is a mess, productions featuring children gain higher viewership ratings. Having made his decision, CEO Baek Sungwon spoke. Listen, team leader Lim. No, I mean department head Lim. Yes? You said something about making a TV show, right? CEO Baek Sungwon's wallet opened. How much do you need? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. No matter how much controversy it stirred in the literary world, compared to the overall public opinion, it was merely a tempest in a teapot. People don't read books. And there are many things in the world more interesting than that. Major overseas accidents, political scandals, marriages and divorces of famous celebrities, global success of K-dramas, arrest of major criminals, rising prices, and so on. Such significant events were creating waves in the sea that is the world, while the Korean literary world was just a small teacup in comparison. But on the flip side, there was a storm brewing in that teacup. I read a real novel-like novel after a long time. Am thankful to Author Moon. If you enjoyed it, why disparage other novels? The level of a fan of an author who bought literary awards with money. TSK. The company bought them, not the author. What would a minor know? Are there actually people who believe he's a minor? Breaking news. Critic Oh Min-sang publicly attacks Author Moon. This seems too forced after reading it. Since he blew the whistle on the debut fee issue, he seems distasteful. They would have kept on with their literary award business forever if he hadn't exposed it. Did people really not know about the debut fees? The book was good though. With the pen name Moon In and the way he exposed the debut fee issue, I think it's not just one person. Seems like 16 authors collectively criticizing the Korean literary world. The writing style and atmosphere seem too similar for that. Oh, there's some logic to this. This year's annual spring literary contest is really a mess. Bought all 16 volumes. Love them. The book is good. But I wonder if we really need to buy a book by an author who caused such a controversy. What controversy? He must have known it would come out if he paid debut fees for 16 literary awards. This performance art. Everything is art these days. The issue wasn't just overflowing on the internet. In reality too, Author Moon captured the attention of everyone in the industry. The printing press that printed Moon's book was bombarded with questions, and the minor literary magazines that awarded him were thrown into chaos. Numerous authors and critics reviewed Moon's novels and heatedly debated the purchase of 16 literary awards and the culture of debut fees. When the Publishing Business Division Head and the Publishing Planning Division Head of Bikehack Publishing threw their full effort into the case, other major publishing houses also paid unprecedented attention to this earthquake-like incident in the literary world. The most controversial point, of course, was this: a minor. The fact that the protagonist who caused this giant wave in the industry was a minor. The fact that an author who had written 16 novels was a minor. There was not a single person who was not shocked by this fact. People reacted in their own ways to this shock, with admiration, doubt, denial, excitement, praise, critique, or indifference. Even more so because Author Moon and his publishing company had not released any follow-up responses. The progression of this issue was truly like a chaotic storm. Only Bikehack Publishing continued with its strong offensive, drawing more negative reactions than positive ones. Then, one day, suddenly, a suspicious theory began to circulate. This conspiracy theory, posted in various forms on the internet, was as follows. The Bikehack Group planned a project to create a star author, and this incident is the result of that project. The aim was to attract attention through all kinds of noise marketing, using a faceless minor author to garner popularity and sell books. Inspired by the recent trend of virtual YouTubers and faceless singers in Japan hitting it big, this is typical of what big corporations attempt with the fourth industrial revolution or whatever they call it, like augmented reality in the metaverse. Soon, there will definitely be a virtual YouTuber version. But hey, race the problem. The minor author doesn't actually exist. Only the concept of a minor author exists. This conspiracy theory provided a clear answer to the confused people, injecting the thought of that makes sense. Then people, happy with the fact that they alone knew the truth unlike others, spread this idea everywhere. Simultaneously, this conspiracy theory seemed as if it was spread by an insider. It was suspiciously detailed, and the vocabulary used gave off that impression. If one thinks carefully, they could realize that this conspiracy theory itself was very intricately crafted to mislead people. Thus, people like Kim Sang-guk, the head of Bikehack Publishing's publishing business division, sensed that another organized force had intervened in this issue. That was the Bikehack Entertainment Publishing Management Task Force team. No, it was the Publishing Management Department. How about that? Simple, right? Department head Lim Yong-wook couldn't help but admire the skills of the marketing officer dispatched from Bikehack Entertainment's PR department. She and her well-coordinated team members easily manipulated internet public opinion. While applauding her skills, Lim Yong-wook resolved to be more discerning about entertainment industry issues in the future. By framing it this way, the issue becomes focused. Is the author really a minor? Or not? Then we're definitely winning. Just throw some bait in the dark and then after a few days circulate a press release to the online newspapers. It becomes an official issue in the light. Then the company can move on it. The marketing officer stood up from her computer, stretched lightly, and asked, "But department head Lim Yong-wook? Is it true that the author is really a minor? That's a secret. Must be true then." "Wow, it's a secret," I said. "Got it, a secret." The marketing officer teased Lim Yong-wook almost playfully and then sauntered off to the break room. Lim Yong-wook shook his head as he watched her leave. The dignity of a department head was no joke. No, wait, technically a department head, but in reality just a figurehead. Sigh. The Publishing Management Task Force team was reorganized into the Publishing Management Department and formally absorbed into Bikehack Entertainment. Lim Yong-wook, who was the team leader, smoothly transitioned to being the department head. However, Lim Yong-wook's venture company, which had been registered as an in-house startup, was also disbanded and absorbed into Bikehack Entertainment. Fortunately, CEO Baek Sung-won decided to generously convert the publishing profits into incentives and stock options. Lim Yong-wook often thought about the future he hadn't chosen. What if he had taken Author Moon and left Bikehack Entertainment to become independent? All the books selling at this moment would have been connected to his profits. Not to mention, if he had exclusively published all future books of the genius Author Moon In-seop, he could have sat on an incomparable fortune. However, he would have had to fight for his life against the two giants, Bikehack Entertainment and Bikehack Publishing, and somehow coax Moon In-seop to stay under his wing. Lim Yong-wook had made his decision based on this consideration. He didn't have the confidence to offer more than what Bikehack Group could provide to Author Moon, and more than anything, he didn't want to deceive a child for money. Plus, he doubted the kid would fall for his words. But these were all just Lim Yong-wook's regrets in his heart. His real work lay in the present. Department head Nim. The staff are all ready. We've finalized things with the Content Business Division. Department Head Nim, the new Light Spring Orphanage wants to discuss filming and the director wants to meet you. Department Head Nim, there's an issue with securing a channel for Bikehack Cultural Broadcasting. It seems like Bikehack Publishing is constantly protesting. What Lim Yongwook gained by not going independent with Moon Inseop was all here. Bikehack Entertainment was a versatile company with its own production and a gathering place for the best experts in the media business. Lim Yongwook knew the capabilities of the Publishing Management Task Force team during its heyday. With just Bikehack Entertainment, they could easily produce special broadcasts. Then, he could show author Moon to the world. He could share the beauty he saw with everyone. Phew! Lim Yongwook steadied his heart. The calm before the storm. Whether the small flutter he had started would end as a tempest in a teacup, or turn into a storm sweeping across the world, marking the rise of a genius, was entirely in his hands. He staked everything on the filming tomorrow. Only the outcome will tell the whole story. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Life in the orphanage. There's not much freedom. Things like belongings are often taken away. Especially during unannounced inspections of high school students, they seize condoms as if catching mice, but then treat you like a bitch if you get pregnant and become a single mother. It's a bit strange. But since that's how the adults are, you just have to accept it, I guess. Lim Yongwook's vision went dark. Chapter 17. Other. Moon Inseop's whereabouts were not well known at the new Light Spring Orphanage. This was due to the efforts of director Moon Chung-jae, who worked to prevent any sense of discord among the children. Think about it. The children who had been sharing meals until recently, discovering that one of their peers was actually a more exceptional being than themselves. The resulting trouble should not be understood as mere jealousy common during childhood. An orphanage is a unique space. Here, the concepts of ownership and equality are even more crucial. Parents, wealth, affection, protection, freedom. For children born without these inherent rights, unity requires that they feel equal. The solidarity of being impoverished forms a strong bond among the children of the orphanage. Once this breaks, the small and narrow society becomes hell. Director Moon Chung-jae was very well aware of this nature. He too had once favored a child during his inexperienced youth and faced a tragedy as a result. Thus, Director Moon Chung-jae handled this issue very carefully. Teacher Bang Jong-ah, who knew the situation roughly, was not loose-lipped, and fortunately, Moon Inseop himself was not one to boast about his talents. Hence, without any special measures, both the peace of the new Light Spring Orphanage and Moon Inseop's secret were maintained. However, when the orphanage was selected as a filming location for Bikehack Entertainment, director Moon Chung-jae had to inform everyone. I have an announcement to make to all my beloved ones. And so, during the Sunday morning service, when everyone in the orphanage had gathered, director Moon Chung-jae announced, "Broadcast station staff will soon be visiting our orphanage. The reason is, Moon Inseop's true identity was revealed. At the new Light Spring Orphanage, EP2 others. Even a single journalist visiting the orphanage would be a major event, so the significance of this occasion didn't need explaining. A major corporation's filming crew was coming to the orphanage to bring one of the orphans into the spotlight. In response, all the teachers began an urgent faculty meeting. Serious discussions were needed for such a mega event. And the same went for the orphans. The new Light Spring Orphanage Emergency Response Committee was convened. Unlike the recent Ma Ki-hoon incident, this meeting was convened on a positive issue. So many expected a good atmosphere. But what happened at the committee was, "Aku, you, how could you?" The closest associate of Ma Ki-hoon and leader of the ruling party gang in the orphanage, the bully group, was horrified. Originally, the leadership of the new Light Spring Orphanage was mostly composed of bullies, a structure exactly like that of ancient Greek civic society. Those with physical power also held political power, protecting society from external threats. It also made it easier for them to suppress any opposition. But today, the order of power was reversed. The leader of the orphanage's main opposition, the model student gang, pushed up his glasses and smiled wickedly. "Ah, you don't understand? Having you guys on camera is a disgrace to our orphanage. How can you say such harsh things? The harsh ones are you guys, smoking cigarettes despite being high school students. From now on, we control the orphanage. When the broadcast station arrives, all of you should be out of the orphanage. It's embarrassing enough just thinking of you guys representing us on the broadcast. This brutal verbal assault left the fierce bullies emotionally wounded and protesting. That's too harsh. Hey, you devil. However, the model student gang didn't budge, and the bullies had to rely on their last bastion, Ma Ki-hoon. Ki-hoon, you wouldn't be ashamed of us too, right?
Yeah.
We're family, aren't we? But Ma Ki-hoon shook his head with a look of regret. I'm sorry, but on the day of the filming, all of you need to stay out of the orphanage. Where are we supposed to go, you jerk? The leader of the model student gang smirked annoyingly. Why don't you just go to a PCCAF like you always do? Why even ask? But we want to be on TV too. Yeah, that's right. Every high school student has a desire to appear on TV or heroically thwart a bank robbery. But reality is harsh. Nope, not possible. The delinquents need to stay out. Damn bastards. The bullies glared at Ma Ki-hoon and the model students, particularly at Ma Ki-hoon, who had betrayed them. You're impeached now. We were ready to fight the runaway fam gang for you. Brother, this is disappointing. However, in the orphanage, where cunning and manipulation were rampant, the weak could not survive. Ma Ki-hoon, who had been ruling since middle school by overpowering his seniors, skillfully resolved the political division. I've successfully negotiated with the teachers. We've secured a 20% increase in our high school allowance. Yeowa, we believed in you. Ah. Damn. Ki-hoon Hyung. You're the best. Ma Ki-hoon took a quiet breath. Things would probably be calm for a while, at least until the fact that the middle schooler's allowance was cut by 20% came to light. As the image of the new Light Spring orphanage improves, the lives of its orphans become more prosperous. More donations come in, they receive better treatment from local school teachers, and it even affects college admissions. In this sense, how this filming proceeds could significantly impact the lives of the orphans. Of course, the orphans had no right to interfere in the running of the orphanage, given their minor status in society. But lack of power doesn't mean lack of earnestness. Ma Ki-hoon and the other model students wanted to help improve the orphanage's image by driving out the bully gang on the day of filming. For themselves and for the other orphans. Ma Ki-hoon suddenly thought of the junior and younger sibling who had turned the orphanage upside down. He knew the kid was precocious, but never imagined a genius worthy of attracting a broadcasting station. He felt a bit envious, amazed, and also unfamiliar with the idea. But above all these feelings, he felt a sense of pride. That was evident from the smile on Ma Ki-hoon's face. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The teachers surrounding me were smiling. Maybe because I was short, being surrounded by them felt like being encircled by giants. Ego. The administrative director pinched my cheek and chuckled. He wasn't someone I was particularly close to. We have a genius in our orphanage. A true genius. Soon, reproach came from the other teachers. Why are you pinching our genius author's cheek like that? Right? What if his cheek swells up before he goes on TV? Although director Moon Chung-jae had forbidden favoritism and asked to avoid special treatment, not many teachers adhered to it. Especially the experienced teachers often called me to the staff room to chat, asking if I needed anything or if I was uncomfortable. Rather than genuinely caring for my welfare, it seemed more like an attempt to build a rapport with me. Ironically, teacher Bang Jong-ah, who was actually close to me, kept her distance, wary of the looks from others. Even the notorious teacher, known among the orphans more as that jerk-than-teacher, complicated my feelings when he showed me a friendly smile. What exactly is talent? What is it about talent that changes the way people are treated? The value they possess? I felt like I was wearing clothes that didn't fit me. This wasn't a result of my efforts but a consequence of having returned back in time. Was I not just mistakenly considered a monstrous genius author? Surrounded by the teachers and then returning to my dorm, I soon found myself encircled by my peers. Are you really a genius? Unlike the teachers, the reactions of these young kids were more innocent, whether they were well-intentioned or not. You published a book, right? Congratulations. That's great. I'm so jealous. Moon Inseop must be making a lot of money already. It's okay. I'm going to marry Inseop and live off of him. But you're a boy. Does it matter? My 4-person room was swarming with orphans from all school levels. They rummaged through my personal drawer, searching for my manuscripts. And when they found them, they shouted as if they had discovered ginseng. Amazing! Can't you make a fortune by writing with this? No, it's meant to be a keepsake. Did Inseop give you a manuscript? That's not important. Stop being ridiculous, you fool. The orphans were overly excited, spouting all sorts of nonsense. Suddenly, my dorm room became the festival ground for many children. Some kids, with a sullen expression, subtly showed their jealousy, but were quickly called out and playfully teased by others, turning their resentment into laughter. Eventually, they laughed along too. One kid proudly shared memories with me. It felt like something that happened over 10 years ago, but I still remember climbing the mountain with that kid, looking for stag beetles. When I mentioned it, he boasted about it as if it was a great achievement. Of course, the older students teasingly nicknamed him the one who caught stag beetles with Moon Inseop, suggesting it was his greatest life achievement. Surprisingly, none of the orphans had read my book. Considering their limited allowances couldn't even afford snacks, it was unrealistic to expect them to buy books. Yet, the fact that not a single one had read it was somewhat shocking. It seemed like reading was indeed being neglected by the younger generation. But then, the kids started pretending they wanted to buy the book or that reading was their hobby. Obviously, their goal was to learn how to write. I happily agreed to teach them, and they cheered as if they had gained the world. In the midst of this, a kid who had recently been told by me that he was better suited for studying than soccer sneaked up to me. He glanced around cautiously and then whispered in my ear, was what you said about me being better at studying than soccer true? Do you think I could be good at it?" I had encouraged this kid to study because in the future, he regretted not doing so and complained with tears. But I mixed in a little lie for motivation. "I guarantee it. Your talent is equal to, or even greater than mine." The kid looked around nervously as if it would be a disaster if anyone overheard our conversation. He seemed thrilled as if he had received a prophecy of immense importance and promised to give studying a try. "I'll trust you." And with that, he hurried off to the study room to start immediately. Watching his retreating figure, I couldn't help but smile contentedly. Yes, I need to gain influence even in ways like this. It seems the right thing to do. I might not dedicate my entire life to helping these kids, but I should offer as much help as necessary when needed. To freely act in this young, underage body, securing a certain social status seems appropriate. It would probably make writing more comfortable. Filming, I need to do my best. That night, I fell asleep with that resolve. *****. Remember this. Cool, chic, and adorably cute. Excuse me? That's the concept you need to maintain during this shoot. Repeat after me. Cool, chic, cutely cute. I really wanted to bail on the shooting. Suddenly, I craved a cigarette. But since I needed to make a living, I reluctantly mimicked Lim Yongwook's words with a grimace. Cool, chic, cutely what? Goo. What does cutely cute even mean? I don't know. Just think of it as something casually cute. So what exactly is this cutely cute? But Lim Yongwook dismissively ignored my question and continued explaining. Ahem. This broadcast targets the general public. It's not an internal literary promotion but an external one. You get what I mean? Bikehack Cultural Broadcasting, or BMB, is a cable channel, so that's obvious. Exactly. Snap. Lim Yongwook snapped his fingers. And most of those viewers probably aren't interested in books. That's the way the world is these days. The conclusion was this. So we have to play up the character. That's what people want. A young, smart genius on air showing something incredibly genius-like, making the audience marvel. And if that genius occasionally acts clumsy or cute in a way that's fitting for their age, the audience will love it even more. It's the fascination that comes from the gap, you know? The world of show business is harsh. Lim Yong-wook laughed awkwardly. Actually, it's not my idea. The PD said so. Anyway, that's the concept for this shoot. What did I tell you earlier? PD equals program director. Cool, chic, cutely cute, right? Just remember that. On the day of the shoot, I was handed over to the coordinators for basic TV makeup. I had grown accustomed to people treating me like a fascinating monkey, so it wasn't too uncomfortable. The shooting started in an instant. I had no time to prepare mentally. Lim Yong-wook's department was short on funds, so they had to finish shooting in just one day. A young and pretty host came to the orphanage, making a fuss. There's a special child in this orphanage. Is that true? Director Moon Chung-jae, extremely nervous, answered in a painfully awkward manner. Yes, our new Light Spring orphanage is operated with Christian values. I am Director Moon Chung-jae. You've come looking for a special child? All our children are special. But, well, there is one child particularly gifted in writing. Director Moon Chung-jae messed up his lines about 5 times from the start. But I wasn't in a position to laugh at him. It was also my first time in front of a camera, and I didn't expect to be this nervous. My legs were trembling uncontrollably. Teacher Bang Jong-ah, teaching the children awkwardly in the classroom, was in the same boat. Director Moon Chung-jae led the crew into the orphanage classroom. Here, this is it. This is where the child attends classes. The camera entered the classroom, and teacher Bang Jong-ah, with a trembling voice, almost on the verge of tears, pretended to teach. Now children, let's all read this word together. Shall we? The children responded with their prearranged answers. Yes, yes. Teacher. It was a pitiful sight. Eventually, the PD made a decisive call. Cut it all out. PD Nim. Director Moon Chung-jae pleaded that there was much more of the orphanage facility to introduce. But after a scolding from the PD that we weren't here to cover the orphanage, he reluctantly backed off, looking dejected. And so, I was immediately put in front of the camera. The host looked at me with suspicion, wondering if I was really a genius. But as soon as the camera light turned on, she transformed into high-energy mode and bombarded me with questions. Our young friend, what's your name? Hello, I'm Moon In-seop. Is it true that you've written a novel? Yes. I work under the pen name Moon In. That's really amazing. I was confused. I didn't even know what I was saying. The camera filming me felt strange, and the excessively pretty and high-energy host was overwhelming. My mind felt as blank as a white sheet of paper. Then Lim Yong-wook's advice came to mind. Cool, chic, and something else. Anyway, the cool and chic concept was important. Cool, chic. Cool, chic. Cool, chic. How is your life in the orphanage? Life in the orphanage. There's not much freedom. Things like belongings are often taken away. Especially during unannounced inspections of high school students, they seize condoms as if catching mice, but then treat you like a bitch if you get pregnant and become a single mother. It's a bit strange. But since that's how the adults are, we just have to accept it, I guess. In that moment, the world froze. The host covering me, the staff holding the cameras, the PD overseeing the shoot, teacher Bang Jong-ah in front of the chalkboard, director Moon Chung-jae outside the classroom, Lim Yong-wook among the staff. Everyone stopped, their mouths agape and eyes wide open. What's this? Isn't this what they wanted? I looked at Lim Yong-wook, feeling bewildered. Sweat was streaming down his smooth scalp. He hurried over to say something, but the PD suddenly ordered the staff to stop him. Grab him. What are you doing, MMPH? MMPH. In a shooting set, there is a god, and that god is the PD. Lim Yong-wook, powerless against the PD's authority, was surrounded by staff and taken away. Feeling uneasy, I asked the PD, "Did something go wrong?" The PD chuckled and shook his head. "No, it's perfect. Just keep doing that." It seemed that this was the cool chic the PD wanted. Realizing I was on the right track, I felt some of the tension leave my body. I let the concept guide me and continued with the shoot. Do you know they bought 16 literary awards with money? Who in this field doesn't know about the business of debut fees? Of course, I didn't ask for it. The orphanage allowance isn't that much. Even my manuscript paper is bought secretly by a teacher, so how could I buy literary awards for several $100,000 each? But when the company said they were doing noise marketing, I did comment that buying one award might be a loophole, but buying 16 is an art. School life isn't easy. How can kids without parents mix freely with others? Even the teachers look at us differently, to put it bluntly. When there's trouble and it turns into a fight among adults, aren't the orphanage kids always the losers? The kids know that, so they act tough towards us. These days, kids are much more cunning than you think. Maybe it's because of YouTube. But I'm really grateful to director Moon Chung-jae and teacher Bang Jong-ah. They're truly kind and compassionate people. It's a tough job to take, raising other people's children as your occupation. It's thanks to people like them that kids like us can have hope. Oh, and I'd like to express my gratitude to the Korean Catholic Bishops' Conference and the Presbyterian Church of Korea for always supporting the New Light Spring Orphanage. Even though our director Moon Chung-jae doesn't clearly state whether he's Catholic or Protestant and acts a bit ambiguously, please don't look at him too harshly. Aren't we all Christians? At some point, the host covering me started showing a look of astonishment. In contrast, the PD directing the shoot was puffing out his chest in excitement. The interview progressed smoothly, and the crew eventually came to the 4-person room where I stayed. I usually write here, lying on the bed with manuscript paper. Isn't it uncomfortable? Moon In-seop? I can't really say it's uncomfortable. Complaining about being in a 4-person room would be rude to my friends, and saying that writing on a bed is uncomfortable would be like whining to the teachers managing the orphanage and to those who support us wholeheartedly. This was my honest feeling. The host seemed moved by my words, as her eyes slightly changed. But then I remembered the broadcast concept I had to maintain. Cool chic. Well, we have to live with what we have, right? Oh. Did I say something wrong? No, not at all, Moon In-seop. The host, seemingly choked up for a moment, looked up at the ceiling. Luckily, her waterproof makeup prevented any mascara from running down due to tears. The host knew it was all a concept, but she seemed to have quite impressive acting skills. Urged on by the PD, the shooting continued. Placing the thick stack of manuscripts I had written on the desk, the host looked at them with amazement. Did you write all these novels? Yes. Some are published and some are drafts. That's really incredible. What's it like to write? Is it difficult? This was a question I had been briefed on before the shoot. Lim Yong-wook, following the instructions of the broadcasting station PD, had told me to answer that it was easy. People tend to undervalue effort and overvalue talent. They admire geniuses who effortlessly do what they cannot, and they are harsh on those who achieve something through endless effort. So show overwhelming talent. Make the whole world admire you. Write a novel on the spot, as if it's nothing, like a pianist inspired by a muse, just as I had shown Lim Yong-wook. That was supposed to be the highlight of this broadcast. Lim Yong-wook had urged me to do so, and that seemed right to me too. But I couldn't lie about this. I simply couldn't lie about writing. Writing was everything to me. At that moment, I truly let go of all my tension and revealed my innermost feelings. It's hard. Of course, it's amazing, huh? The host was taken aback. This wasn't the answer she was expecting. The PD gave a meaningful look, but I continued to speak my mind. It's incredibly hard, truly to the point of exhaustion. Every time I write, I have to expose what I most want to hide. Revealing my pain, shame, and ugly thoughts to others, shaping them into something presentable, is a lonely and difficult task. The reality that the more an author's inner self is revealed, the better the writing is considered, is also tormenting. It wears down my spirit. But I can't stop writing books. A book is, well, an emotion. You can't stop feeling emotions. And a novel is a very special emotion. Even if, in the distant future, people could inject chips into their brains to instill feelings like happiness or love, novels will never disappear. The only word that can express the emotion felt in a novel is its title. The only thing that can explain a novel is its title, just like every person. Just as there are no two identical people in the world, there are no two identical novels. That's because a novel is a projection of the author's humanity onto paper. Therefore, like every person is special, every novel is special too. When I write a novel, I forget all my sorrows and focus solely on that novel. It's the process of creating a whole new world. And at the end of it, what I encounter is another version of myself, so different that I can hardly believe I wrote it. So, the more I write, the more I feel like I'm understanding myself. Not just experiencing pain or joy, not just being swept away by the world, but looking into how I perceive this world, discovering how I create a world of my own. Every day feels new. It's wonderful. I never get tired of it. Perhaps I'm addicted to this process. That's why I write despite the pain. Phew. I let out a sigh after finishing my long explanation. Did I ramble too much? I'm sorry. But there was no response. The PD, the host, and even Lim Yong-wook, who had since returned. They were all looking at me with expressions as if they had witnessed something brilliantly shining. Chapter 18, Other. The filming at New Light Spring Orphanage was a major project jointly undertaken by Bikehack Cultural Broadcasting, BMB, and Bikehack Entertainment's own production team. It was impossible to keep it a secret. Although the footage was still in the editing phase, people present on site were spreading stories online, and information was gradually leaking. Even Bikehack Publishing's publishing planning department, who had been watching them closely within the industry, could not have been unaware of what happened on the set. It's unbelievable. Yang Sung-jun, the department head, was in despair. Despite several verifications, there was not even a hint of evidence that the rumors were false. This meant that the writer Lim Yong-wook had found was indeed a real genius. Why on earth? His mind was filled with question marks. Why did such luck find its way to that guy? Did Lim Yong-wook really find a genius? Why did a genius, absent for decades, emerge just now? At first, it was unbelievable, but the rumors coming in every moment spoke the truth. Once he reluctantly accepted reality, his rationality returned. And his cold rationality made a bleak judgment. Damn it. His rationality said this. The person who had brought that genius writing to Bikehack Publishing, only to be rejected and even buried using the company's resources, could never survive. So, to live, he had to do something. Right? He can't die here. Venom swirled in the bloodshot eyes of Yang Sung-jun, the department head. EP2 Other. The eventful shooting was over. At the orphanage, my image had become that of a monstrous genius author. The perception was more focused on monster than on genius author. Hello. No, you. The children and teachers I encountered around the corner looked at me with eyes as if they had seen a monster and ran away in terror. Moon Chung-jae, the director of the orphanage, looked at me with a soulless expression and smiled sadly, while Bang Jong-ah, the teacher, also smiled awkwardly, avoiding my gaze. Hello In-seop. Why are you avoiding my eyes? Teacher Bang. Oh, isn't the weather great today? Well then, goodbye. Teacher Bang Jong-ah scurried away from me with quick backward steps. If even the most virtuous person in our orphanage acted like this, it was obvious how others would react. That guy in front of the camera at our orphanage. Shoo. He might hear. How could a kid be like that? He's a monster. That guy, he doesn't have parents, right? As I walked through the corridor, I heard all sorts of whispers. Some genuinely found me creepy, while others joined in to tease me. I couldn't stay in the orphanage anymore and ran out. Isn't this too much? At a quiet CAF near the orphanage, I called Lim Yong-wook and vented. Sipping iced Americano through a straw was somewhat refreshing. Lim Yong-wook asked me with a dumbfounded expression. Aren't you supposed to be in school today? Yes. Then why are you here now? What about it? School is? School attendance? Is that something you can eat? As I made a face that seemed to suggest that interpretation, Lim Yong-wook chuckled. I laughed too since the joke went well. We easily laughed at trivial things. Everything was going smoothly. Lim Yong-wook had succeeded in the gamble of his life, and I too had regained peace of mind by publishing my book. So, the only conversation between us was not serious talk, but trivial personal matters. Don't worry too much about the people at the orphanage being creeped out by you. They also need time to adjust to you. Except for a few, no one knew you were such an old soul. That's true. Hey, Naruto also experienced such pain and frustration when he was young. You have to overcome that much to become great. I asked Lim Yongwook. What's Naruto? Lim Yongwook widened his eyes in astonishment. You don't know Naruto? Yes. This guy. How can you not know Naruto? Lim Yongwook explained in great detail, almost angrily, about what the manga Naruto is, who the main character Naruto is, and what the story of the manga is all about. I summarized his lengthy story simply. So, it's a Japanese manga? You could have just said that instead of explaining for so long. You really have lived your life in vain, haven't you? Yes, I have lived my life in vain. But not anymore. I'm only in the 6th grade, what do you mean by living in vain? I muttered this to myself and looked out the window. It seemed that spring was slowly giving way to summer, as people's clothes became lighter and the sky was clear. While I was observing the urban landscape, Lim Yongwook patted my shoulder roughly. How's school life these days? I wouldn't know, I haven't been going. He looked at me with a sly glance as I answered petulantly. I looked into things like early graduation or a gifted program for you. What do you think? You didn't have to go that far for me. What are you talking about? Technically, I'm your manager, so of course I should do this. I had already finished my Americano. I sucked up the coffee that had settled under the ice. I've looked into taking the GED. School life isn't fun at all. The kids keep ostracizing me. It's not you ostracizing the other kids? That's not entirely untrue. Well, from what I see, you and kids your age really don't seem to be on the same level. Lim Yongwook thought for a moment and then confided in me with a troubled expression. But at least you have someone to complain to when you're bullied. I don't. You were bullied too, Mr. Lim? At your company? Lim Yongwook reflected on his company life. If his company life since he joined could be summarized, it would be something like this. Are you promoting Lim Yongwook already? Someone from a provincial university? That Lim Yongwook guy. He doesn't have a Seoul National University diploma. Does he? Anyway, he's a lost cause since college, so let's get rid of him as soon as he's promoted. Whoa. Suddenly, my head hurts. Lim Yongwook barely managed to shake off the unidentified voices automatically replaying in his head. Are you okay? Lim Yongwook turned his head. The boy was looking at him with concern. What happened to make you like this? Lim Yongwook spoke to the boy with eyes sticky with thick, black darkness. Do you really want to know? About what I went through at the company. Why I lost all my hair. No, I think I'd rather not know. Right? Good thinking. Then, Baek Seol approached with a tray carrying bread and coffee. What are you two talking so enjoyably about? Lim Yongwook teased her. Why did it take you so long to choose bread? Not all bread is the same, you know? Choosing bread is a serious matter. Baek Seol retorted cheekily and sat a seat away from Lim Yongwook, with Moon In-seop in between. She bit into the bread and looked blissfully happy. Lim Yongwook, who had eaten any bread without tasting it, seemed to have regained his appetite and shamelessly begged Baek Seol. Just one bite. No way. Moon In-seop observed Baek Seol as was his habit. He was surprised that she was wearing rather expensive clothes. When Baek Seol noticed his gaze, the boy offered the delayed congratulations. Ah, congratulations. You got promoted, right? Assistant manager? Baek Seol, who had been promoted from employee to assistant manager, smiled awkwardly and corrected the title. Thank you, author Nim. But I think I prefer the title of editor over assistant manager. Yes, editor Nim. Ahaha, actually, the title of editor doesn't really suit me either. To be honest, this time too, except for taking book orders over the phone in the warehouse, I feel like I haven't done anything. Baek Seol made a self-deprecating remark, as if something was bothering her. Surprisingly, Lim Yongwook, who always criticized Baek Seol for being just an assistant and not a real editor, raised an objection to her self-deprecating remark. Baek Seol, if you've published a book, you're an editor. What are you talking about? Is that so? If you've been holed up in the warehouse selling books all weekend, you've been a bookseller. Thank you. Yes. Lim Yongwook said this and then abruptly changed the subject, appearing aloof. Baek Seol, unsure how to continue thanking him, awkwardly smiled and changed the topic. So why have we all gathered here? Moon In-seop answered. I called you because I was bored. Lim Yongwook added to the conversation. Now that we're together, let's have a meeting of the original members of the publishing management department. Hey, author Moon, how's the preparation for your next work? No. Well then, let's work hard. Meeting adjourned. Lim Yongwook stood up from his seat. Shall we go eat udon? You've made quite a bit of money, how about sushi? Sushi sounds good. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For Lim Yongwook, who used to eat convenience store lunches in a basement parking lot office filled with the smell of exhaust, without even a corporate credit card, the meaning of having one was significant. Lim Yongwook, extremely excited, wielded his newly received corporate card and filled the stomachs of Baek Seol and Moon In-seop. Baek Seol suddenly thought, this must be registered as a business meeting. Isn't it wage theft to just chat and eat like this? When she asked if this was really okay, Lim Yongwook's response was remarkable. We had a meeting earlier. That was a meeting? You're too strict. The author has to write his next work so we can sell the book or something. The broadcast hasn't even aired yet, what else is there to do? But this is too much. Getting paid without doing any work. Young people these days have such strange romantic notions about work. Nevertheless, Lim Yongwook, not wanting to be accused of being a wage thief by his much younger subordinate, somehow steered the conversation back to work. Hey, author Moon, when are you going to write your next work? Are you rushing me already? You said the 16 books were written in the past. So, you have to write something new. This place really is a black company. It wasn't a serious admonition. The tone was playful, but Moon In-seop took it seriously. Lim Yongwook didn't know, but Moon In-seop was already writing a novel. It just wasn't to his liking. What kind of writing should I do? How do I make this writing satisfactory? These were always lingering questions that never seemed to be resolved, despite constantly thinking about them. If only there was a small clue. Then, Baek Seol clenched her teeth quietly. Damn it. It was an inappropriate expression for the setting, so both Lim Yongwook and Moon In-seop looked at her in surprise. Baek Seol, startled and blushing, hurriedly tried to explain why she was angry. Her words came out a bit jumbled in her fluster. No, it's just, I was checking something on my phone. Yeah. Actually, when I was taking book orders in the warehouse, it felt like I wasn't doing much, so I kept monitoring Bikak Publishing's responses. You're serious about this job? Of course. Anyway, there's this critic named Oh Min-sang, and he definitely seems like someone paid by Bikak Publishing. Yeah, right. I used to manage that guy. Really? But why him? Baek Seol showed them her smartphone. Lim Yongwook and Moon In-seop leaned in to see the small screen. The rumor in the literary world is that author Moon In is indeed a minor. Setting aside whether it's true or not, it's unfortunate that there's this argument that everything is forgivable just because he's a minor. I rather hope he's not a minor, out of respect for his literature. But if he is a minor, it seems that respect will disappear. If he is a minor, wouldn't it prove that all the writings he has produced are not based on his own insights but are derivative works copied from the insights of some classic? He wrote a level of writing that did not match his age. The excitement over a child writing convincingly is akin to the joy felt watching a child's adorable performance. What kind of emotion can be found in insincere writing? Maybe it would have been better if he had hidden his age forever. Moon In. Baek Seol burst out in anger. Isn't this just infuriating? Lim Yongwook clicked his tongue. He must have been paid a lot. Moon In-seop admired and nodded his head. Oh, this is quite good. In-seop, what do you mean? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Assistant Manager Kim. Is this really true? Are you sure? Director Yang Sung-joon doubted the credibility of the information he received. His subordinate assured Director Yang with utmost certainty. Yes. There are official disciplinary records. We even contacted the school for confirmation. Although no actual punishment was carried out due to a smooth settlement, We've already secured the administrative disciplinary record that remains. Director Yang's disbelief wasn't due to the dubious explanation of his subordinate. It was just, he was truly, truly astonished that such fortune had come his way. Puhaha. Yes, the heavens are indeed fair. If Lim Yongwook was given a genius author, then it's only right that I receive this kind of fortune. No, what went to Lim Yongwook wasn't fortune in the first place. The heavens were on his side. Wow, to think such a thing could happen in life. Well done, Assistant Manager Kim. It's nothing. I just conducted the investigation as you instructed. Director Yang Sung-jun patted his subordinate's shoulder, acknowledging his achievement, and he smirked and murmured to himself. School violence, huh? The incident that Lim Yongwook's revolving genius author committed was really not ordinary. He called his orphanage ruffians to beat up other kids and confessed that he had lied about being bullied by the kids. He was truly an incorrigible villain, and that evidence was in the hands of Yang Sung-jun. It was an official record documented in the school's computer network. Yang Sung-jun relished the feeling of all the pent-up frustration in his heart being washed away at once. Felt so refreshing, just thinking about bursting Lim Yongwook's bubble at his highest point and dragging him down. This first broadcast is going to be something to look forward to. Farewell, Lim Yongwook. Chapter 19. Other. There's a strange rumor circulating. It's the rumor that author Moon is a primary school student. He simultaneously published a staggering 16 works and swept 16 literary awards, drawing both awe and skepticism from many due to his revealed status as a minor. And the rumor was that this very author was a primary school student. It's nonsense. Professor Gu Hak-jun did not believe such a ridiculous tale. It's not because he is a professor at a prestigious university. Setting aside the social phenomenon that surprisingly smart people often fall for baseless rumors, his social status actually helped verify the authenticity of the rumor. The content of the rumor was as follows. Bike Hack Entertainment's own production planned a special broadcast, and during the filming, author Moon himself appeared and exhibited extraordinary behavior. It was said he seemed too mature to be a primary school student. This was the gist of the story that excitedly spilled from people's mouths. They testified as if they were Joseon-era servants who had witnessed something with their own eyes. Whether it's the publishing industry, broadcasting industry, or the newspaper industry, South Korea's industries are surprisingly small. This is not only due to the limited land area but also because people are intricately connected. Gu Hak-jun was a figure somewhat in the center of this web-like social network, and thanks to that, he was able to find about 3 people who testified they had seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, for Gu Hak-jun, this rumor was more of a report. It wasn't just some idle talk buzzed about by unknown people, but information testified to by acquaintances, staking their names on it. Nevertheless, Professor Gu Hak-jun did not believe the rumor, because he had read author Moon's books. It's absolutely not the insight or writing style of a primary school student. The solid and stable prose, the hidden expressions and homages within it, this is the work of someone trained in writing. It's impossible to write such a text with talent alone. Before he was a professor, Gu Hak-jun was a novelist. He was a novelist who had broken racial barriers and won one of the 3 major world literary awards, the Goncourt Prize, though he disliked this expression. The title professor was merely an achievement that followed his accomplishments. He trusted his expertise more than the rumor. A primary school student? Ridiculous. Just think about it a little. This is the harm of the information age. Too many people have delegated their thinking to electronic devices. They've forgotten how to think and judge for themselves. Let's see whose word is right. This is often the pattern with highly educated people falling for scams. They know they are more intelligent than others, so once they make a decision, they don't change their minds, regardless of what others say. If his wife had seen him like this, she would have sarcastically remarked, "So says the smart man who burned 100 million won in crypto. Huh?" Unfortunately, Mrs. Min Chai-won was at her business at the moment. Fortunately, their daughter, more like her mother than her father, was at home. She smiled and stabbed her father in the heart with her words. I've heard well the words of someone who lost 100 million won in Meow Meow coin. It was a dog. Ipi tu other. Professor Gu Hak-jun was a renowned novelist and commentator. Therefore, he didn't engage in conversations on unfavorable topics. But Yubin, didn't you say you had something to do today? My beloved younger sibling stubbornly refuses to go to the poetry contest with her sister. So, I left them to the driver. And why is Dad home at this hour? Isn't it about time to go meet Mom as she gets off work? Gu Hak-jun, university professor, 45 years old, at an age awkward in expressing affection for his wife, who said I'm going to meet her. We just happen to run into each other because we both work late. TSK, TSK. Mom's going to be upset again. Muttering to herself, Gu Yubin quickly realized why her father, who usually returned home at 11 p.m. to match her mother's quitting time, had come home unusually early. It was because this electronic device, Professor Gu Hak-jun, was sitting in front of the TV, and in the top right corner of the screen was a notification that read, Young Genius Exploration Team Special Episode broadcasting in 1 minute. Oh, is it today? Gu Yubin flopped down on the sofa next to her father. She too was a literary figure. She couldn't help but be curious about who the much-talked-about author Moon was. I was the genius of this field once. Those good days are long gone. Age is truly a formidable foe. Gu Yubin lamented the loss of her title as the young genius novelist. Her father couldn't tell if she was serious or joking from her playful expression. Instead, Gu Hak-jun asked, "Do you believe that nonsense? That author Moon is a primary school student? Whether it's true or not, what does it matter? If it's true, he's a genius. If not, who would dare question Bikak Group's claim of a genius? So, you mean it's a deception of talent? It's like saying girl groups write and compose their own songs, similar to claims of being a natural beauty without plastic surgery, or saying they've never really dated. So now authors are playing the celebrity game too. It's not for nothing that it's a program by Bikak Entertainment, not Bikak Publishing. The starting. Let's watch. The father and daughter, sitting side by side on the sofa, began watching the broadcast with a critical eye. Unbeknownst to them, their facial expressions were strikingly similar. And they witnessed it. Life in the orphanage. There's not much freedom. A young boy from the orphanage. Who in this field doesn't know about the debut fee business? These days, kids are much more cunning than you think. Maybe it's because of YouTube. And I'd like to express my gratitude to the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Korea and the Presbyterian Church of Korea for always supporting New Light Spring Orphanage. A child who learned about the world too early. And then, a genius. The only word that can express the emotions felt in a novel is its title. Just as there are no two identical people in the world, there are no two identical novels. Because a novel is an object that projects the author's humanity onto paper. And at the end of it, you face another version of yourself that you can hardly believe you wrote. That's why the more I write novels, the more I feel like I'm learning about myself. Not just about experiencing hardships and joys, and being swept away by the world, but about looking into how I perceive the world and discovering how I create a world of my own. Maybe I'm addicted to this. That's why I write even when it's painful. They saw a talent shining brightly like a star. The world would have felt the same. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A star was born. Not just a star of the literary world, but a star for the whole world. The special episode broadcasted through Bikak Cultural Broadcasting quickly spread throughout South Korea. Through social media, word of mouth, rebroadcasts, news and newspapers, community sites. Now, without the intervention of Bikak Entertainment's PR team, countless people were talking about author Moon. It was an issue that simply couldn't be ignored. Breaking news. Literary World's Maverick revealed to be a primary school student. Author who won 16 literary awards, simultaneously 6th grader in primary school. Why is this even true? Really amazing. Proud of you. Happy face. Came here to criticize the nationalistic TV headline, but ended up finding a solid article filled with facts. A primary school genius author? Now every elementary student in the country has to go to essay academies being compared to this kid. Seeing people already proud, it seems like the title of K-genius author is a sure thing. Don't overreact. Those genuinely interested in literature would know, but all the literary awards this author received are fabricated. Who knows what else might be a lie? Buying one literary award might be a loophole, but buying 16 makes it art. This is literally what he said on the broadcast. I was in awe watching. How could someone so young have such insight? Only amazement comes out at the thought of a genius. So being rude means you're a genius? What a joke. It was obvious he was just reading from a script. If he can read a script like that, isn't that genius in its own right? Finally, the tempest in the teapot swept through the entire world. Author Moon was no longer just a famous figure in the literary world, but had become a celebrity in South Korea. Both positive and negative attention poured in on the young, brilliant author. And attention, whether it's positive or negative, is good. This was proven by what the PD experienced at the broadcasting station. We got a warning from the Broadcasting and Communications Commission. The head of the entertainment department frowned as he spoke. With his hands covering his mouth, the PD couldn't see the director's expression. The entertainment department head continued his lecture, hands clasped and covering his mouth. What were you thinking, broadcasting words like bitch without editing them out? And the overall language was too harsh. It was an obvious red flag for a warning. Write a reflection paper. The PD remained silent for a long time before finally speaking up. But it was a hit, right? The director lowered his hands from his mouth. The corners of his mouth were cheerfully raised. Seeing his bright red gums, the PD smiled along. Director, you rascal, I knew you could do it. In a mass media society, one genius can make so many people laugh and cry. It was another form of cultural power. And they were leading the flow of this power, creating an unimaginable added value. In simple terms, the special broadcast was an incredible hit, and attention turns into money. And it will continue to be so. Thanks to this, the entertainment department of BMB Broadcasting Station was in a festive mood. And it was the same for New Light Spring Orphanage. *****. New Light Spring Orphanage operates on private donations. And private individuals don't often donate to orphanages. Therefore, most of the private donations come from religious organizations. This is why Moon Chung-jae, the director, switches between Catholicism and Protestantism several times a day. Because there's no money. New Light Spring Orphanage is not poor, but neither is it affluent. It's a large facility, so maintenance costs are high. However, after the broadcast, things changed a bit. Donations started pouring in from all over the country. The orphanage was sitting on a gold mine. Thank you, INSEAD. You're our orphanage's hero. I always believed in you. I, who was a precocious monster that shattered the orphanage's image on camera, suddenly started receiving the treatment of a genius author. However, as people usually feel envy when someone they don't know succeeds, there was a reason why envy was overwhelmingly surpassed by admiration in the orphanage's opinion polls, even as I was doing well. There are two ways of donating to the orphanage. The first is the typical donation to the facility, and the second is one-to-one donations to a specific child in the facility. Naturally, since the flood of donations to New Light Spring Orphanage was due to the broadcast I appeared in, most people chose to donate specifically to me, rather than the orphanage. As a result, a large amount of the donations were tied to me. Director Moon Chung-jae found himself in a predicament with the excessive amount of donations. He couldn't redirect the funds, nor could he pour them all onto me alone. Adding my designated donations to the general budget of the orphanage would be deceiving the donors and me, and using all that money for me alone would not only mismanage the orphanage's operations but also practically declare me an official outcast. I approached the distressed Moon Chung-jae first and offered him a solution that brought a smile back to his face. The solution was this. Dear residents, today too, Moon In-seop from the elementary section has treated us to pizza and chicken for dinner. Wow! Tonight, there will be a unity event in the multipurpose room with cultural gift vouchers as prizes. Students who have the time should all participate. Just by participating, you'll receive a comprehensive stationery gift set, so it's good even if you just come for that. Thus, I became the second coming of Jesus at New Light Spring Orphanage. Though it might sound strange for a Christian orphanage, My disciples testified that I performed miracles like multiplying chickens and bread. The residents' attitude towards me changed 180 degrees from before. Author Moon, well, do the cleaning. Insiep, you don't need to do this. Moon Insiep, he is a god. Even some fanatics went so far as to curse at the numerous Moon Osiep series in the orphanage. These insolent Moon Dangsiep rascals. How dare they share 2 letters in their names with the god? If they had any shame, they would change their names themselves. Repent. Amen. Amen. Moreover, the residents would rush to me, thinking touching my sleeve might cure their illnesses, or take large leaves from the yard, shouting Hosanna and waving them, or bring normal cola and praise it as water I turned into cola, or pretend to faint the moment our eyes met, as if a demon possessing them was expelled. As you might guess, such play became a trend in the orphanage. It's a flaw of a Christian orphanage. The children, generally lacking in faith, were rigorously taught the Bible every Sunday, so they had abundant knowledge of Christianity. Eventually, when the adults discovered our Second Coming of Jesus play, it was promptly condemned as heresy by the pastors and priests on Sunday. Then, the residents who had just been worshiping me tied me up with a jump rope, intending to crucify me as the leader of the heresy. However, this minor incident was resolved by Ma Ki-hoon's intervention, who dismissed it as unrelated to me and simply instructed them to do penance. Even after this commotion, the overall atmosphere among the orphanage children didn't calm down easily. When asked why they were so excited, they said it was natural for an orphanage kid to become a nationwide star. And I found this atmosphere quite burdensome, because I couldn't write. Insiep, are you there? Why are you running away from us? Can't I praise you? The fanatics, designated as heretics by both the Catholic and Protestant churches supporting New Light Spring Orphanage, were still chasing after me. Of course, they weren't genuinely devout. They were more like psychos who enjoyed seeing me embarrassed by their excessive praise. Luckily, I knew the orphanage's geography very well. I knew perfect hiding spots and places unknown to adults where I could rest. The problem was, those guys knew these places too. Eyes peeked through the gap in the secluded storage room door. Found. You. Please stop. Guys. Insiep is here. Then, one day, Director Moon Chung-jae suddenly called me to his office. Asterisk. It's about an adoption inquiry for you. Adoption? What on earth was this about? Normally, the possibility of adoption for upper elementary students is close to 0%. Parents looking to adopt generally prefer to build a bond from a very young age, rather than deal with the challenges of older children. Of course, there are exceptions for children with exceptional looks, but usually the pretty, handsome, and cute ones are adopted when they are younger. Therefore, adoption inquiries for upper elementary students are virtually non-existent. It's the same principle as the difference in euthanasia rates between cute and not-so-cute cats left at animal shelters. But an adoption inquiry. Who is it? Well, about that. Director Moon Chung-jae hesitated for a moment, then sighed and gave his answer. There are too many. Chapter 20. Other. You wish to adopt Moon Insiep? Yes, that's right. The child who appeared on TV recently. He looked so smart. The couple spoke kindly, but teacher Bang Jong-ah narrowed her eyes. Adoption is a taboo in Korean society. It's partly due to the Eastern tradition of valuing the continuation of the family line, but also because relatives may turn their backs, complaining about giving away the family fortune to a complete stranger. Moreover, there's ridicule for raising a dark-haired beast only for them to leave in search of their bloodline eventually, and for foolishly nurturing someone else's child instead of taking care of oneself. Despite all these societal views, those who choose adoption have their special reasons. It could be a couple unable to have children due to medical reasons, deciding to share their love with the world. Or it could be those filled with religious or humanistic philanthropy, determined to care for a marginalized child. However, there are admittedly a few who seek adoption for exploitative labor, exploitation, or for government subsidies for having multiple children. Hence, staff at orphanages are meticulous and suspicious when reviewing potential adoptive parents. Bang Jong-ah, a childcare teacher at New Light Spring Orphanage, was particularly experienced in such suspicions. Her suspicion towards prospective adoptive parents was as strong as her love for the children. I see. After the broadcast became a topic, dozens of people came wanting to adopt Moon In-seop, and their expressions were all strikingly similar. Today, too, their true intentions were blatantly obvious. They were different from those who genuinely wanted to adopt. The couple in front of her wasn't showing a face filled with nervousness, anxiety, and anticipation, beating with an excited heart at the prospect of meeting a new child. Can we meet him soon? Their faces looked like someone who had just found a gold bar. So, suppressing her desire to cry, Bang Jong-ah showed a friendly service smile. I'm sorry. Moon In-seop himself does not wish to be adopted. Can he do that? Bang Jong-ah interpreted their question as, we're offering to adopt a child, and you dare to refuse? Instead of countering with, is it reasonable for you to want a child for money, not love? She said, how about considering adopting another child? Which meant you can't do that, can you? Then leave. Fortunately, most adults have the intelligence to understand such nonverbal expressions and the morality to feel ashamed when their ugly intentions are exposed. So the couple awkwardly smiled and replied, well, look into it more and come back. Sure. Bang Jong-ah bid them farewell with a forced smile till the end. It's wrong for an orphanage staff to treat potential adoptive parents poorly. It's the least respect due to the many who genuinely raise children with love. Only after they left did Bang Jong-ah sigh deeply with a gloomy expression. Phew! What is this? How about another child? Well, look into it more and come back? Is this something to be said in a supermarket or an orphanage? Such situations always make her question her profession. At least these people were relatively decent. Bang Jong-ah pressed her furrowed brows with her hand, recalling the abuses she had heard over the past few days. Why won't you let me adopt him? I'm saying you'll take him and raise him. Are you doing this because you want the donations he gets? What kind of law is this? Just let me meet him once. Seeing my face might convince him. I'm sure of it. Wouldn't he want me as a parent after seeing me? All sorts of people had come to the orphanage causing trouble. According to them, they were overwhelmed with the desire to protect after watching the broadcast. But their bloodshot eyes blatantly revealed that their real motive was money. Sigh. I often read on the internet about child actors or elderly people who made a lot of money from movies or documentaries, and then fell into ruin due to criminals swarming them. But I never thought that would be our orphanage's story. Will it get better over time? With that thought, Bang Jong-ah greeted the next visitor. As expected, it was another person wanting to meet Moon In-seop. Interestingly, it wasn't a couple but a middle-aged man alone. Well, strictly speaking, it wasn't unusual. The law had changed recently, allowing single individuals to adopt, and there were many singles who wanted a genius for the sake of money. But it was concerning that he had come alone, knowing how it might look to others, indicating he might be desperately serious, perhaps dangerously so. Bang Jong-ah exchanged brief greetings and tried to send the visitor away with the same routine. I'm sorry. Moon In-seop himself does not wish to be adopted. Oh, I didn't come for adoption. What? Oh, I'm sorry. The middle-aged man smiled gently, covering for Bang Jong-h's mistake. It's okay. But it seems there are so many people wanting to adopt. Enough for you to mistakenly think so. It's really something. Ha ha ha. In my view, that child has already grown enough to be independent. So, I came to propose a slightly different type of support. The middle-aged man took out a business card from his pocket. I'm sorry for the late introduction. I am Gu Hak-jun, a novelist. I teach novel writing at a university. Ipi two other. I looked up at the person who handed me the suspicious business card. Who did you say you are? An adult with a gaunt look and an old suit, displaying an incongruously angelic smile. I am the CEO of SSH Publishing. No need to listen to the end. So you're the CEO. How many employees do you have? How many? For 3, 2. Ha, just one. Including yourself? Yes. Goodbye then. As I ran toward the orphanage's main gate with my school bag, I heard the suspicious man's voice chasing after me. Hey kid. Wait. Hear about the royalty rate. They'll make you a lot of money. Bike hack, that corporation, is deceiving you now. Sign with me and become incredibly wealthy. The shady publishing CEO, unknown to me, was caught by Ma Ki-hoon at the orphanage gate. Hey, mister. What? You brat. Let go of me. Ma Ki-hoon held his shoulder and made eye contact for about 5 seconds. My apologies. He bowed politely, as if manners were forcibly instilled in him. What was that? Hypnosis? Ma Ki-hoon, who performed a miracle of repentance on the sinner with the grip of his hand and the murderous intent in his eyes, trudged towards me. What is this nonsense every time you go to and from school? Exactly. Today it's some shitty CEO, and who was it yesterday? A YouTuber, right? A tow truck. And the day before? An internet newspaper journalist. Trash media? That's a bit of a dangerous remark. What's dangerous is your situation. Getting caught by weird adults every time you go to and from school. My trips to and from school have become really tiring lately. Not to mention the local people recognizing me. All sorts of strange people keep clinging to me. Especially on the way home from school. People trying to use me to make money keep taking me to cafes, sitting me down, and trying to talk earnestly. Of course, asking me to stamp a contract is the inevitable next step. Attending school was already so exhausting, so imagine what school life must be like. Ma Ki-hoon happened to ask about it. How's school these days? It's kind of awkward. Sucks. Pretty much. If I were getting along well with my peers, laughing and playing, it might be different. But I was the outcast of not just my class, but the entire school. Who would want to be friends with someone who appeared on a broadcast showing such bizarre behavior? Of course, a very few down-to-earth kids did show me kindness and suggested sharing hobbies, but it turned out their hobby was Minecraft, so there was no way I could really connect with them. Maybe it's better not to go to school. The principal and teacher Bang begged me to at least give it a try. But when I did, at your age, skipping school, you truly embody the spirit of New Light Spring Orphanage. I have absolutely no intention of becoming a bully. After all the bullying ID endured, how could I become like those who tormented me? In the same vein, I found Ma Ki-hoon's habit of wearing shortened trousers slightly annoying. Why do bullies wear shortened pants? That's because it's cool. I don't get it. At least the bullies at our orphanage didn't extort money from other kids, which was somewhat relieving. In reality, they couldn't even if they wanted to. Usually, fights among kids turn into adult conflicts, but fights involving orphanage kids often result in parents lodging complaints with the facility. Naturally, they always lose. Yet, some kids, consumed by their inner demons, would run away and escape the orphanage's control, walking down a dark path. And Ma Ki-hoon was somewhere between light and darkness. He was a knight of darkness, guarding New Light Spring Orphanage while looking towards the light. But I hoped he would return to the path of light. That's why I brought up the pants thing, but instead, Ma Ki-hoon pointed out my fashion. Aren't you hot? What? The weather's getting warmer. Why are you still wrapping yourself in a blanket? Oh, it's a long-standing habit. When I'm cold, instead of turning up the heating, I wrap myself in a blanket. When I lived in the high school dorm, I couldn't afford a padded jacket, and even if I saved money to buy one, it would just get stolen. So, during the cold winter, I would just wear a blanket over my uniform. Plus, if I got beaten up while wrapped in a blanket, I wouldn't have to wash my uniform as often and it hurt less. Even when I started living alone, I couldn't afford the heating bill, so I kept using a blanket. Now, just having a blanket around gives me a sense of security. It's like an object that protects me from the cold. Explaining all these feelings would make me seem like a needy child, so I evaded the topic. There's no reason for fashion. You just wear it. I respect most fashion choices, but a guy wrapping himself in a blanket seems a bit like a high school girl, doesn't it? You hold such stereotypes, Ma Hyung. The Bible says those who wear women's clothing shall be stoned to death. That's insane. Chatting such nonsense, we were on our way back to the orphanage dormitory. In Siep, teacher Bang Jong-ah called out to me. She smiled as if it was a good timing. You have a visitor. ******. I was aware that there were many inquiries about adopting me. Obviously, I was too old now to start serving someone as a parent, and I was suspicious of the intentions of those who suddenly wanted to adopt me at this stage, so I refused. Principal Moon Chung-jae and teacher Bang Jong-ah thoroughly protected me from such people. Still, there were times when I had to meet someone and play the role of a gracious host, usually when those people could potentially influence the orphanage. Local politicians like mayors or city council members wanted to take photos with me, boasting about the genius from our neighborhood. Catholic and Protestant high-ranking officials also wanted to flaunt that my talent blossomed thanks to their sponsorship. In short, no one came for me. This was the first time. So, with a trembling heart, I headed to the reception room. Teacher Bang Jong-ah was excitedly making a fuss all the way there. I heard he's a very famous novelist. He can give you private lessons and introduce you to various academies where you can learn to write. All for free. So, what's this person's name? It's a secret, but you'll probably recognize him by face, he's that famous. I didn't know him, but you're so interested in literature, you'll probably recognize him right away. Ah, I'm so excited. Such a fuss was unprecedented. I wondered who could be so significant that I would recognize him just by face. And her boast turned out to be true. So you're In-seop. I'm so pleased to meet you, my boy. Professor Gu Hak-jun gripped my hand and shook it heartily. His habit of writing with a fountain pen seemed unchanged, as evidenced by the calluses on his hand. Wait, no, this isn't the past. His hand should naturally have calluses. Then where am I? The future? The past? For a moment, time became blurred, and I started to get confused about what time period I existed in. As a result, the voices I heard in my memory were so vivid that I couldn't distinguish whether they were imagination or reality. With a bit more refinement, you could be great. That's what I see. It was the second time someone had recognized my writing. The first person who appreciated my writing was a girl my age, my old girlfriend. We met in the first year of middle school and grew up together. We always saw the world from the same perspective. So, it wasn't reassuring when she appreciated my writing. Just because she was a bit odd didn't mean she wouldn't have strange tastes. But Gu Hak-jun represented the Korean literary world. He recognized my writing. Even there, he got me into college, and when I nervously brought up the issue of money, he smoothly resolved that too. He practically dragged me from the orphanage into the literary world, turning me into a novelist. He taught me how to refine my writing, how to transfer my imagination onto paper, and imbued in me all the literature humanity had accumulated. Gu Hak-jun was my mentor, and at the same time he was also my lover's father. It was purely coincidental. I met both of them under completely different circumstances, yet the two people I cherished most were tied within the same boundary. I felt a certain fate in that situation. I thought the world hadn't abandoned me, that it had shown me a minimum of warmth. So, perhaps he would be the one to believe in an unknown novelist with no money and no parents. But I was afraid of being rejected. So I hid it. I couldn't bring myself to speak, so I just accepted his kindness. Around a year later, when he called me with a heavy expression, I thought, he's found out. I braced myself to be thrown into the harsh reality. Yet part of me hoped. I hoped he would acknowledge me, accept me as part of the family. But Professor Gu Hak-jun was neither. It wasn't about acceptance or denial, not about tolerance or anger. He persuaded me. He treated me respectfully as an individual. Author Moon, I regret having to say this, but this union seems very difficult from my perspective. You're an adult, you know. Marriage is a union of families. If we were just a family of professors, maybe, but my wife and her family run a large business. However, at the very least, I understand your circumstances and know your sincere character, so if my daughter and you are happy, I can support you. But what about my wife? And my relatives? What about Yubin? They will never leave you alone. They will degrade your character with all kinds of words, insults, and threats for decades. Can you endure that? And can my daughter endure that? Does a marriage obtained that way sound happy? What about the children from such a union? Please let it remain a poignant memory from your youth. It's sad and regrettable, but everyone has an unfulfilled first love. And it's by cherishing those memories that we can find new happiness. In my view, that's the way for you, my daughter, and me, who cares for you as a teacher, to ultimately find happiness. Professor Gu Hak Jun said this. It was a thoroughly polite and gentlemanly statement. There was no great villain obstructing our love. It was just me, insignificant as I was.